Preface of Letters of John Keats to His Family and Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nemo. Letters of John Keats to His Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney COLVIN. Preface. The object of the present volume is to supply the want, which many readers must have felt, of a separate and convenient edition of the Letters of Keats to His Family and Friends. He is one of those poets whose genius makes itself felt in prose writing almost as decisively as in verse. And at their best, these letters are among the most beautiful in our language. Portions of them lent an especial charm to a book charming at any rate, the biography of the poet, first published more than 40 years ago by Lord Houghton. But the correspondence as given by Lord Houghton is neither accurate nor complete. He had in few cases the originals before him, but made use of copies, some of them quite fragmentary, especially those supplied him from America. And, moreover, working while many of the poet's friends were still alive, he thought it right to exercise a degree of editorial freedom for which there would now be neither occasion nor excuse. While I was engaged in preparing the life of Keats for Mr. Morley's series some years since, the following materials for an improved edition of his letters came into my hands. 1. The copies made by Richard Woodhouse, a few years after Keats's death, of the poet's correspondence with his principal friends, namely, the publishers, Messrs. Taylor and Hessey, the transcriber, Woodhouse himself, who was a young barrister of literary taste in the confidence of those gentlemen, John Hamilton Reynolds, solicitor, poet, humorist, and critic, born 1796, died 1852. Jane and Mariane Reynolds, sisters of the last named, the former afterwards Mrs. Tom Hood, James Rice, the bosom friend of Reynolds, and like him a young solicitor. Benjamin Bailey, undergraduate of Magdalen Hall, Oxford, afterwards Archdeacon of Colombo, 1794 to 1852, and one or two more. 2. The imperfect copies of the poet's letters to his brother and sister-in-law in America, which were made by the sister-in-law's second husband, Mr. Geoffrey of Louisville, and sent by him to Lord Houghton, who published them with further omissions and alterations of his own. 3. Somewhat later, after the publication of my book, the autograph originals of some of these same letters to America were put into my hands, including almost the entire text of numbers 63, 73, 80, and 92 in the present edition. The three last are the long and famous journal letters written in the autumn of 1818 and spring of 1819, and between them occupy nearly a quarter of the whole volume. I have shown elsewhere how much of their value and interest was sacrificed by Mr. Geoffrey's omissions. Besides these manuscript sources, I have drawn largely on Mr. Buxton Forman's elaborate edition of Keats's works in 4 volumes, 1883, and to a much less extent on the edition published by the poet's American grandnephew, Mr. Speed, 1884. Even thus, the correspondence is still probably not quite complete. In some of the voluminous journal letters there may still be gaps, where a sheet of the autograph has gone astray, and since the following pages have been in print, I have heard of the existence in private collections of 1 or 2 letters which I have not been able to include, but it is not a case in which absolute completeness is of much importance. In matters of the date and sequence of the letters, I have taken pains to be more exact than previous editors, especially in tracing the daily progress and different halting places of the poet on his Scotch tour. which it takes some knowledge of the ground to do, and in dating the successive parts, written at intervals, sometimes during 2 or 3 months, of the long journal letters to America. On these particulars Keats himself is very vague, and his manuscript sometimes runs on without a break at points where the sense shows that he has dropped and taken it up again after a pause of days or weeks. Again, I have in all cases given in full the verse and other quotations contained in the correspondence, where other editors have only indicated them by their first lines. It is indeed from these that the letters derive a great part of their character. Writing to his nearest relatives or most intimate friends, he is always quoting for their pleasure poems of his own, now classical, then warm from his brain, sent forth uncertain whether to live or die, or snatches of doggerel nonsense as the humor of the moment takes him. The former, familiar as we may be with them, gain a new interest and freshness from the context. The latter are nothing apart from it, and to print them gravely as has been done among the poetical works is to punish the levities of genius too hard. As to the text, I have followed the autograph wherever it was possible, and in other cases the manuscript or printed versions which I judged nearest the autograph, with this exception, that I have not thought it worth while to preserve mere slips of the pen or tricks of spelling. The curious in such matters will find them religiously reproduced by Mr. Buxton Forman wherever he has had the opportunity. The poet's punctuation, on the other hand, and his use of capitals, which is odd and full of character, I have preserved. As is well known, his handwriting is as a rule clear and beautiful, quite free from unsteadiness or sign of fatigue, and as mere specimens for the collector, few autographs can compare with these close-written quarto, or sometimes extra-folio sheets, in which the young poet has poured out to those he loved his whole self indiscriminately, generosity and fretfulness, ardor and despondency, boyish petulance side by side with manful good sense, the tattle of suburban parlors, with the speculations of a spirit unsurpassed for native poetic gift and insight. The editor of familiar correspondence has at all times a difficult task before him in the choice what to give and what to withhold. In the case of Keats, the difficulty is greater than in most, from the ferment of opposing elements and impulses in his nature, and from the extreme unreserve with which he lays himself open alike in his weakness and his strength. The other great letter writers in English are men to some degree on their guard, men, if not of the world, at least of some worldly training and experience, and of characters in some degree formed and set. The phase of unlimited youthful expansiveness, of enthusiastic or fretful outcry, they have either escaped or left behind, and never give themselves away completely. Gray is, of course, an extreme case in point. With a masterly breadth of mind, he unites an even finicking degree of academic fastidiousness and personal reserve, and his correspondence charms, not by impulse or openness, but by urbanity and irony, by ripeness of judgment and knowledge, by his playful kindliness towards the few intimates he has, and the sober wistfulness with which he looks out from his Pisgah height of universal culture over regions of imaginative delight into which it was not given to him nor his contemporaries to enter fully. To take others differing most widely both as men and poets, Cowper, whether affectionately chatting and chirping to his cousin Lady Hesketh, or confiding his spiritual terrors to the Reverend John Newton, that unwise monitor who would not let them sleep. Cowper is a letter writer the most unaffected and sincere, but has nevertheless the degree of reticence natural to his breeding, as well as a touch of staidness and formality proper to his age. Byron offers an extreme contrast. Unrestrained he is, but far indeed from being unaffected. the greatest attitudinous in literature as in life, and the most brilliant of all letter writers after his fashion, with his wit, his wistfulness, his flash, his extraordinary unscrupulousness and resource, his vulgar pride of castle, his everlasting restlessness and egotism, his occasional true irradiations of the divine fire. Shelley, again, but he, as has been justly said, must have his singing robes about him to be quite truly Shelley, and in his correspondence is little more than any other amiable and enthusiastic gentleman and scholar on his travels. To the case of Keats, at any rate, none of these other distinguished letter writers affords any close parallel. That admirable genius was from the social point of view an unformed lad in the flush and rawness of youth. His passion for beauty, his instinctive insight into the vital sources of imaginative delight in nature, in romance, and in antiquity, went along with perceptions painfully acute in matters of daily life, and nerves high-strung in the extreme. He was, moreover, almost incapable of artifice or disguise. Writing to his brothers and sisters, or to friends as dear, he is secret with them on one thing only, and that is his unlucky love-passion after he became a prey to it. For the rest, he is open as the day, and keeps back nothing of what crosses his mind, nothing that vexes or jars on him or tries his patience. His characters, thus laid bare, contains elements of rare nobility and attraction, modesty, humor, sweetness, courage, impulsive disinterestedness, strong and tender family affection, the gift of righteous indignation, the gift of sober and strict self-knowledge. But it is only a character in the making. A strain of hereditary disease, lurking in his constitution from the first, was developed by overexertion, and aggravated by mischance, so that he never lived to be himself, and from about his 24th birthday his utterances are those of one struggling in vain against a hopeless distemper both of body and mind. If a selection could be made from those parts only of Keats's correspondence which show him at his best, we should have an anthology full of intuitions of beauty, even of wisdom, and breathing the very spirit of generous youth, one unrivalled for zest, whim, fancy, and amiability, and written in an English which by its peculiar alert and varied movement sometimes recalls, perhaps more closely than that of any other writer, for the young Cockney has Shakespeare in his blood, the prose passages of Hamlet and Much Ado about Nothing. Had the correspondence never been printed before, were it there to be dealt with for the first time, this method of selection would no doubt be the tempting one to apply to it. But such a treatment is now hardly possible, and in any case would hardly be quite fair, since the object, or at all events the effect, of publishing a man's correspondence is not merely to give literary pleasure. It is to take the man himself known, and the revelation, though it need not be wholly without reserve, is bound to be just and proportionate as far as it goes. Even as an artist, in the work which he himself published in the world, Keats was not one of those of whom it could be said, his worst he kept, his best he gave. Rather, he gave promiscuously, in the just confidence that among the failures and half-successes of his inexperienced youth would be found enough of the best to establish his place among the poets after his death. Considering all things, the nature of the man, the difficulty of separating the exquisite from the common, the healthful from the diseased, in his mind and work, considering also the use that has already been made of the materials, I have decided in this edition to give the correspondence almost unpruned, omitting a few passages of mere crudity, hardly more than 2 pages in all, but not attempting to suppress those which betray the weak places in the writer's nature, his flaws of taste and training, his movements of waywardness, irritability, and morbid suspicion. Only the biographer without tact, the critic without balance, will insist on these. A truer as well as more charitable judgment will recognize that what was best in Keats was also what was most real, and will be fortified by remembering that to those who knew him his faults were almost unapparent, and that no man was ever held by his friends in more devoted or more unanimous affection, while he lived and afterwards. There is one thing, however, which I have not chosen to do, and that is to include in this collection the poet's love letters to Fanny Brawne. As it is, the intimate nature of the correspondence must sometimes give the reader a sense of eavesdropping, of being admitted into petty private matters with which he has no concern. If this is to some extent inevitable, it is by no means inevitable that the public should be farther asked to look over the shoulder of the sick and presently dying youth, while he declares the impatience and torment of his passion to the object, careless and unresponsive as she seems to have been who inspired it. These letters too have been printed. As a matter of feeling, I cannot put myself in the place of the reader who desires to possess them, while as a matter of literature they are in a different key from the rest, not lacking passages of beauty, but constrained and painful in the main, and quite without the genial ease and play of mind which makes the letters to his family and friends so attractive. Therefore in this, which I hope may become the standard edition of his correspondence, they shall find no place. As to the persons, other than those already mentioned, to whom the letters here are given addressed, Shelley of course needs no words, nor should any be needed for the painter Haydon (1786 1846), or the poet and critic Leigh Hunt (1784 1859). Theirs were the chief inspiring influences which determined the young medical student, about his 20th year, at the time when this correspondence opens, to give up his intended profession for poetry. Both were men of remarkable gifts and strong intellectual enthusiasm, hampered in either case by foibles of character, which their young friend and follower, who was left so far more illustrious in aim, was only too quick to detect. Charles Cowden Clarke, 1787 1877, the son of Keats's schoolmaster at Enfield, had exercised a still earlier influence on the lad's opening mind, and was himself afterwards long and justly distinguished as a Shakespearean student and lecturer, and essayist on English literature. Charles Wentworth Dilke, 1789 1864, having begun life in the civil service, early abandoned that calling for letters, and lived to be one of the most influential of English critics and journalists. He is chiefly known from his connection with the Athenaeum, and through the memoir published by his grandson, Charles Browne, afterwards styling himself Charles Armitage Browne, 1786 1842, who became known to Keats through Dilke in the summer of 1817, and was his most intimate companion during the 2 years, June 1818 to June 1820, had begun life as a merchant in St. Petersburg, and failing, came home and took, he also, to literature, chiefly as a contributor to the various periodicals edited by Leigh Hunt. He lived mostly in Italy from 1822 to 1834, then for 6 years at Plymouth, and in 1841 emigrated to New Zealand, where he died the following year. Joseph Severin, 1793 to 1879, was the son of a musician, himself beginning to practice as a painter when Keats knew him. His devoted attendance of the poet during the last sad months in Italy was the determining event of Severin's career, earning him the permanent regard and gratitude of all lovers of genius. He established himself for good in Rome, where he continued to practice his art, and was for many years English consul, and one of the most familiar figures in the society of the city. Lastly, of the poet's own relations, George Keats, 1799 to 1842, after his brother's death, continued to live at Louisville in America, where he made and lost a fortune in business before he died. His widow, born Georgiana Augusta Wylie, so often and affectionately addressed in these letters, by and by took a second husband, a Mr. Geoffrey, already mentioned as the correspondent of Lord Houghton. Frances Mary Keats, 1803 to 1889, always called Fanny in the delightful series of letters which her brother addressed to her as a young girl, in course of time married a Spanish gentleman, Señor Leonos, and lived in Madrid to a great old age. Several other members of the poet's circle enjoyed unusual length of days. Mr. William Dilke, for instance, dying a few years ago at 90, and Mr. Gleig, long chaplain general of the forces, at 92. But with the death of his sister a year and a half ago, passed away probably the last survivor of those who could bear in memory the voice and features of Adonais. S. C. May, 1891. End of Preface.
Letter 1 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Davis. Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. To Charles Cowden Clarke. London, October 31st, 1816. My dainty Davy, I will be as punctual as the bee to the clover. Very glad am I at the thoughts of seeing so soon this glorious Haydon and all his creation. I pray thee, let me know when you go to Ollier's, and where he resides. This I forgot to ask you. And tell me also when you will help me waste a sullen day. God yield you. Footnote. The early letters of Keats are full of these Shakespearean tags and allusions. Some of the less familiar I have thought it worth while to mark in the footnotes. End footnote. J.K. End of letter. Letter 2 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Robert Haydon. London, November 20th, 1816. My dear Sir, last evening wrought me up, and I cannot forbear sending you the following. Yours unfeignedly, John Keats. Removed to 76 Cheapside. Great spirits now on earth are sojourning, he of the cloud, the cataract, the lake, who on Helvellyn's summit, wide awake, catches his freshness from archangel's wing. He of the rose, the violet, the spring, the social smile, the chain for freedom's sake. And lo, whose steadfastness would never take a meaner sound than Raphael's whispering. And other spirits there are standing apart, upon the forehead of the age to come. These will give the world another heart, and other pulses. Hear ye not the hum of mighty workings in the human mart? Listen awhile, ye nations, and be dumb. Footnote. The references are of course to Wordsworth, Leigh Hunt, and Haydon. In the sonnet as printed in the poems of 1817, and all later editions, the last line but one breaks off at workings, the words in the human mart having been omitted by Haydon's advice. End footnote. End of letter. Letter 3 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Robert Haydon. London, Thursday afternoon, November 20th, 1816. My dear Sir, your letter has filled me with a proud pleasure, and shall be kept by me as a stimulus to exertion. I begin to fix my eye upon one horizon. My feelings entirely fall in with yours in regard to the ellipsis, and I glory in it. The idea of your sending it to Wordsworth put me out of breath. You know with what reverence I would send my well wishes to him. Yours sincerely, John Keats. End of letter. Letter 4 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Charles Cowden Clarke, London, Tuesday, December 17th, 1816. My dear Charles, you may now look at Minerva's aegis with impunity, seeing that my awful visage did not turn you into a Jondrette. Footnote, presumably as shown in some drawing or miniature. End footnote. You have accordingly a legitimate title to a copy. I will use my interest to procure it for you. I'll tell you what. I met Reynolds at Haydon's a few mornings since. He promised to be with me this evening, and yesterday I had the same promise from Severn, and I must put you in mind that on last All-Hallowmas Day you gave me your word that you would spend this evening with me, so no putting off. I have done little to Endymion lately. I hope to finish it in one more attack. Footnote, not the long poem published under that title in 1818, but the earlier attempt beginning, I stood tiptoe upon a little hill, which was printed as a fragment in the poems of 1817. End footnote. I believe you. I went to Richards's. It was so hoarse in the night that I stopped there all the next day. His remembrances to you. Extract from the commonplace book of my mind. Memorandum, Wednesday, Hampstead. Call in Warner Street. A sketch of Mr. Hunt. I will ever consider you my sincere and affectionate friend. You will not doubt that I am yours. God bless you. John Keats. End of letter. Letter 5 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, London, Sunday evening, March 2nd, 1817. Footnote, this letter, which is marked by Woodhouse in his copy, no date, sent by hand, I take to be an answer to the commendatory sonnet addressed by Reynolds to Keats on February 27th, 1817. End of footnote. My dear Reynolds, your kindness affects me so sensibly that I can merely put down a few mono-sentences. Your criticism only makes me extremely anxious that I should not deceive you. It's the finest thing by God, as Hazlitt would say. However, I hope I may not deceive you. There are some acquaintances of mine who will scratch their beards, and although I have, I hope, some charity, I wish their nails may be long. I will be ready at the time you mention in all happiness. There is a report that a young lady of 16 has written the new tragedy, God bless her. I will know her by hook or by crook in less than a week. My brothers and my remembrances to your kind sisters. Yours most sincerely, John Keats. End of letter. Letter 6 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, London, March 17th, 1817. My dear Reynolds, my brothers are anxious that I should go by myself into the country. They have always been extremely fond of me, and now that Haydon has pointed out how necessary it is that I should be alone to improve myself, they give up the temporary pleasure of living with me continually for a great good, which I hope will follow. So I shall soon be out of town. You must soon bring all your present troubles to a close, and so must I. But we must, like the fox, prepare for a fresh swarm of flies. Banish money, banish sofas, banish wine, banish music. But right Jack Health, honest Jack Health, true Jack Health, banish health, and banish all the world. I must. If I come this evening, I shall horribly commit myself elsewhere. So I will send my excuses to them and Mrs. Dilke by my brothers. Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of letter. Letter 7 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To George and Thomas Keats, Southampton, Tuesday morn, April 15th, 1817. My dear brothers, I am safe at Southampton, after having ridden 3 stages outside, and the rest in, for it began to be very cold. I did not know the names of any of the towns I passed through. All I can tell you is that sometimes I saw dusty hedges, sometimes ponds, then nothing, then a little wood with trees, look you, like Launce's sister, quote, as white as a lily and as small as a wand, unquote. Then came houses which died away into a few straggling barns. Then came hedge trees aforesaid again. As the lamplight crept along, the following things were discovered. Long heath broom firs, hurdles here and there 1/2 mile, park palings, when the windows of a house were always discovered, by reflection, one nymph of fountain, nota bene stone, lopped trees, cow ruminating, ditto donkey, man and woman going gingerly along, William seeing his sisters over the heath, John waiting with a lantern for his mistress, barber's pole, doctor's shop. However, having had my fill of these, I popped my head out just as it began to dawn. Nota bene, this Tuesday morn saw the sunrise, of which I shall say nothing at present. I felt rather lonely this morning at breakfast, so I went and unboxed a Shakespeare. Quote, "There's my comfort," unquote. Footnote, for Stefano's "Here's my comfort," twice in Tempest, Act 2, Scene 2. End footnote. I went immediately after breakfast to Southampton Water, where I inquired for the boat to the Isle of Wight, as I intend seeing that place before I settle. It will go at 3, so I shall, after having taken a chop. I know nothing of this place, but that it is long, tolerably broad, has by-streets, 2 or 3 churches, a very respectable old gate with 2 lions to guard it. The men and women do not materially differ from those I have been in the habit of seeing. I forgot to say that from dawn till 6:30 I went through a most delightful country, some open down, but for the most part thickly wooded. What surprised me most was an immense quantity of blooming firs on each side the road, cutting a most rural dash. The Southampton Water, when I saw it just now, was no better than a low water, which did no more than answer my expectations. It will have mended its manners by 3. From the wharf are seen the shores on each side stretching to the Isle of Wight. You, Haydon, Reynolds, etc., have been pushing each other out of my brain by turns. I have conned over every head in Haydon's picture. You must warn them not to be afraid should my ghost visit them on Wednesday. Tell Haydon to kiss his hand at Betty over the way for me, yea, and to spy at her for me. I hope one of you will be competent to take part in a trio while I am away. You need only aggravate your voices a little, and mind not to speak cues and all. When you have said rum-tee-tee, you must not be rum any more, or else another will take up the tee-tee alone, and then he might be taken, God shield us, for a little better than a titmouse. By the by, talking of titmouse, remember me particularly to all my friends. Give my love to the Miss Reynoldses, and to Fanny, who I hope you will soon see. Write to me soon about them all, and you, George, particularly, how you get on with Wilkinson's plan. What could I have done without my plaid? I don't feel inclined to write any more at present, for I feel rather muzzy. You must be content with this facsimile of the rough plan of Aunt Dinah's counterpane. Your most affectionate brother, John Keats. Reynolds shall hear from me soon. End of letter. Letter 8 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney COLVIN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Carisbrooke, April 17th, 1817. My dear Reynolds, ever since I wrote to my brothers from Southampton, I have been in a taking, and at this moment I am about to become settled. For I have unpacked my books, put them in a snug corner, pinned up Haydon, Mary, Queen of Scots, and Milton with his daughters in a row. In the passage I found a head of Shakespeare which I had not before seen. It is most likely the same that George spoke so well of, for I like it extremely. Well, this head I have hung over my books, just above the 3 in a row, having first discarded a French ambassador. Now, this alone is a good morning's work. Yesterday I went to Shanklin, which occasioned a great debate in my mind whether I should live there or at Carisbrooke. Shanklin is a most beautiful place. Sloping wood and meadow ground reach round the chine, which is a cleft between the cliffs of the depth of nearly 300 feet at least. This cleft is filled with trees and bushes in the narrow part, and as it widens becomes bare, if it were not for primroses on one side, which spread to the very verge of the sea, and some fishermen's huts on the other, perched midway in the balustrades of beautiful green hedges along their steps down to the sands. But the sea, Jack, the sea, the little waterfall, then the White Cliff, then St. Catherine's Hill, the sheep in the meadows, the cows in the corn. Then, why are you at Carisbrooke, say you? Because, in the first place, I should be at twice the expense, and 3 times the inconvenience. Next, that from here I can see your continent, from a little hill close by the whole north angle of the Isle of Wight, with the water between us. In the third place, I see Carisbrooke Castle from my window, and have found several delightful wood alleys and copses and quick freshes. Footnote: I'll not show him where the quick freshes are. Caliban in Tempest, Act 3, Scene 2. End footnote. As for primroses, the island ought to be called Primrose Island. That is, if the nation of cowslips agree thereto, of which there are divers clans just beginning to lift up their heads. Another reason of my fixing is that I am more in reach of the places around me. I intend to walk over the island east, west, north, south. I have not seen many specimens of ruins. I don't think, however, I shall ever see one to surpass Carisbrooke Castle. The trench is overgrown with the smoothest turf, and the walls with ivy. The keep withinside is one bower of ivy. A colony of jackdaws have been there for many years. I dare say I have seen many a descendant of some old car who peeped through the bars at Charles I, when he was there in confinement. On the road from Cowes to Newport, I saw some extensive barracks, which disgusted me extremely with the government for placing such a nest of debauchery in so beautiful a place. I asked a man on the coach about this, and he said that the people had been spoiled. In the room where I slept at Newport, I found this on the window: "O Isle spoilt by the military." The wind is in a sulky fit, and I feel it would be no bad thing to be the favourite of some fairy who would give one the power of seeing how our friends got on at a distance. I should like, of all loves, a sketch of you and Tom and George in ink, which Haydon will do if you tell him how I want them. From want of regular rest, I have been rather nervous, and the passage in Lear, "Do you not hear the sea?" has haunted me intensely. On the sea. It keeps eternal whisperings around desolate shores, and with its mighty swell gluts twice 10,000 caverns, till the spell of Hecate leaves them their old shadowy sound. Often 'tis in such gentle temper found that scarcely will the very smallest shell be moved for days from where it sometime fell, when last the winds of heaven were unbound. O ye who have your eyeballs vexed and tired, feast them upon the wideness of the sea. O ye whose ears are dinned with uproar rude, or fed too much with cloying melody, sit ye near some old cavern's mouth and brood, until ye start as if the sea nymphs choired. April 18th. Will you have the goodness to do this? Borrow a botanical dictionary. Turn to the words laurel and prunus. Show the explanations to your sisters and Mrs. Dilke, and without more ado, let them send me the cups, basket, and books they trifled and put off and off while I was in town. Ask them what they can say for themselves. Ask Mrs. Dilke wherefore she does so distress me. Let me know how Jane has her health. The weather is unfavorable for her. Tell George and Tom to write. I'll tell you what, on the 23rd was Shakespeare born. Now, if I should receive a letter from you and another from my brothers on that day, 'twould be a parlous good thing. Whatever you write, say a word or two on some passage in Shakespeare that may have come rather new to you, which must be continually happening, notwithstanding that we read the same play 40 times. For instance, the following from The Tempest never struck me so forcibly as at present. Urchins shall, for the vast of night that they may work, all exercise on thee. How can I help bringing to your mind the line, in the dark backward and abysm of time? I find I cannot exist without poetry, without eternal poetry. Half the day will not do, the whole of it. I began with a little, but habit has made me a leviathan. I had become all in a tremble from not having written anything of late. The sonnet overleaf did me good. I slept the better last night for it. This morning, however, I am nearly as bad again. Just now I opened Spenser, and the first lines I saw were these: "The noble heart that harbours virtuous thought, and is with child of glorious great intent, can never rest until it forth have brought the eternal brood of glory excellent." Let me know particularly about Haydon. Ask him to write me about Hunt, if it be only 10 lines. I hope all is well. I shall forthwith begin my Endymion, which I hope I shall have got some way with by the time you come, when we will read our verses in a delightful place I have set my heart upon, near the castle. Give my love to your sisters severally, to George and Tom. Remember me to Rice, Mr. and Mrs. Dilke, and all we know. Your sincere friend, John Keats. Direct, J. Keats, Mrs. Cook's, New Village, Carisbrooke. End of letter. Letter 9 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Leigh Hunt, Margate, May 10, 1817. My dear Hunt, the little gentleman that sometimes lurks in a gossip's bowl ought to have come in the very likeness of a roasted crab, and choked me outright for not answering your letter ere this. However, you must not suppose that I was in town to receive it. No, it followed me to the Isle of Wight, and I got it just as I was going to pack up for Margate, for reasons which you anon shall hear. On arriving at this treeless affair, I wrote to my brother George to request C.C.C. to do the thing you wot of respecting Rimini, footnote Charles Cowden Clarke, end footnote, and George tells me he has undertaken it with great pleasure. So I hope there has been an understanding between you for many proofs. C.C.C. is well acquainted with Bensley. Now, why did you not send the key of your cupboard, which I know was full of papers? We would have locked them all in a trunk, together with those you told me to destroy, which indeed I did not do, for fear of demolishing receipts, there not being a more unpleasant thing in the world, saving 1,001 others, than to pay a bill twice. Mind you, old Wood's a very varmint, shrouded in covetousness, and now I am upon a horrid subject. What a horrid one you were upon last Sunday, and well you handled it. The last examiner was a battering ram against Christianity, blasphemy, Tertullian, Erasmus, Sir Philip Sidney, and then the dreadful Petzelians and their expiation by blood. And do Christians shudder at the same thing in a newspaper which they attribute to their God in its most aggravated form? What is to be the end of this? I must mention Hazlitt's Southey. Footnote. The first part, published in the same number of the Examiner, of a ferocious review by Hazlitt of Southey's Letter to William Smith, Esquire, M.P. End footnote. Oh, that he had left out the grey hairs, or that they had been in any other paper not concluding with such a thunderclap. That sentence about making a page of the feeling of a whole life appears to me like a whale's back in the sea of prose. I ought to have said a word on Shakespeare's Christianity. There are two which I have not looked over with you, touching the thing, the one for, the other against. That in favour is in Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. Isabella. Alas, alas! Why, all the souls that were forfeit once, and he that might the vantage best have took, found out the remedy. That against is in Twelfth Night, Act 3, Scene 2. Maria. For there is no Christian that means to be saved by believing rightly, can ever believe such impossible passages of grossness. Before I come to the nymphs, footnote, the poem so entitled on which Hunt was now at work, and which was published in the volume called Foliage, 1818, end footnote. I must get through all disagreeables. I went to the Isle of Wight, thought so much about poetry, so long together, that I could not get to sleep at night. And moreover, I knew not how it was, I could not get wholesome food. By this means, in a week or so, I became not over-capable in my upper stories, and set off pell-mell for Margate, at least 150 miles, because, forsooth, I fancied that I should like my old lodging here, and could contrive to do without trees. Another thing, I was too much in solitude, and consequently was obliged to be in continual burning of thought as an only resource. However, Tom is with me at present, and we are very comfortable. We intend, though, to get among some trees. How have you got on among them? How are the nymphs? I suppose they have led you a fine dance. Where are you now? In Judea? Cappadocia? Or the parts of Libya about Cyrene? Stranger from heaven, hues, and prototypes, I wager you have given several new turns to the old saying, now the maid was fair and pleasant to look on, as well as made a little variation in once upon a time. Perhaps, too, you have rather varied, here endeth the first lesson. Thus, I hope you have made a horseshoe business of unsuperfluous life, faint bowers, and fibrous roots. I vow that I have been down in the mouth lately at this work. These last 2 days, however, I have felt more confident. I have asked myself so often why I should be a poet more than other men, seeing how great a thing it is, how great things are to be gained by it, what a thing to be in the mouth of fame, that at last the idea has grown so monstrously beyond my seeming power of attainment, that the other day I nearly consented with myself to drop into a phaeton. Yet 'tis a disgrace to fail, even in a huge attempt, and at this moment I drive the thought from me. I began my poem about a fortnight since, and have done some every day, except travelling ones. Perhaps I may have done a good deal for the time, but it appears such a pin's point to me that I will not copy any out. When I consider that so many of these pin points go to form a bodkin point, God send I end not my life with a bare bodkin, in its modern sense, and that it requires 1,000 bodkins to make a spear bright enough to throw any light to posterity, I see nothing but continual uphill journeying. Now, is there anything more unpleasant, it may come among the 1,001, than to be so journeying and to miss the goal at last? But I intend to whistle all these cogitations into the sea, where I hope they will breed storms violent enough to block up all exit from Russia. Does Shelley go on telling strange stories of the deaths of kings? Footnote, alluding to the well-known story of Shelley dismaying an old lady in a stagecoach by suddenly, apropos of nothing, crying out to Leigh Hunt in the words of Richard II, "For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground," etc. End footnote. Tell him there are strange stories of the deaths of poets. Some have died before they were conceived. How do you make that out, Master Vellum? Does Mrs. S. cut bread and butter as neatly as ever? Tell her to procure some fatal scissors, and cut the thread of life of all to be disappointed poets. Does Mrs. Hunt tear linen as straight as ever? Tell her to tear from the book of life all blank leaves. Remember me to them all, to Miss Kent and the little ones all. Your sincere friend, John Keats, alias Junkets. You shall hear where we move. End of Letter 9. Letter 10 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Robert Haydon, Margate, Saturday Eve, May 10, 1817. My dear Haydon, let fame that all pant after in their lives live registered upon our brazen tombs, and so grace us in the disgrace of death. When spite of cormorant devouring time, the endeavour of this present breath may buy that honour which shall bait his sigh's keen edge, and make us heirs of all eternity. Footnote: opening speech of the King in Love's Labours Lost. End footnote. To think that I have no right to couple myself with you in this speech would be death to me. So I have e'en written it, and I pray God that our brazen tombs be nigh neighbours. It cannot be long first. The endeavour of this present breath will soon be over, and yet it is as well to breathe freely during our sojourn. It is as well as if you have not been teased with that money affair, that bill pestilence. However, I must think that difficulties nerve the spirit of a man. They make our prime objects a refuge as well as a passion. The trumpet of fame is as a tower of strength. The ambitious bloweth it, and is safe. I suppose, by your telling me not to give way to forebodings, George has mentioned to you what I have lately said in my letters to him. Truth is, I have been in such a state of mind as to read over my lines and hate them. I am one that gathers samphire, dreadful trade. The cliff of poesy towers above me. Yet, when Tom, who meets with some of Pope's Homer and Plutarch's Lives, reads some of those to me, they seem like mice to mine. I read and write about 8 hours a day. There is an old saying, well begun is half done. 'Tis a bad one. I would use instead, not begun at all till half done. So, according to that, I have not begun my poem, and consequently, a priori, can say nothing about it. Thank God. I do begin arduously where I leave off, notwithstanding occasional depressions, and I hope for the support of a high power while I climb this little eminence, and especially in my years of more momentous labour. I remember your saying that you had notions of a good genius presiding over you. I have of late had the same thought, for things which I do half at random are afterwards confirmed by my judgment in a dozen features of propriety. Is it too daring to fancy Shakespeare this presider? When in the Isle of Wight, I met with Shakespeare in the passage of the house at which I lodged. It comes nearer to my idea of him than any I have seen. I was there but a week, yet the old woman made me take it with me, though I went off in a hurry. Do you not think this is ominous of good? I am glad you say every man of great views is at times tormented, as I am. Sunday after, May 11. This morning I received a letter from George, by which it appears that money troubles are to follow us up for some time to come, perhaps for always. These vexations are a great hindrance to one. They are not like envy and detraction, stimulants to further exertion, as being immediately relative and reflected on at the same time with the prime object, but rather like a nettle leaf or two in your bed. So now I revoke my promise of finishing my poem by the autumn, which I should have done had I gone on as I have done, but I cannot write while my spirit is fevered in a contrary direction, and I am now sure of having plenty of it this summer. At this moment I am in no enviable situation. I feel that I am not in a mood to write any today, and it appears that the loss of it is the beginning of all sorts of irregularities. I am extremely glad that a time must come when everything will leave not a rack behind. You tell me never to despair. I wish it was as easy for me to observe the saying. Truth is, I have a horrid morbidity of temperament, which has shown itself at intervals. It is, I have no doubt, the greatest enemy and stumbling block I have to fear. I may even say that it is likely to be the cause of my disappointment. However, every ill has its share of good. This very bane would at any time enable me to look with an obstinate eye on the devil himself. I to be as proud of being the lowest of the human race as Alfred could be in being of the highest. I feel confident I should have been a rebel angel had the opportunity been mine. I am very sure that you do love me as your very brother. I have seen it in your continual anxiety for me, and I assure you that your welfare and fame is and will be a chief pleasure to me all my life. I know no one but you who can be fully sensible of the turmoil and anxiety, the sacrifice of all what is called comfort, the readiness to measure time by what is done, and to die in 6 hours could plans be brought to conclusions, the looking upon the sun, the moon, the stars, the earth and its contents, as materials to form greater things, that is to say, ethereal things. But here I am talking like a madman, greater things than our Creator himself made. I wrote to Hunt yesterday. Scarcely know what I said in it. I could not talk about poetry in the way I should have liked, for I was not in humour with either his or mine. His self-delusions are very lamentable. They have enticed him into a situation which I should be less eager after than that of a galley slave. What you observe thereon is very true, must be in time. Perhaps it is a self-delusion to say so, but I think I could not be deceived in the manner that Hunt is. May I die tomorrow, if I am to be. There is no greater sin after the 7 deadly than to flatter oneself into an idea of being a great poet, or one of those beings who are privileged to wear out their lives in the pursuit of honour. How comfortable a feel it is to feel that such a crime must bring its heavy penalty, that if one be a self-deluder, accounts must be balanced. I am glad you are hard at work. 'Twill now soon be done. I long to see Wordsworth's as well as to have mine in. Footnote, that is, their likenesses, as introduced by Haydon into his picture of Christ's entry into Jerusalem. End footnote. But I would rather not show my face in town till the end of the year, if that will be time enough. If not, I shall be disappointed if you do not write for me even when you think best. I never quite despair, and I read Shakespeare. Indeed, I shall, I think, never read any other book much. Now, this might lead me into a long confab, but I desist. I am very near agreeing with Hazlitt that Shakespeare is enough for us. By the by, what a tremendous Southey article his last was. I wish he had left out grey hairs. It was very gratifying to meet your remarks on the manuscript. I was reading Antony and Cleopatra when I got the paper, and there are several passages applicable to the events you commentate. You say that he arrived by degrees, and not by any single struggle to the height of his ambition, and that his life had been as common in particulars as other men's. Shakespeare makes Enobarb say, "Where's Antony?" Eros, "He's walking in the garden, and spurns the rush that lies before him, cries, 'Fool, Lepidus.'" In the same scene we find, "Let determined things to destiny hold unbewailed their way." Dolabella says of Antony's messenger, "An argument that he is plucked, when hither he sends so poor opinion of his wing." Then again, Enobarbus, "I see men's judgments are a parcel of their fortunes, and things outward do draw the inward quality after them, to suffer all alike." The following applies well to Bertrand. "Yet he that can endure to follow with allegiance a fallen lord, does conquer him that did his master conquer, and earns a place in the story." But how differently does Bonaparte bear his fate from Antony! 'Tis good, too, that the Duke of Wellington has a good word or so in the Examiner. A man ought to have the fame he deserves, and I begin to think that detracting from him, as well as from Wordsworth, is the same thing. I wish he had a little more taste, and did not in that respect deal in lieutenantry. You should have heard from me before this, but in the first place I did not like to do so before I had got a little way in the first book, and in the next, as G told me you were going to write, I delayed till I had heard from you. Give my respects the next time you write to the north, and also to John Hunt. Remember me to Reynolds, and tell him to write. Ay, and when you send westward, tell your sister that I mentioned her in this. So now, in the name of Shakespeare, Raphael, and all our saints, I commend you to the care of heaven. Your everlasting friend, John Keats. End of Letter 10. Letter 11 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Messrs. Taylor and Hessey, Margate, May 16th, 1817. My dear Sirs, I am extremely indebted to you for your liberality in the shape of manufactured rag, value £20, and shall immediately proceed to destroy some of the minor heads of that hydra, the dun. To conquer which, the knight need have no sword, shield, cuirass, cuisses, herbigen, spear, casque, greaves, pauldron, spurs, chevron, or any other scaly commodity, but he need only take the bank note of faith and cash of salvation, and set out against the monster, invoking the aid of no Archimago or Urganda, but finger me the paper, light as the Sibyl's leaves in Virgil, whereat the fiend skulks off with his tail between his legs. Touch him with this enchanted paper, and he whips you his head away as fast as a snail's horn. But then the horrid propensity he has to put it up again has discouraged many very valiant knights. He is such a never-ending, still-beginning sort of a body, like my landlady of the Bell. I should conjecture that the very sprite that the green sour ringlets makes whereof the ewe not bites had manufactured it of the dew fallen on said sour ringlets. I think I could make a nice little allegorical poem called The Dun, where we would have the Castle of Carelessness, the Drawbridge of Credit, Sir Novelty Fashion's expedition against the City of Tailors, etc., etc. I went day by day at my poem for a month, at the end of which time the other day I found my brain so overwrought that I had neither rhyme nor reason in it, so was obliged to give up for a few days. I hope soon to be able to resume my work. I have endeavoured to do so once or twice, but to no purpose. Instead of poetry, I have a swimming in my head, and feel all the effects of a mental debauch, lowness of spirits, anxiety to go on without the power to do so, which does not at all tend to my ultimate progression. However, tomorrow I will begin my next month. This evening I go to Canterbury, having got tired of Margate. I was not right in my head when I came. At Canterbury I hope the remembrance of Chaucer will set me forward like a billiard ball. I am glad to hear of Mr. T.'s health, and of the welfare of the in-town stayers, and think Reynolds will like his trip. I have some idea of seeing the Continent some time this summer. In repeating how sensible I am of your kindness, I remain your obedient servant and friend, John Keats. I shall be happy to hear any little intelligence in the literary or friendly way when you have time to scribble. End of Letter 11.
Letter 12 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Messrs. Taylor and Hessey, London, Tuesday morn, July 8, 1817. My dear Sirs, I must endeavour to lose my maidenhead with respect to money matters as soon as possible, and I will too. So, here goes. A couple of duns that I thought would be silent till the beginning, at least, of next month, when I am certain to be on my legs for certain sure, have opened upon me with a cry most untuneable. Never Did you hear such ungallant chiding? Now you must know I am not desolate, but have, thank God, 25 good notes in my fob. But then, you know, I laid them by to write with, and would stand at bay a fortnight ere they should grab me. In a month's time I must pay, but it would relieve my mind if I owed you instead of these pelican duns. I am afraid you will say I have wound about with circumstance, when I should have asked plainly. However, as I said, I am a little maidenish or so, and I feel my virginity come strong upon me, the while I request the loan of £20 and £10, which, if you would enclose to me, I would acknowledge and save myself a hot forehead. I am sure you are confident of my responsibility, and in the sense of squareness that is always in me. Your obliged friend, John Keats. End of Letter 12.
Letter 13 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Mariane and Jane Reynolds. Oxford, September 5th, 1817. My dear friends, you are, I am glad to hear, comfortable at Hampton, where I hope you will receive the biscuits we ate the other night at Little Britain. I hope you found them good. There you are among sands, stones, pebbles, beaches, cliffs, rocks, deeps, shallows, weeds, ships, boats, at a distance, carrots, turnips, sun, moon, and stars, and all those sort of things. Here am I among colleges, halls, stalls, plenty of trees, thank God, plenty of water, thank Heaven, plenty of books, thank the Muses, plenty of snuff, thank Sir Walter Raleigh, plenty of cigars, ditto, plenty of flat country, thank Tellus's rolling pin. I'm on the sofa, Bonaparte is on the snuff-box, but you are by the seaside. Argyll, you bathe, you walk, you say how beautiful. Find out resemblances between waves and camels, rocks and dancing masters, fire shovels and telescopes, dolphins and Madonnas. Which word, by the way, I must acquaint you, was derived from the Syriac, and came down in a way which neither of you, I am sorry to say, are at all capable of comprehending. But as a time may come when by your occasional converse with me you may arrive at something like prophetic strain, I will unbar the gates of my pride, and let my condescension stalk forth like a ghost at the circus. The word Madonna, my dear ladies, or the word Mad-Anna, so I say, I am not mad. Howsomever, when that aged tamer Cowden sold a certain camel called Peter to the overseer of the Babel Skyworks, he thus spake, adjusting his cravat round the tip of his chin. My dear 10-story up in the air, this here beast, though I say it as shouldn't say it, not only has the power of subsisting 40 days and 40 nights without fire and candle, but he can sing. Here I have in my pocket a certificate from Signor Nicolini of the King's Theatre, a certificate to this effect. I have had dinner since I left that effect upon you, and feel too heavy in mentibus to display all the profundity of the polygon. So you had better each of you take a glass of cherry brandy and drink to the health of Archimedes, who was of so benign a disposition that he never would leave Syracuse in his life, so kept himself out of all knight-errantry. This I know to be a fact, for it is written in the 45th book of Winckine's treatise on garden rollers, that he trod on a fisherwoman's toe in Liverpool, and never begged her pardon. Now, the long and short is this, that is by comparison, for a long day may be a short year. A long pull may be a very stupid fellow as a man. But let us refresh ourselves from this depth of thinking, and turn to some innocent jocularity. The bow cannot always be bent, nor the gun always loaded, if you ever let it off. And the life of man is like a great mountain, his breath is like a Shrewsbury cake. He comes into the world like a shoeblack, and goes out of it like a cobbler. He eats like a chimney sweeper, drinks like a gingerbread baker, and breathes like Achilles. So it being that we are such sublunary creatures, let us endeavour to correct all our bad spelling, all our most delightful abominations, and let us wish health to Mariane and Jane, whoever they be and wherever. Yours truly, John Keats. End of Letter 13.
Letter 14 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Fanny Keats, Oxford, September 10, 1817. My dear Fanny, let us now begin a regular question and answer, a little pro and con, letting it interfere as a pleasant method of my coming at your favorite little wants and enjoyments, that I may meet them in a way befitting a brother. We have been so little together since you have been able to reflect on things, that I know not whether you prefer the history of King Pepin to Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, or Cinderella and her glass slipper to Moore's Almanac. However, in a few letters I hope I shall be able to come at that and adapt my scribblings to your pleasure. You must tell me about all you read, if it be only 6 pages in a week, and this, transmitted to me every now and then, will procure you full sheets of writing from me pretty frequently. This I feel as a necessity, for we ought to become intimately acquainted, in order that I may not only, as you grow up, love you as my only sister, but confide in you as my dearest friend. When I saw you last, I told you of my intention of going to Oxford, and 'tis now a week since I disembarked from his whipship's coach, the Defiance, in this place. I am living in Magdalen Hall, on a visit to a young man with whom I have not been long acquainted, but whom I like very much. We lead very industrious lives, he in general studies, and I in proceeding at a pretty good rate with a poem, which I hope you will see early in the next year. Perhaps you might like to know what I am writing about. I will tell you. Many years ago there was a young handsome shepherd who fed his flocks on a mountain side called Latmus. He was a very contemplative sort of a person, and lived solitary among the trees and plains, little thinking that such a beautiful creature as the moon was growing mad in love with him. However, so it was, and when he was asleep on the grass, she used to come down from her heaven and admire him excessively for a long time, and at last could not refrain from carrying him away in her arms to the top of that high mountain Latmus while he was dreaming. But I dare say you have read this and all the other beautiful tales which have come down from the ancient times of that beautiful Greece. If you have not, let me know, and I will tell you more at large of others quite as delightful. This Oxford, I have no doubt, is the finest city in the world. It is full of old Gothic buildings, spires, towers, quadrangles, cloisters, groves, etc., and is surrounded with more clear streams than ever I saw together. I take a walk by the side of one of them every evening, and thank God we have not had a drop of rain these many days. I had a long and interesting letter from George, crossed lines by a short one from Tom yesterday, dated Paris. They both send their loves to you. Like most Englishmen, they feel a mighty preference for everything English. The French meadows, the trees, the people, the towns, the churches, the books, the everything. Although they may be in themselves good, yet, when put in comparison with our green island, they all vanish like swallows in October. They have seen cathedrals, manuscripts, fountains, pictures, tragedy, comedy, with other things you may by chance meet with in this country, such as washerwomen, lamplighters, turnpike men, fish kettles, dancing masters, kettle drums, sentry boxes, rocking horses, etc. And now they have taken them over a set of boxing gloves. I have written to George and requested him, as you wish I should, to write to you. I have been writing very hard lately, even till an utter incapacity came on, and I feel it now about my head, so you must not mind a little out-of-the-way sayings. Though by the by, where my brain is clear as a bell, I think I should have a little propensity thereto. I shall stop here till I have finished the third book of my story, which I hope will be accomplished in at most 3 weeks from to-day, about which time you shall see me. How do you like Miss Taylor's essays in rhyme? I just looked into the book, and it appeared to me suitable to you, especially since I remember your liking for those pleasant little things, the original poems. The essays are the more mature productions of the same hand. While I was speaking about France, it occurred to me to speak a few words on their language. It is perhaps the poorest one ever spoken since the jabbering in the Tower of Babel. And when you come to know that the real use and greatness of a tongue is to be referred to its literature, you will be astonished to find how very inferior it is to our native speech. I wish the Italian would supersede French in every school throughout the country, for that is full of real poetry and romance, of a kind more fitted for the pleasure of ladies than perhaps our own. It seems that the only end to be gained in acquiring French is the immense accomplishment of speaking it. It is none at all. A most lamentable mistake indeed. Italian, indeed, would sound most musically from lips which begun to pronounce it as early as French is crammed down our mouths, as if we were young jackdaws at the mercy of an overfeeding schoolboy. Now, Fanny, you must write soon, and write all you think about. Never mind what. Only let me have a good deal of your writing. You need not do it all at once. Be 2 or 3 or 4 days about it, and let it be a diary of your little life. You will preserve all my letters, and I will secure yours. And thus, in the course of time, we shall each of us have a good bundle, which hereafter, when things may have strangely altered, and God knows what happened, we may read over together and look with pleasure on times past, that now are to come. Give my respects to the ladies, and so, my dear Fanny, I am ever your most affectionate brother, John. If you direct Post Office, Oxford, your letter will be brought to me. End of Letter 14.
Letter 15 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Jane Reynolds, Oxford, Sunday evening, September 14th, 1817. My dear Jane, you are such a literal translator that I shall some day amuse myself with looking over some foreign sentences and imagining how you would render them into English. This is an age for typical curiosities, and I would advise you, as a good speculation, to study Hebrew and astonish the world with a figurative version in our native tongue. The mountains skipping like rams and the little hills like lambs, you will leave as far behind as the hare did the tortoise. It must be so, or you would never have thought that I really meant you would like to pro and con about those honeycombs. No, I had no such idea, or if I had, 'twould be only to tease you a little for love. So now, let me put down in black and white briefly my sentiments thereon. Imprimis, I sincerely believe that Imogen is the
finest creature, and that I should have been disappointed at hearing you prefer Juliet. Item. Yet I feel such a yearning towards Juliet that I would rather follow her into Pandemonium than Imogen into Paradise, heartily wishing myself a Romeo to be worthy of her, and to hear the devils quote the old proverb, birds of a feather flock together. Amen. Now let us turn to the seashore. Believe me, my dear Jane, it is a great happiness to see that you are in this finest part of the year winning a little enjoyment from the hard world. In truth, the great elements we know of are no mean comforters. The open sky sits upon our senses like a sapphire crown. The air is our robe of state. The earth is our throne, and the sea a mighty minstrel playing before it, able, like David's harp, to make such a one as you forget almost the tempest cares of life. I have found in the ocean's music, varying, though self-same, more than the passion of Timotheus, an enjoyment not to be put into words. And, though inland far I be, now I hear the voice most audibly while pleasing myself in the idea of your sensations. Blank is getting well apace, and if you have a few trees and a little harvesting about you, I'll snap my fingers in Lucifer's eye. I hope you bathe, too. If you do not, I earnestly recommend it. Bathe thrice a week, and let us have no more sitting up next winter. Which is the best of Shakespeare's plays? I mean, in what mood and with what accompaniment do you like the sea best? It is very fine in the morning, when the sun, opening on Neptune with fair blessed beams, turns into yellow gold his salt sea streams, and superb when the sun from meridian height illumines the depth of the sea, and the fishes, beginning to sweat, cry, "Damn it, how hot we shall be!" And gorgeous when the fair planet hastens to his home within the western foam. But don't you think there is something extremely fine after sunset, when there are a few white clouds about and a few stars blinking, when the waters are ebbing and the horizon a mystery? This state of things has been so fulfilling to me that I am anxious to hear whether it is a favorite with you. So when you and Mariane club your letter to me, put in a word or two about it. Tell Dilke that it would be perhaps as well if he left a pheasant or partridge alive here and there to keep up a supply of game for next season. Tell him to rein in, if possible, all the Nimrod of his disposition, he being a mighty hunter before the Lord of the manor. Tell him to shoot fair, and not to have it the poor devils in a furrow. When they are flying he may fire, and nobody will be the wiser. Give my sincerest respects to Mrs. Dilke, saying that I have not forgiven myself for not having got her the little box of medicine I promised, and that, had I remained at Hampstead, I would have made precious havoc with her house and furniture, drawn a great harrow over her garden, poisoned a boxer, eaten her clothes pegs, fried her cabbages, fricasseed, how is it spelt, her radishes, ragoued her onions, belaboured her beetroot, outstripped her scarlet runners, parlez-vou'd with her French beans, devoured her mignon or mignonette, metamorphosed her bell handles, splintered her looking-glasses, bullocked at her cups and saucers, agonized her decanters, put old Phillips to pickle in the brine-tub, disorganized her piano, dislocated her candlesticks, emptied her wine-bins in a fit of despair, turned out her maid to grass, and astonished Brown, whose letter to her on these events I would rather see than the original copy of the Book of Genesis. Should you see Mr. W.D., remember me to him, and to little Robinson Crusoe, and to Mr. Snook. Poor Bailey, scarcely ever well, has gone to bed, pleased that I am writing to you. To your brother John, whom henceforth I shall consider as mine, and to you, my dear friends Mariane and Jane, I shall ever feel grateful for having made known to me so real a fellow as Bailey. He delights me in the selfish and, please God, the disinterested part of my disposition. If the old poets have any pleasure in looking down at the enjoyers of their works, their eyes must bend with a double satisfaction upon him. I sit as at a feast when he is over them, and pray that if after my death, if any of my labours should be worth saving, they may have so honest a chronicler as Bailey. Out of this, his enthusiasm in his own pursuit and for all good things is of an exalted kind, worthy a more healthful frame and an untorn spirit. He must have happy years to come. He shall not die, by God. A letter from John the other day was a chief happiness to me. I made a little mistake when, just now, I talked of being far inland. How can that be, when Endymion and I are at the bottom of the sea? Whence I hope to bring him in safety before you leave the seaside. And if I can so contrive it, you shall be greeted by him upon the sea sands, and he shall tell you all his adventures, which having finished, he shall thus proceed. My dear ladies, favourites of my gentle mistress, however my friend Keats may have teased and vexed you, believe me, he loves you not the less. For instance, I am deep in his favour, and yet he has been hauling me through the earth and sea with unrelenting perseverance. I know for all this that he is mighty fond of me by his contriving me all sorts of pleasures. Nor is this the least, fair ladies, this one of meeting you on the desert shore and greeting you in his name. He sends you, moreover, this little scroll. My dear girls, I send you, per favor of Endymion, the assurance of my esteem for you, and my utmost wishes for your health and pleasure, being ever your affectionate brother, John Keats. End of Letter 15. Letter 16 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Oxford, Sunday morn, September 21st, 1817. My dear Reynolds, so, you are determined to be my mortal foe. Draw a sword at me, and I will forgive. Put a bullet in my brain, and I will shake it out as a dewdrop from the lion's mane. Put me on a gridiron, and I will fry with great complacency. But, oh horror, to come upon me in the shape of a dun. Send me bills. As I say to my tailor, send me bills, and I'll never employ you more. However, needs must when the devil drives, and for fear of before and behind Mr. Honeycomb, I'll proceed. I have not time to elucidate the forms and shapes of the grass and trees, for, rot it, I forgot to bring my mathematical case with me, which, unfortunately, contained my triangular prisms, so that the hues of the grass cannot be dissected for you. For these last 5 or 6 days, we have had regularly a boat on the Isis, and explored all the streams about, which are more in number than your eyelashes. We sometimes skim into a bed of rushes, and there become naturalized river folks. There's one particularly nice nest, which we have christened Reynolds Cove, in which we have read Wordsworth and talked as may be. I think I see you and Hunt meeting in the pit. What a very pleasant fellow he is, if he would give up the sovereignty of a room pro bono. What evenings we might pass with him, could we have him from Mrs. H. Failings I am always rather rejoiced to find in a man than sorry for. They bring us to a level. He has them, but then his make-ups are very good. He agrees with the northern poet in this. He is not one of those who much delight to season their fireside with personal talk. I must confess, however, having a little itch that way, and at this present moment, I have a few neighbourly remarks to make. The world, and especially our little England, has, within the last 30 years, been vexed and teased by a set of devils, whom I detest so much that I almost hunger after an acherontic promotion to a torturer, purposely for their accommodation. These devils are a set of women, who, having taken a snack or luncheon of literary scraps, set themselves up for towers of Babel in languages, Sapphos in poetry, Euclids in geometry, and everything in nothing. Among such, the name of Montague has been preeminent. The thing has made a very uncomfortable impression on me. I had longed for some real feminine modesty in these things, and was therefore gladdened in the extreme on opening the other day one of Bailey's books, a book of poetry written by one beautiful Mrs. Phillips, a friend of Jeremy Taylor's, and called The Matchless Orinda. You must have heard of her, and most likely read her poetry. I wish you have not, that I may have the pleasure of treating you with a few stanzas. I do it at a venture. You will not regret reading them once more. The following to her friend Mrs. M.A. at parting, you will judge of. I have examined and do find, of all that favour me, there's none I grieve to leave behind, but only thee. To part with thee I needs must die, could parting separate thee and I. But neither chance nor compliment did element our love. 'Twas sacred sympathy was lent us from the choir above. That friendship fortune did create still fears a wound from time or fate. Our changed and mingled souls are grown to such acquaintance now, that if each would resume their own, alas, we know not how. We have each other so engrossed that each is in the union lost. And thus we can no absence know, nor shall we be confined. Our active souls will daily go to learn each other's mind. Nay, should we never meet to sense, our souls would hold intelligence. Inspired with a flame divine, I scorn to court a stay, for from that noble soul of thine I ne'er can be away. But I shall weep when thou dost grieve, nor can I die whilst thou dost live. By my own temper I shall guess at thy felicity, and only like my happiness because it pleaseth thee. Our hearts at any time will tell if thou or I be sick or well. All honour sure I must pretend, all that is good or great. She that would be Rosanna's friend must be at least complete. If I have any bravery, 'tis 'cause I have so much of thee. Thy leisure soul in me shall lie, and all thy thoughts reveal, and back again with mine shall fly, and thence to me shall steal. Thus still to one another tend, such is the sacred name of friend. Thus our twin souls in one shall grow, and teach the world new love, redeem the age and sex and show of flame fate dares not move. And courting death to be our friend, our lives together too shall end. A dew shall dwell upon our tomb of such a quality, that fighting armies thither come shall reconciled be, will ask no epitaph, but say Orinda and Rosanna. In other of her poems there is a most delicate fancy of the Fletcher kind, which we will con over together. So Haydon is in town. I had a letter from him yesterday. We will contrive as the winter comes on, but that is neither here nor there. Have you heard from Rice? Has Martin met with the Cumberland beggar, or been wondering at the old leech-gatherer? Has he a turn for fossils? That is he capable of sinking up to his middle in a morass? How is Hazlitt? We were reading his table last night. I know he thinks himself not estimated by 10 people in the world. I wish he knew he is. I am getting on famous with my 3rd book, have written 800 lines thereof, and hope to finish it next week. Bailey likes what I have done very much. Believe me, my dear Reynolds, one of my chief layings up is the pleasure I shall have in showing it to you, I may now say, in a few days. I have heard twice from my brothers. They are going on very well, and send their remembrances to you. We expected to have had notices from Littlehampton this morning. We must wait till Tuesday. I am glad of their days with the Dilkes. You are, I know, very much teased in that precious London, and want all the rest possible. So I shall be contented with as brief a scrawl, a word or two, till there comes a pat hour. Send us a few of your stanzas to read in Reynolds Cove. Give my love and respects to your mother, and remember me kindly to all at home. Yours faithfully, John Keats. I have left the doublings for Bailey, who is going to say that he will write you tomorrow. End of letter 16.
Letter 17 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Benjamin Robert Haydon, Oxford, September 28, 1817. My dear Haydon, I read your letter to the young man, whose name is Cripps. He seemed more than ever anxious to avail himself of your offer. I think I told you we asked him to ascertain his means. He does not possess the philosopher's stone, nor Fortunatus's purse, nor Gyges' ring. But at Bailey's suggestion, whom I assure you is a very capital fellow, we have stummed up a kind of contrivance, whereby he will be enabled to do himself the benefits you will lay in his path. I have a great idea that he will be a tolerable neat brush. 'Tis perhaps the finest thing that will befall him this many a year, for he is just of an age to get grounded in bad habits, from which you will pluck him. He brought a copy of Mary Queen of Scots. It appears to me that he has copied the bad style of the painting, as well as colored the eyeballs yellow like the original. He has also the fault that you pointed out to me in Hazlitt on the constringing and diffusing of substance. However, I really believe that he will take fire at the sight of your picture, and set about things. If he can get ready in time to return to town with me, which will be in a few days, I will bring him to you. You will be glad to hear that within these last 3 weeks I have written 1,000 lines, which are the 3rd book of my poem. My ideas with respect to it, I assure you, are very low, and I would write the subject thoroughly again, but I am tired of it, and think the time would be better spent in writing a new romance, which I have in my eye for next summer. Rome was not built in a day, and all the good I expect from my employment this summer is the fruit of experience, which I hope to gather in my next poem. Bailey's kindest wishes, and my vow of being, yours eternally, John Keats. End of letter 17.
Letter 18 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey, Hampstead, Wednesday, October 8th, 1817. My dear Bailey, after a tolerable journey, I went from coach to coach as far as Hampstead, where I found my brothers. The next morning, finding myself tolerably well, I went to Lamb's Conduit Street and delivered your parcel. Jane and Mariane were greatly improved, Mariane especially. She has no unhealthy plumpness in the face, but she comes me healthy and angular to the chin. I did not see John. I was extremely sorry to hear that poor Rice, after having had capital health during his tour, was very ill. I dare say you have heard from him. From number 19 I went to Hunt's and Haydon's, who live now neighbors. Shelley was there. I know nothing about anything in this part of the world. Everybody seems at loggerheads. There's Hunt infatuated. There's Haydon's picture and statu quo. There's Hunt walks up and down his painting room, criticizing every head most unmercifully. There's Horace Smith, tired of Hunt. The web of our life is of mingled yarn. Haydon, having removed entirely from Marlborough Street. Cripps must direct his letter to Lisson Grove, North Paddington. Yesterday morning, while I was at Brown's, in came Reynolds. He was pretty bobbish. We had a pleasant day. He would walk home at night, that cursed cold distance. Mrs. Bentley's children are making a horrid row, whereby I regret I cannot be transported to your room to write to you. I am quite disgusted with literary men, and will never know another except Wordsworth. No, not even Byron. Here is an instance of the friendship of such. Haydon and Hunt have known each other many years. Now they live, pour ainsi dire, jealous neighbors. Haydon says to me, "Keats, don't show your lines to Hunt on any account, or he will have done half for you." So it appears Hunt wishes it to be thought. When he met Reynolds in the theatre, John told him that I was getting on to the completion of 4,000 lines. "Ah," says Hunt, "had it not been for me, they would have been 7,000. If he will say this to Reynolds, what would he to other people? Haydon received a letter a little while back on this subject from some lady, which contains a caution to me through him on the subject. Now, is not all this a most paltry thing to think about? You may see the whole of the case by the following extract from a letter I wrote to George in the spring. As to what you say about my being a poet, I can return no answer but by saying the high idea I have of poetical fame makes me think I see it towering too high above me. At any rate, I have no right to talk until Endymion is finished. It will be a test, a trial of my powers of imagination, and chiefly of my invention, which is a rare thing indeed, by which I must make 4,000 lines of one bare circumstance, and fill them with poetry. And when I consider that this is a great task, and that when done it will take me but a dozen paces toward the temple of fame, it makes me say, God forbid that I should be without such a task. I have heard Hunt say, and I may be asked, why endeavor after a long poem? To which I should answer, do not the lovers of poetry like to have a little region to wander in, where they may pick and choose, and in which the images are so numerous that many are forgotten and found new in a second reading, which may be food for a week's stroll in the summer? Do they not like this better than what they can read through before Mrs. Williams comes downstairs? A morning work at most. Besides, a long poem is a test of invention, which I take to be the polar star of poetry, as fancy is the sails, and imagination the rudder. Did our great poets ever write short pieces? I mean in the shape of tales. The same invention seems indeed of late years to have been forgotten as a poetical excellence. But enough of this. I put on no laurels till I shall have finished Endymion, and I hope Apollo is not angered at my having made a mockery at him at Hunt's. You see, Bailey, how independent my writing has been. Hunt's dissuasion was of no avail. I refused to visit Shelley that I might have my own unfettered scope. And after all, I shall have the reputation of Hunt's élève. His corrections and amputations will by the knowing ones be traced in the poem. This is, to be sure, the vexation of a day. Nor would I say so many words about it to any but those whom I know to have my welfare and reputation at heart. Haydon promised to give directions for those casts, and you may expect to see them soon, with as many letters. You will soon hear the dinning of bells. Never mind. You and Gleig will defy the foul fiend. But do not sacrifice your health to books. Do take it kindly, and not so voraciously. I am certain, if you are your own physician, your stomach will resume its proper strength, and then what great benefits will follow. My sister wrote a letter to me, which I think must be at the post office. Axe will to see. My brother's kindest remembrances to you. We are going to dine at Brown's, where I have some hope of meeting Reynolds. The little mercury I have taken has corrected the poison and improved my health, though I feel, from my employment, that I shall never be again secure in robustness. Would that you were as well as your sincere friend and brother, John Keats. End of letter 18.
Letter 19 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey. Hampstead, about November 1st, 1817. My dear Bailey, so you have got a curacy. Good. But I suppose you will be obliged to stop among your Oxford favourites during term time. Never mind. When do you preach your first sermon?
Tell me, for I shall propose to the 2 R's to hear it, so don't look into any of the old corner oaken pews, for fear of being put out by us. Poor Johnny Moultrie can't be there. He is ill, I expect, but that's neither here nor there. All I can say, I wish him as well through it as I am like to be. For this fortnight I have been confined at Hampstead. Saturday evening was my first day in town, when I went to Rice's, as we intend to do every Saturday till we know not when. We hit upon an old gent we had known some years ago, and had a very pleasant day. In this world there is no quiet, nothing but teasing and snubbing and vexation. My brother Tom looked very unwell yesterday, and I am for shipping him off to Lisbon. Perhaps I ship there with him. I have not seen Mrs. Reynolds since I left you, wherefore my conscience smites me. I think of seeing her tomorrow. Have you any message? I hope Glyde came soon after I left. I don't suppose I've written as many lines as you have read volumes, or at least chapters, since I saw you. However, I am in a fair way now to come to a conclusion in at least 3 weeks, when I assure you I shall be glad to dismount for a month or 2, although I'll keep as tight a rein as possible till then, nor suffer myself to sleep. I will copy for you the opening of the 4th book, in which you will see from the manner I had not an opportunity of mentioning any poets, for fear of spoiling the effect of the passage by particularizing them. Thus far I had written when I received your last, which made me, at the sight of the direction, caper for despair. But for one thing I am glad that I have been neglectful, and that is, therefrom I have received a proof of your utmost kindness, which at this present I feel very much. And I wish I had a heart always open to such sensations, but there is no altering a man's nature. And mine must be radically wrong, for it will lie dormant a whole month. This leads me to suppose that there are no men thoroughly wicked, so as never to be self-spiritualized into a kind of sublime misery. But alas, 'tis but for an hour. He is the only man who has kept watch on man's mortality, who has philanthropy enough to overcome the disposition to an indolent enjoyment of intellect, who is brave enough to volunteer for uncomfortable hours. You remember in Hazlitt's essay on commonplace people, he says, they read the Edinburgh and Quarterly, and think as they do. Now, with respect to Wordsworth's Gypsy, I think he is right, and yet I think Hazlitt is right, and yet I think Wordsworth is rightest. If Wordsworth had not been idle, he had not been without his task, nor had the gypsies. They in the visible world had been as picturesque an object as he in the invisible. The smoke of their fire, their attitudes, their voices, were all in harmony with the evenings. It is a bold thing to say, and I would not say it in print, but it seems to me that if Wordsworth had thought a little deeper at that moment, he would not have written the poem at all. I should judge it to have been written in one of the most comfortable moods of his life. It is a kind of sketchy intellectual landscape, not a search after truth. Nor is it fair to attack him on such a subject, for it is with the critic as with the poet. Had Hazlitt thought a little deeper and been in a good temper, he would never have spied out imaginary faults there. The Sunday before last, I asked Haydon to dine with me, when I thought of settling all matters with him in regard to Cripps, and let you know about it. Now, although I engaged him a fortnight before, he sent illness as an excuse. He never will come. I have not been well enough to stand the chance of a wet night, and so have not seen him, nor been able to expurgatorize more masks for you, but I will not speak. Your speakers are never doers. Then Reynolds, every time I see him and mention you, he puts his hand to his head and looks like a son of Niobe's, but he'll write soon. Rome, you know, was not built in a day. I shall be able, by a little perseverance, to read your letters offhand. I am afraid your health will suffer from over-study before your examination. I think you might regulate the thing according to your own pleasure. And I would, too. They were talking of your being up at Christmas. Will it be before you have passed? There is nothing, my dear Bailey, I should rejoice at more than to see you comfortable with a little Peona wife. An affectionate wife, I have a sort of confidence, would do you a great happiness. May that be one of the many blessings I wish you. Let me be but the 1/10 of one to you, and I shall think it great. My brother George's kindest wishes to you. My dear Bailey, I am your affectionate friend, John Keats. I should not like to be pages in your way. When in a tolerable hungry mood you have no mercy. Your teeth are like the rock Tarpeian down which you capsize epic poems like mad. I would not for 40 shillings be Coleridge's lays in your way. I hope you will soon get through this abominable writing in the schools, and be able to keep the terms with more comfort, in the hope of retiring to a comfortable and quiet home out of the way of all Hopkinses and black beetles. When you are settled, I will come and take a peep at your church, your house, try whether I have grown too lusty for my chair by the fireside, and take a peep at my earliest bower. A question is the best beacon towards a little speculation. Then ask me after my health and spirits. This question ratifies in my mind what I have said above. Health and spirits can only belong unalloyed to the selfish man. The man who thinks much of his fellows can never be in spirits. You must forgive, though I have only written 300 lines. They would have been 5, but I have been obliged to go to town. Yesterday I called at Lamb's. St. Jane looked very flush when I first looked in, but was much better before I left. End of letter 19. Letter 20. Of letters of John Keats to his family and friends. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Benjamin Bailey. Fragment from an outside sheet. Postmark London, November 5th, 1817. I will speak of something else, or my spleen will get higher and higher, and I am a bearer of the two-edged sword. I hope you will receive an answer from Haydon soon. If not, pride, pride, pride. I have received no more subscription, but will soon have a full health, liberty, and leisure to give a good part of my time to him. I will certainly be in time for him. We have promised him 1 year. Let that have elapsed, then do as we think proper. If I did not know how impossible it is, I should say, do not at this time of disappointments disturb yourself about others. There has been a flaming attack upon Hunt in the Edinburgh magazine. I never read anything so virulent, accusing him of the greatest crimes, depreciating his wife, his poetry, his habits, his company, his conversation. These philippics are to come out in numbers, called The Cockney School of Poetry. There has been but one number published, that on Hunt, to which they have prefixed a motto from one Cornelius Webb Poetaster, who unfortunately was of our party occasionally at Hampstead, and took it into his head to write the following, something about, we'll talk on Wordsworth, Byron, a theme we never tire on, and so forth, till he comes to Hunt and Keats. In the motto, they have put Hunt and Keats in large letters. I have no doubt that the second number was intended for me, but have hopes of its non-appearance from the following advertisement in last Sunday's Examiner. To Z, the writer of the article signed Z in Blackwood's Edinburgh magazine for October 1817, is invited to send his address to the printer of the Examiner in order that justice may be executed on the proper person. I don't mind the thing much, but if he should go to such lengths with me as he has done with Hunt, I must infallibly call him to an account if he be a human being, and appears in squares and theatres where we might possibly meet. I don't relish his abuse. End of letter 20.
Letter 21. of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Charles Wentworth Dilke, Hampstead, November, 1817. My dear Dilke, Mrs. Dilke, or Mr. William Dilke, whoever of you shall receive this present, have the kindness to send per bearer Sibylline leaves, and your petitioner shall ever pray as in duty bound. Given under my hand this Wednesday morning of November, 1817. John Keats. Vivant Rex et Regina. Amen. End of Letter 21. Letter 22 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Benjamin Bailey, Burford Bridge, November 22, 1817. My dear Bailey, I will get over the first part of this unsaid letter as soon as possible, for it relates to the affairs of poor Cripps. To a man of your nature, such a letter as Haydon's must have been extremely cutting. What occasions the greater part of the world's quarrels? Simply this: two minds meet, and do not understand each other time enough to prevent any shock or surprise at the conduct of either party. As soon as I had known Haydon 3 days, I had got enough of his character not to have been surprised at such a letter as he has hurt you with. Nor, when I knew it, was it a principle with me to drop his acquaintance, although with you it would have been an imperious feeling. I wish you knew all that I think about genius and the heart, and yet I think that you are thoroughly acquainted with my innermost breast in that respect, or you could not have known me even thus long, and still hold me worthy to be your dear friend. In passing, however, I must say one thing that has pressed upon me lately, and increased my humility and capability of submission, and that is this truth: men of genius are great as certain ethereal chemicals operating on the mass of neutral intellect, but they have not any individuality, any determined character. I would call the top and head of those who have a proper self men of power. But I am running my head into a subject which I am certain I could not do justice to under 5 years' study and 3 volumes octavo, and, moreover, I long to be talking about the imagination. So, my dear Bailey, do not think of this unpleasant affair. If possible, do not. I defy any harm to come of it. I defy. I shall write to Cripps this week, and request him to tell me all his goings-on from time to time by letter, wherever I may be. It will go on well, so I don't, because you have suddenly discovered a coldness in Haydon, suffer yourself to be teased. Do not, my dear fellow. Oh, I wish I was as certain of the end of all your troubles as that of your momentary start about the authenticity of the imagination. I am certain of nothing but of the holiness of the heart's affections and the truth of imagination. What the imagination seizes as beauty must be truth, whether it existed before or not, for I have the same idea of all our passions as of love. They are all, in their sublime, creative of essential beauty. In a word, you may know my favorite speculation by my first book, and the little song I sent in my last, which is a representation from the fancy of the probable mode of operating in these matters. The imagination may be compared to Adam's dream. He awoke and found it truth. I am more zealous in this affair, because I have never yet been able to perceive how anything can be known for truth by consecutive reasoning. And yet it must be. Can it be that even the greatest philosopher ever arrived at his goal without putting aside numerous objections? However it may be, oh, for a life of sensations rather than of thoughts! It is a vision in the form of youth, a shadow of reality to come, and this consideration has further convinced me, for it has come as auxiliary to another favorite speculation of mine, that we shall enjoy ourselves hereafter by having what we call happiness on earth repeated in a finer tone. And yet such a fate can only befall those who delight in sensation, rather than hunger as you do after truth. Adam's dream will do here, and seems to be a conviction that imagination and its imperial reflection is the same as human life and its spiritual repetition. But, as I was saying, the simple imaginative mind may have its rewards in the repetition of its own silent working, coming continually on the spirit with a fine suddenness. To compare great things with small, have you never, by being surprised with an old melody in a delicious place by a delicious voice, felt, over again, your very speculations and surmises at the time it first operated on your soul? Do you not remember forming to yourself the singer's face, more beautiful than it was possible, and yet, with the elevation of the moment, you did not think so? Even then you were mounted on the wings of imagination, so high that the prototype must be hereafter, that delicious face you will see. What a time! I am continually running away from the subject. Sure this cannot be exactly the case with a complex mind, one that is imaginative, and at the same time careful of its fruits, who would exist partly on sensation, partly on thought, to whom it is necessary that years should bring the philosophic mind? Such a one I consider yours, and therefore it is necessary to your eternal happiness that you not only drink this old wine of heaven, which I shall call the redigestion of our most ethereal musings upon earth, but also increase in knowledge and know all things. I am glad to hear that you are in a fair way for Easter. You will soon get through your unpleasant reading, and then, but the world is full of troubles, and I have not much reason to think myself pestered with many. I think Jane or Mariane has a better opinion of me than I deserve, for, really and truly, I do not think my brother's illness connected with mine. You know more of the real cause than they do, nor have I any chance of being racked as you have been. You perhaps at one time thought there was such a thing as worldly happiness to be arrived at certain periods of time marked out. You have of necessity from your disposition been thus led away. I scarcely remember counting upon any happiness. I look not for it, if it be not in the present hour. Nothing startles me beyond the moment. The setting sun will always set me to rights, or if a sparrow come before my window, I take part in its existence and pick about the gravel. The first thing that strikes me on hearing a misfortune having befallen another is this: well, it cannot be helped. He will have the pleasure of trying the resources of his spirit. And I beg now, my dear Bailey, that hereafter, should you observe anything cold in me, not to put it in the account of heartlessness, but abstraction. For I assure you, I sometimes feel not the influence of a passion or affection during a whole week, and so long this sometimes continues, I begin to suspect myself, and the genuineness of my feelings at other times, thinking them a few barren tragedy tears. My brother Tom is much improved. He is going to Devonshire, whither I shall follow him, At present, I am just arrived at Dorking, to change the scene, change the air, and give me a spur to wind up my poem, of which there are wanting 500 lines. I should have been here a day sooner, but the Reynoldses persuaded me to stop in town to meet your friend Christie. There were Rice and Martin. We talked about Ghost. I will have some talk with Taylor and let you know, when please God I come down at Christmas. I will find the Examiner if possible. My best regards to Gleig, my brothers to you, and Mrs. Bentley. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. I want to say much more to you. A few hints will set me going. Direct Burford Bridge, near Dorking. End of letter 22.
Letter 23 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Burford Bridge, November 22nd, 1817. My dear Reynolds, there are two things which tease me here, one of them Cripps, and the other that I cannot go with Tom into Devonshire. However, I hope to do my duty to myself in a week or so, and then I'll try what I can do for my neighbour. Now, is not this virtuous? On returning to town, I'll damn all idleness. Indeed, in superabundance of employment, I must not be content to run here and there on little two-penny errands, but turn rakel, i.e., go a-masking. Or Bailey will think me just as great a promise-keeper as he thinks you. For myself, I do not, and do not remember above one complaint against you for matter of that. Bailey writes so abominable a hand to give his letter a fair reading requires a little time. So I had not seen, when I saw you last, his invitation to Oxford at Christmas. I'll go with you. You know how poorly Rice was. I do not think it was all corporeal. Bodily pain was not used to keep him silent. I'll tell you what, he was hurt at what your sister said about his joking with your mother. He was, soothly, to sane. It will all blow over. God knows, my dear Reynolds, I should not talk any sorrow to you. You must have enough vexations. So I won't any more. If ever I start a rueful subject in a letter to you, blow me, why don't you? Now, I am going to ask you a very silly question neither you nor anybody else could answer. Under a folio, or at least a pamphlet, you shall judge. Why don't you, as I do, look unconcerned at what may be called more particularly heart vexations? They never surprise me. Lord, a man should have the fine point of his soul taken off to become fit for this world. I like this place very much. There is hill and dale and a little river. I went up Box Hill this evening after the moon. You have seen the moon. Came down and wrote some lines. Whenever I am separated from you and not engaged in a continued poem, every letter shall bring you a lyric. But I am too anxious for you to enjoy the whole to send you a particle. Of the 3 books I have with me is Shakespeare's poems. I never found so many beauties in the sonnets. They seem to be full of fine things said unintentionally, in the intensity of working out conceits. Is this to be borne? Hark ye! When lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which, erst from heat, did canopy the head, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly head. He has left nothing to say about nothing or anything, for look at snails. You know what he says about snails. You know when he talks about cockled snails. Well, in one of these sonnets he says, the chap slips into, no, I lie, this is in the Venus and Adonis. The simile brought it to my mind. As the snail, whose tender horns being hit, shrinks back into his shelly cave with pain, and there, all smothered up in shade, doth sit, long after, fearing to put forth again. So at his bloody view her eyes are fled into the deep dark cabins of her head. He overwhelms a genuine lover of poesy with all manner of abuse, talking about a poet's rage and stretched metre of an antique song, which, by the by, will be a capital motto for my poem, won't it? He speaks, too, of time's antique pen, and April's first-born flowers, and death's eternal cold. By the whim, King, I'll give you a stanza, because it is not material in connection, and when I wrote it I wanted you to give your vote, pro or con. Crystalline brother of the belt of heaven, Aquarius, to whom King Jove hath given 2 liquid pulse streams, stead of feathered wings, 2 fan-like fountains, thine illuminings for Dian play, dissolve the frozen purity of air. Let thy white shoulders silvery and bare show cold through watery pinions, make more bright the star queen's crescent on her marriage night. Haste, haste away. I see there is an advertisement in the Chronicle to poets. He is so overloaded with poems on the late princess. I suppose you do not lack. Send me a few. Lend me thy hand to laugh a little. Send me a little pullet sperm, a few finch eggs. And remember me to each of our card-playing club. When you die, you will all be turned into dice and be put in pawn with the devil. For cards, they crumple up like anything. I rest, your affectionate friend, John Keats. Give my love to both houses. Incatque elench. End of letter 23. Letter 24 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To George and Thomas Keats, Hampstead, December 22nd, 1817. My dear brothers, I must crave your pardon for not having written ere this. I saw Kean return to the public in Richard III, and finally he did it, and at the request of Reynolds, I went to criticize his Duke in Richard. The critique is in today's Champion, which I send you with the Examiner, in which you will find very proper lamentation on the obsolescence of Christmas gambols and pastimes. But it was mixed up with so much egotism of that drivelling nature that pleasure is entirely lost. Hone, the publisher's trial, you must find very amusing, and as Englishmen very encouraging. His not guilty is a thing which not to have been would have dulled still more liberty's emblazoning. Lord Ellenborough has been paid in his own coin. Wooler and Hone have done us an essential service. I have had 2 very pleasant evenings with Dilke yesterday and today, and am at this moment just come from him, and feel in the humour to go on with this, begun in the morning, and from which he came to fetch me. I spent Friday evening with Wells, and went next morning to see Death on the Pale Horse. It is a wonderful picture, when West's age is considered, but there is nothing to be intense upon, no women one feels mad to kiss, no face swelling into reality. The excellence of every art is its intensity, capable of making all disagreeables evaporate from their being in close relationship with beauty and truth. Examine King Lear, and you will find this exemplified throughout. But in this picture we have unpleasantness, without any momentous depth of speculation excited, in which to bury its repulsiveness. The picture is larger than Christ rejected. I dined with Haydon the Sunday after you left, and had a very pleasant day. I dined too, for I have been out too much lately, with Horace Smith, and met his 2 brothers, with Hill and Kingston, and one Dubois. They only served to convince me how superior humour is to wit in respect to enjoyment. These men say things which all make one start without making one feel. They are all alike. Their manners are alike. They all know fashionables. They all have a mannerism in their very eating and drinking, in their mere handling a decanter. They talked of Kean and his slow company. Would I were with that company instead of yours, said I to myself. I know such like acquaintance will never do for me, and yet I am going back to Reynolds on Wednesday. Brown and Dilke walked with me and back from the Christmas pantomime. I had not a dispute, but a disquisition with Dilke upon various subjects. Several things dovetailed in my mind, and at once it struck me what quality went to form a man of achievement, especially in literature, and which Shakespeare possessed so enormously. I mean negative capability, that is, when a man is capable of being in uncertainties, mysteries, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. Coleridge, for instance, would let go by a fine, isolated verisimilitude caught from the penetralium of mystery, from being incapable of remaining content with half-knowledge. This pursued through volumes would perhaps take us no further than this, that with a great poet, the sense of beauty overcomes every other consideration, or rather obliterates all consideration. Shelley's poem is out, and there are words about it being objected to as much as Queen Mab was. Poor Shelley. I think he has his quota of good qualities, in sooth-la. Write soon to your most sincere friend and affectionate brother, John. End of letter 24.
Letter 25 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To George and Thomas Keats, Featherstone Buildings, Monday, January 5, 1818. My dear brothers, I ought to have written before, and you should have had a long letter last week, but I undertook the champion for Reynolds, who is at Exeter. I wrote 2 articles, one on the Drury Lane pantomime, the other on the Covent Garden new tragedy, which they have not put in. The one they have inserted is so badly punctuated that you perceive I am determined never to write more, without some care in that particular. Wells tells me that you are licking your chops, Tom, in expectation of my book coming out. I am sorry to say I have not begun my corrections yet. Tomorrow I set out. I called on Sawrey this morning. He did not seem to be at all put out at anything I said in the inquiries I made with regard to your spitting of blood, and, moreover, desired me to ask you to send him a correct account of all your sensations and symptoms concerning the palpitation and the spitting and the cough, if you have any. Your last letter gave me a great pleasure, for I think the invalid is in a better spirit there along the edge. And as for George, I must immediately, now I think of it, correct a little misconception of a part of my last letter. The Mrs. Reynolds have never said one word against me about you, or by any means endeavored to lessen you in my estimation. That is not what I referred to, but the manner and thoughts which I knew they internally had towards you, time will show. Wells and Severn dined with me yesterday. We had a very pleasant day. I pitched upon another bottle of claret. We enjoyed ourselves very much, were all very witty and full of rhymes. We played a concert from 4 o'clock till 10, drank your healths, the Hunts, and, note well, 7 Peter Pindars. I said on that day the only good thing I was ever guilty of. We were talking about Stevens in the first gallery. I said I wondered that careful folks would go there, for although it was but a shilling, still you had to pay through the nose. I saw the Peachy family in a box at Drury one night. I've got such a curious, or rather, I had such. Now I am in my own hand. I have had a great deal of pleasant time with Rice lately, and am getting initiated into a little band. They call drinking deep dying scarlet. They call good wine a pretty tipple, and call getting a child knocking out an apple. Stopping at a tavern they call hanging out. Where do you sup is where do you hang out. Thursday, I promised to dine with Wordsworth, and the weather is so bad that I am undecided, for he lives at Mortimer Street. I had an invitation to meet him at Kingston's, but not liking that place, I sent my excuse. What I think of doing today is to dine in Mortimer Street, Wordsworth, and sup here in the Featherstone buildings, as Mr. Wells has invited me. On Saturday, I called on Wordsworth before he went to Kingston's, and was surprised to find him with a stiff collar. I saw his spouse, and I think his daughter. I forget whether I'd written my last before my Sunday evening at Haydon's. No, I did not, or I should have told you, Tom, of a young man you met at Paris, at Scott's, Ritchie. I think he is going to Fezzan in Africa, then to proceed if possible like Mungo Park. He was very polite to me, and inquired very particularly after you. Then there was Wordsworth, Lamb, Monkhouse, Landseer, Kingston, and your humble servant. Lamb got tipsy and blew up Kingston, proceeding so far as to take the candle across the room, hold it to his face, and show us what a soft fellow he was. I astonished Kingston at supper with a pertinacity in favor of drinking, keeping my 2 glasses at work in a knowing way. I have seen Fanny twice lately. She inquired particularly after you, and wants a co-partnership letter from you. She has been unwell, but is improving. I think she will be quick. Mrs. Abbey was saying that the Keatses were ever indolent, that they would ever be so, and that it is born in them. Well, whispered Fanny to me, if it is born with us, how can we help it? She seems very anxious for a letter. As I have asked her what I should get for her, she said, a medal of the princess. I called on Haslam. We dined very snugly together. He sent me a hare last week, which I sent to Mrs. Dilke. Brown is not come back. I and Dilke are getting capital friends. He is going to take the Champion. He has sent his farce to Covent Garden. I met Bob Harris on the steps at Covent Garden. We had a good deal of curious chat. He came out with his old humble opinion. The Covent Garden pantomime is a very nice one, but they have a middling harlequin, a bad pantaloon, a worse clown, and a shocking Columbine, who is one of the Miss Dennets. I suppose you will see my critique on the new tragedy in the next week's Champion. It is a shocking bad one. I have not seen Hunt. He was out when I called. Mrs. Hunt looks as well as ever. I saw her after her confinement. There is an article in the Senate Examiner on Godwin's Mandeville, signed E.K. I think it Miss Kent's. I will send it. There are fine subscriptions going on for home. You ask me what degrees there are between Scott's novels and those of Smollett. They appear to me to be quite distinct in every particular, more especially in their aims. Scott endeavors to throw so interesting and romantic a coloring into common and low characters as to give them a touch of the sublime. Smollett, on the contrary, pulls down and levels what with other men would continue romance. The grand parts of Scott are within the reach of more minds than the finest humours in Humphrey Clinker. I forget whether that fine thing of the sergeant is Fielding or Smollett, but it gives me more pleasure than the whole novel of the Antiquary. You must remember what I mean. Someone says to the sergeant, "That's a non sequitur." "If you come to that," replies the sergeant, you're another. I see by Wells's letter Mr. Abbey does not overstock you with money. You must write. I have not seen yet, but expect it on Wednesday. I am afraid it is gone. Severn tells me he has an order for some drawings for the Emperor of Russia. You must get well, Tom, and then I shall feel whole and genial as the winter air. Give me as many letters as you like, and write to Sawrey soon. I received a short letter from Bailey about Cripps, and one from Haydon ditto. Haydon thinks he improved very much. Mrs. Wells desires particularly to Tom and her respects to George. And I desire no better than to be ever your most affectionate brother, John. P.S. I had not opened the Champion before I found both my articles in it. I was at a dance at Redhall's, and passed a pleasant time enough. Drank deep, and won 10 pounds 6 at cutting for half guineas. Bailey was there, and seemed to enjoy the evening. Rice said he cared less about the hour than anyone, and the proof is his dancing. He cares not for time, dancing as if he was deaf. Old Redhall, not being used to give parties, had no idea of the quantity of wine that would be drank, and he actually put in readiness on the kitchen stairs 8 dozen. Every one inquires after you, and desires their remembrances to you. Your brother, John. End of letter 25. Letter 26 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Benjamin Robert Haydon, Hampstead, Saturday morn, January 10, 1818. My dear Haydon, I should have seen you ere this, but on account of my sister being in town, so that when I have sometimes made 10 paces towards you, Fanny has called me into the city, and the Christmas holidays are your only time to see sisters. That is, if they are so situated as mine. I will be with you early next week. Tonight it should be, but we have a sort of club every Saturday evening. Tomorrow, but I have on that day an insuperable engagement. Cripps has been down to me, and appears sensible that a binding to you would be of the greatest advantage to him. If such a thing be done, it cannot be before £150 or £200 are secured in subscriptions to him. I will write to Bailey about it, give a copy of the subscribers' names to everyone I know who is likely to get a £5 for him. I will leave a copy at Taylor and Hessey's, Rodwell and Martin, and will ask Kingston and Company to cash up. Your friendship for me is now getting into its teens, and I feel the past. Also, every day older I get, the greater is my idea of your achievements in art, and I am convinced that there are 3 things to rejoice at in this age: the excursion, your pictures, and Hazlitt's depth of taste. Yours affectionately, John Keats. End of letter 26.
Letter 27 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor, Hampstead, Saturday morning, January 10th, 1818. My dear Taylor, several things have kept me from you lately. First, you had got into a little hell, which I was not anxious to reconnoitre. Secondly, I have made a vow not to call again without my first book, so you may expect to see me in 4 days. Thirdly, I have been racketing too much, and do not feel over well. I have seen Wordsworth frequently, dined with him last Monday. Reynolds, I suppose you have seen. Just scribble me thus many lines, to let me know you are in the land of the living and well. Remember me to the Fleet Street household, and should you see any from Percy Street, give my kindest regards to them. Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of letter 27.
Letter 28 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To George and Thomas Keats, Hampstead, Tuesday, January 13, 1818. My dear brothers, I am certain I think of having a letter tomorrow morning, for I expected one so much this morning, having been in town 2 days, at the end of which my expectations began to get up a little. I found 2 on the table, one from Bailey and one from Haydon. I am quite perplexed in a world of doubts and fancies. There is nothing stable in the world. Uproar is your only music. I don't mean to include Bailey in this, and so dismiss him from this with all the opprobrium he deserves. That is, in so many words, he is one of the noblest men alive at the present day. In a note to Haydon about a week ago, which I wrote with a full sense of what he had done, and how he had never manifested any little mean drawback in his value of me, I said if there were 3 things superior in the modern world, they were the excursion, Haydon's pictures, and Hazlitt's depth of taste. So I do believe. Not thus speaking with any poor vanity that works of genius were the first things in this world. No, for that sort of probity and disinterestedness which such men as Bailey possess does hold and grasp the tip-top of any spiritual honors that can be paid to anything in this world. And, moreover, having this feeling at this present come over me in its full force, I sat down to write to you with a grateful heart, and that I had not a brother who did not feel and credit me for a deeper feeling and devotion for his uprightness than for any marks of genius however splendid. I was speaking about doubts and fancies. I mean there has been a quarrel of a severe nature between Haydon and Reynolds, and another, the devil rides upon a fiddlestick, between Hunt and Haydon. The first grew from the Sunday on which Haydon invited some friends to meet Wordsworth. Reynolds never went, and never sent any notice about it. This offended Haydon more than it ought to have done. He wrote a very sharp and high note to Reynolds, and then another in palliation, but which Reynolds feels as an aggravation of the first. Considering all things, Haydon's frequent neglect of his appointments, etc., his notes were bad enough to put Reynolds on the right side of the question. But then Reynolds has no power of sufferance, no idea of having the thing against him. So he answered Haydon in one of the most cutting letters I ever read, exposing to himself all his own weaknesses and going on to an excess, which, whether it is just or no, is what I would fain have unsaid. The fact is, they are both in the right and both in the wrong. The quarrel with Hunt I understand thus far. Mrs. Hunt was in the habit of borrowing silver of Haydon. The last time she did so, Haydon asked her to return it at a certain time. She did not. Haydon sent for it. Hunt went to expostulate on the indelicacy, etc. They got to words and parted forever. All I hope is at some time to bring them together again. Lawk, Molly, there's been such doings. Yesterday evening I made an appointment with Wells to go to a private theatre, and it being in the neighbourhood of Drury Lane, and thinking we might be fatigued with sitting the whole evening in one dirty hole, I got the Drury Lane ticket, and therewith we divided the evening with a spice of Richard III. Later, January 19 or 20. Good Lord! I began this letter nearly a week ago. What have I been doing since? I have been, not been, sending last Sunday's paper to you. I believe because it was not near me, for I cannot find it, and my conscience presses heavy on me for not sending it. You would have had one last Thursday, but I was called away, and have been about somewhere ever since. Where? What? Well, I rejoice almost that I have not heard from you, because no news is good news. I cannot for the world recollect why I was called away. All I know is that there has been a dance at Dilke's and another at the London Coffee House, to both of which I went. But I must tell you in another letter the circumstances thereof, for though a week should have passed since I wrote on the other side, it quite appals me. I can only write in scraps and patches. Brown is returned from Hampstead. Haydon has returned an answer in the same style. They are all dreadfully irritated against each other. On Sunday I saw Hunt and dined with Haydon, met Hazlitt and Bewick there, and took Haslam with me. Forgot to speak about Cripps, though I broke my engagement to Haslam's on purpose. Note to self: Haslam came to meet me, found me at breakfast, had the goodness to go with me my way. I have just finished the revision of my first book, and shall take it to Taylor's tomorrow. Intend to persevere. Do not let me see many days pass without hearing from you. Your most affectionate brother, John. End of letter 28.
Letter 29 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor, Hampstead, Friday 23rd, January 1818. My dear Taylor, I have spoken to Haydon about the drawing. He would do it with all his art and heart too, if so I will it. However, he has written thus to me, but I must tell you first, he intends painting a finished picture from the poem. Thus he writes, "When I do anything for your poem, it must be effectual, an honor to both of us. To hurry up a sketch for the season won't do. I think an engraving from your head, from a chalk drawing of mine, done with all my might, to which I would put my name, would answer Taylor's idea better than the other. Indeed, I am sure of it. This I will do, and this will be effectual, and as I have not done it for any other human being, it will have an effect. What think you of this? Let me hear. I shall have my second book in readiness forthwith. Yours most sincerely, John Keats. If Reynolds calls, tell him 3 lines will be acceptable, for I am squat at Hampstead." End of letter 29. Letter 30 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To George and Thomas Keats. Hampstead, Friday 23rd, January 1818. My dear brothers, I was thinking what hindered me from writing so long, for I have so many things to say to you, and know not where to begin. It shall be upon a thing most interesting to you, my poem. I have given the first book to Taylor. He seemed more than satisfied with it, and to my surprise proposed publishing it in quarto, if Haydon would make a drawing of some event therein for a frontispiece. I called on Haydon. He said he would do anything I liked, but said he would rather paint a finished picture from it, which he seems eager to do. This, in a year or 2, will be a glorious thing for us, and it will be, for Haydon is struck with the first book. I left Haydon, and the next day received a letter from him, proposing to make, as he says, with all his might, a finished chalk sketch of my head, to be engraved in the first style and put at the head of my poem, saying at the same time he had never done the thing for any human being, and that it must have considerable effect, as he will put his name to it. I begin to-day to copy my second book, thus far into the bowels of the land. You shall hear whether it will be quarto or non-quarto, picture or non-picture. Leigh Hunt I showed my first book to. He allows it not much merit as a whole, says it is unnatural, and made 10 objections to it for the mere skimming over. He says the conversation is unnatural, and too high-flown for a brother and sister. says it should be simple, forgetting, do ye mind, that they are both overshadowed by a supernatural power, and a force cannot speak like Francesca in the Rimini. He must first prove that Caliban's poetry is unnatural. This with me completely overturns his objections. The fact that he and Shelley are hurt, and perhaps justly, at my not having showed them the affair officiously, and from several hints I have had, they appear much disposed to dissect and anatomize any trip or slip I may have made. But who's afraid? I, Tom, damn if I am. I went last Tuesday, an hour too late, to Hazlitt's lecture on poetry. Got there just as they were coming out, when all these pounced upon me. Hazlitt, John Hunt and Son, Wells, Buick, all the Landseers, Bob Harris, I, and more. The Landseers inquired after you particularly. I know not whether Wordsworth has left town, but Sunday I dined with Hazlitt and Haydon, also that I took Haslam with me. I dined with Brown lately. Dilke, having taken the Champion theatricals, was obliged to be in town. Fanny has returned to Walthamstow. Mr. Abbey appeared very glum the last time I went to see her, and said in an indirect way that I had no business there. Rice has been ill, but has been mending much lately. I think a little change has taken place in my intellect lately. I cannot bear to be uninterested or unemployed. I, who for so long a time have been addicted to passiveness. Nothing is finer for the purposes of great productions than a very gradual ripening of the intellectual powers. As an instance of this, observe, I sat down yesterday to read King Lear once again. The thing appeared to demand the prologue of a sonnet. I wrote it, and began to read. I know you would like to see it. On sitting down to King Lear once again. O golden-tongued romance with serene lute, fair plumed siren, queen of far away, leave melodizing on this wintry day, shut up thine olden volume and be mute. Adieu, for once again the fierce dispute betwixt hell torment and impassioned clay must I burn through. Once more assay the bitter sweet of this Shakespearean fruit. Chief poet, and ye clouds of Albion, begetters of our deep, eternal theme, when I am through the old oak forest gone, let me not wander in a barren dream. But when I am consumed with the fire, give me new phoenix wings to fly at my desire. So you see, I am getting at it, with a sort of determination and strength, though verily I do not feel it at this moment. This is my 4th letter this morning, and I feel rather tired, and my head rather swimming, so I will leave it open till tomorrow's post. I am in the habit of taking my papers to Dilke's and copying there, so I chat and proceed at the same time. I have been there at my work this evening, and the walk over the heath takes off all sleep. So I will even proceed with you. I left off short in my last, just as I began an account of a private theatrical. Well, it was of the lowest order, all greasy and oily, insomuch that if they had lived in olden times, when signs were hung over the doors, the only appropriate one for that oily place would have been a guttered candle. They played John Bull, the review, and it was to conclude with Bombastes Furioso. I saw from a box the first act of John Bull, then went to Drury and did not return till it was over. When by Wells' interest we got behind the scenes, there was not a yard wide all the way round for actors, scene-shifters, and interlopers to move in. For nota bene, the green room was under the stage, and there was I threatened over and over again to be turned out by the oily scene-shifters. There did I hear a little painted trollop own, very candidly, that she had failed in Mary, with a damned if she'd play a serious part again as long as she lived. And at the same time she was habited as the Quaker in the review. There was a quarrel, and a fat, good-natured looking girl in soldier's clothes wished she had only been a man for Tom's sake. One fellow began a song, but an unlucky finger point from the gallery sent him off like a shot. One chap was dressed to kill for the king and Bombastes, and he stood at the edge of the scene in the very sweat of anxiety to show himself. But, alas, the thing was not played. The sweetest morsel of the night, moreover, was that the musicians began pegging and fagging away at an overture. Never did you see faces more in earnest. 3 times did they play it over, dropping all kinds of corrections, and still did not the curtain go up. Well, then they went into a country dance, then into a region they well knew, into the old Boonsome pot-house. And then to see how pompous of the sudden they turned, how they looked about and chatted, how they did not care a damn, was a great treat. I hope I have not tired you by this filling up of the dash in my last. Constable, the bookseller, has offered Reynolds 10 guineas a sheet to write for his magazine. It is an Edinburgh one, which Blackwood started up in opposition to. Hunt said he was nearly sure that the Cockney School was written by Scott. So you are right, Tom. There are no more little bits of news I can remember at present. I remain, my dear brothers, your very affectionate brother, John. End of letter 30.
Letter 31 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Benjamin Bailey, Hampstead, Friday, January 23, 1818. My dear Bailey, 12 days have passed since your last reached me. What has gone through the myriads of human minds since the 12th? We talk of the immense number of books. The volumes range thousands by thousands. But perhaps more goes through the human intelligence in 12 days than ever was written. How has that unfortunate family lived through the 12? One saying of yours I shall never forget. You may not recollect it, it being perhaps said when you were looking on the surface and seeming of humanity alone, without a thought of the past or the future, or the deeps of good and evil. You were at that moment estranged from speculation, and I think you have arguments ready for the man who would utter it to you. This is a formidable preface for a simple thing. Merely, you said, why should women suffer? Aye, why should she? By heavens, I'd coined my very soul and dropped my blood for drachmas. These things are, and he who feels how incompetent the most skyey knight-errantry is to heal this bruised fairness, is like a sensitive leaf on the hot hand of thought. Your tearing, my dear friend, a spiritless and gloomy letter up, to rewrite to me, is what I shall never forget. It was to me a real thing. Things have happened lately of great perplexity. You must have heard of them. Reynolds and Haydon retorting and recriminating, and parting for ever. The same thing has happened between Haydon and Hunt. It is unfortunate. Men should bear with each other. There lives not the man who may not be cut up, aye, lashed to pieces, on his weakest side. The best of men have but a portion of good in them, a kind of spiritual yeast in their frames, which creates the ferment of existence, by which a man is propelled to act and strive and buffet with circumstance. The sure way, Bailey, is first to know a man's faults, and then be passive. If after that he insensibly draws you towards him, then you have no power to break the link. Before I felt interested in either Reynolds or Haydon, I was well read in their faults. Yet, knowing them, I have been cementing gradually with both. I have an affection for them both, for reasons almost opposite, and to both must I of necessity cling, supported always by the hope that, when a little time, a few years, shall have tried me more fully in their esteem, I may be able to bring them together. The time must come because they have both hearts, and they will recollect the best parts of each other when this gust is overblown. I had a message from you through a letter to Jane, I think, about Cripps. There can be no idea of binding until a sufficient sum is sure for him, and even then the thing should be maturely considered by all his helpers. I shall try my luck upon as many fat purses as I can meet with. Cripps is improving very fast. I have the greater hopes of him because he is so slow in development. A man of great executing powers at 20, with a look and a speech almost stupid, is sure to do something. I have just looked through the second side of your letter. I feel a great content at it. I was at Hunt's the other day, and he surprised me with a real authenticated lock of Milton's hair. I know you would like what I wrote thereon, so here it is, as they say of a sheep in a nursery book. On seeing a lock of Milton's hair. Chief of organic numbers, old scholar of the spheres, thy spirit never slumbers, but rolls about our ears, for ever and for ever. Oh, what a mad endeavor worketh he, who to thy sacred and ennobled hearse would offer a burnt sacrifice of verse and melody. How heavenward thou soundest, live temple of sweet noise, and discord unconfoundest, giving delight new joys, and pleasure nobler pinions. Oh, where are thy dominions? Lend thine ear to a young Delian oath, aye, by thy soul, by all that from thy mortal lips did roll, and by the kernel of thine earthly love, beauty in things on earth and things above. I swear, when every childish fashion has vanished from my rhyme, will I, grey gone in passion, leave to an after time, hymning and harmony of thee and of thy works and of thy life. But vain is now the burning and the strife, pangs are in vain, until I grow high rife with old philosophy, and mad with glimpses of futurity. For many years my offering must be hushed. When I do speak, I'll think upon this hour, because I feel my forehead hot and flushed, even at the simplest vassal of thy power. A lock of thy bright hair, sudden it came, and I was startled when I caught thy name, coupled so unaware. Yet, at the moment, temperate was my blood. I thought I had beheld it from the flood. This I did at Hunt's at his request. Perhaps I should have done something better alone and at home. I have sent my first book to the press, and this afternoon shall begin preparing the second. My visit to you will be a great spur to quicken the proceeding. I have not had your sermon returned. I long to make it the subject of a letter to you. What do they say at Oxford? I trust you and Gleig pass much fine time together. Remember me to him and Whitehead. My brother Tom is getting stronger, but his spitting of blood continues. I sat down to read King Lear yesterday, and felt the greatness of the thing up to the writing of a sonnet preparatory thereto. In my next you shall have it. There were some miserable reports of Rice's health. I went, and lo, Master Jemmy had been to the play the night before, and was out at the time. He always comes on his legs like a cat. I have seen a good deal of Wordsworth. Hazlitt is lecturing on poetry at the Surrey Institution. I shall be there next Tuesday. Your most affectionate friend, John Keats. End of Letter 31.
Letter 32 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor. Hampstead, January 30th, 1818. My dear Taylor, these lines as they now stand about happiness have rung in my ears like a chime a-mending. See here. Behold, Wherein lies happiness, Peona, fold, etc. It appears to me the very contrary of blessed. I hope this will appear to you more eligible. Wherein lies happiness? In that which becks our ready minds to fellowship divine, a fellowship with essence, till we shine full alchemized and free of space. Behold the clear religion of heaven, fold, etc. You must indulge me by putting this in, for setting aside the badness of the other, such a preface is necessary to the subject. The whole thing must, I think, have appeared to you, who are a consecutive man, as a thing almost of mere words, but I assure you that, when I wrote it, it was a regular stepping of the imagination towards a truth. My having written that argument will perhaps be of the greatest service to me of anything I ever did. It set before me the gradations of happiness, even like a kind of pleasure thermometer, and is my first step towards the chief attempt in the drama. The playing of different natures with joy and sorrow. Do me this favor, and believe me your sincere friend, John Keats. I hope your next work will be of a more general interest. I suppose you cogitate a little about it now and then. End of letter 32.
Letter 33 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Hampstead, Saturday, January 31, 1818. My dear Reynolds, I have parcelled out this day for letter writing, more resolved thereon, because your letter will come as a refreshment, and will have, sic parvis, etc., the same effect as a kiss in certain situations where people become over-generous. I have read this first sentence over, and think it savours rather. However, an inward innocence is like a nested dove, as the old song says. Now I propose to write to you a serious poetical letter, but I find that a maxim I met with the other day is a just one. En cause, mieux qu'on ne dit pas causons. I was hindered, however, from my first intention by a mere muslin handkerchief, very neatly pinned. But hence vain deluding, etc. Yet I cannot write in prose. It is a sunshiny day, and I cannot. So here goes. Hence Burgundy, claret, and port, away with old hock and Madeira. Too earthly ye are for my sport. There's a beverage brighter and clearer. Instead of a pitiful rummer, my wine overbrims a whole summer. My bowl is the sky, and I drink at my eye, till I feel in the brain a Delphian pain. Then follow, my Caius, then follow. On the green of the hill we will drink our fill of golden sunshine, till our brains intertwine with the glory and grace of Apollo. God of the meridian, and of east and west, to thee my soul is flown, and my body is earthward pressed. It is an awful mission, a terrible division, and leaves a gulf austere, to be filled with worldly fear. Ay, when the soul is fled too high above our head, affrighted do we gaze after its airy maze, as doth a mother wild, when her young infant child is in an eagle's claws. And is not this the cause of madness? God of song, thou bearest me along through sights I scarce can bear. Oh, let me share with a hot lyre and thee the staid philosophy. Temper my lonely hours, and let me see thy bowers more unalarmed. My dear Reynolds, you must forgive all this ranting. But the fact is, I cannot write sense this morning. However, you shall have some. I will copy out my last sonnet. When I have fears that I may cease to be, before my pen has gleamed my teeming brain, before high-piled books in charactery hold like rich garners the full ripened grain, when I behold upon the night's starred face huge cloudy symbols of a high romance, and think that I may never live to trace their shadows with the magic hand of chance, and when I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflecting love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone, and think till love and fame to nothingness do sink. I must take a turn, and then write to Teignmouth. Remember me to all, not excepting yourself. Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of letter 33.
Letter 34 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Hampstead, Tuesday, February 3rd, 1818. My dear Reynolds, I thank you for your dish of filberts. Would I could get a basket of them by way of dessert every day for the sum of 2d. Footnote. Alluding to 2 sonnets of Reynolds on Robin Hood, copies of which Keats had just received from him by post. End footnote. Would we were a sort of ethereal pigs, and turn loose to feed upon spiritual mast and acorns, which would be merely being a squirrel and feeding upon filberts, for what is a squirrel but an airy pig, or a filbert but a sort of archangelical acorn? About the nuts being worth cracking, all I can say is, that where there are a throng of delightful images ready drawn, simplicity is the only thing. The first is the best, on account of the first line, and the arrow foiled of its antlered food. And moreover, and this is the only word or 2 I find fault with, the more because I have had so much reason to shun it as a quicksand, the last has tender and true. We must cut this, and not be rattlesnaked into any more of the like. It may be said that we ought to read our contemporaries, that Wordsworth and so on should have their due from us. But for the sake of a few fine imaginative or domestic passages, are we to be bullied into a certain philosophy engendered in the whims of an egotist? Every man has his speculations, but every man does not brood and peacock over them until he makes a false coinage and deceives himself. Many a man can travel to the very bourne of heaven, and yet want confidence to put down his half-seeing. Sancho will invent a journey heavenward as well as anybody. We hate poetry that has a palpable design upon us, and, if we do not agree, seems to put its hand into its breeches pocket. Poetry should be great and unobtrusive, a thing which enters into one's soul, and does not startle it or amaze it with itself, but with its subject. How beautiful are the retired flowers! How would they lose their beauty were they to throng into the highway, crying out, "Admire me, I am a violet! Dote upon me, I am a primrose!" Modern poets differ from the Elizabethans in this. Each of the moderns, like an elector of Hanover, governs his petty state, and knows how many straws are swept daily from the causeways in all his dominions, and has a continual itching that all the housewives should have their coppers well scoured. The ancients were emperors of vast provinces. They had only heard of the remote ones, and scarcely cared to visit them. I will cut all this. I will have no more of Wordsworth or Hunt in particular. Why should we be of the tribe of Manasseh, when we can wander with Esau? Why should we kick against the pricks, when we can walk on roses? Why should we be owls, when we can be eagles? Why be teased with nice-eyed wagtails, when we have in sight the cherub contemplation. Why, with Wordsworth's Matthew with a bough of Wilding in his hand, when we can have Jacques under an oak, and so on. The secret of the bough of Wilding will run through your head faster than I can write it. Old Matthew spoke to him some years ago on some nothing, and because he happens in an evening walk to imagine the figure of the old man, he must stamp it down in black and white, and it is henceforth sacred. I don't mean to deny Wordsworth's grandeur and Hunt's merit, but I mean to say we need not be teased with grandeur and merit when we can have them uncontaminated and unobtrusive. Let us have the old poets and Robin Hood. Your letter and its sonnets gave me more pleasure than will the fourth book of Childe Harold, and the whole of anybody's life and opinions. In return for your dish of filberts, I have gathered a few catkins. I hope they'll look pretty. To J.H.R., in answer to his Robin Hood sonnets. No, those days are gone away, and their hours are old and grey, and their minutes buried all under the down-trodden pall of the leaves of many years. Many times have winter shears, frozen north and chilling east, sounded tempests to the feast of the forest's whispering fleeces, since men paid no rent on leases. No, the bugle sounds no more, and the twanging bow no more. Silent is the ivory shrill past the heath and up the hill. There is no mid-forest laugh, where lone echo gives the half to some wight amazed to hear, jesting deep in forest drear. On the fairest time of June, you may go with sun or moon, or the 7 stars to light you, or the polar ray to write you. But you never may behold Little John or Robin bold, never any of all the clan, thrumming on an empty can some old hunting ditty, while he doth his green way beguile to fair hostess merriment down beside the pasture Trent, for he left the merry tale messenger for spicy ale. Gone the merry morris din, gone the song of Gamelyn, gone the tough-belted outlaw idling in the grainy shaw. All are gone away and past, and if Robin should be cast sudden from his turfed grave, and if Mariane should have once again her forest days, she would weep, and he would craze. He would swear for all his oaks, fallen beneath the dockyard strokes, have rotted on the briny seas. She would weep that her wild bees sang not to her. Strange that honey can't be got without hard money. So it is. Yet let us sing honour to the old bowstring, honour to the bugle horn, honour to the woods unshorn, honour to the Lincoln green, honour to the archer keen, honour to tight Little John and the horse he rode upon, honour to bold Robin Hood sleeping in the underwood, honour to Maid Marian and to all the Sherwood clan. Though their days have hurried by, let us too a burden try. I hope you will like them. They are at least written in the spirit of outlawry. Here are the mermaid lines. Souls of poets dead and gone, what Elysium have ye known, happy field or mossy cavern, fairer than the Mermaid Tavern? Have ye tippled drink more fine than mine host's canary wine? Or are fruits of paradise sweeter than those dainty pies of venison? O generous food, dressed as though bold Robin Hood would with his maid Marian sup and bowse from horn and can. I have heard that on a day mine host's signboard flew away, nobody knew whither, till an astrologer's old quill to a sheepskin gave the story, said he saw you in your glory, underneath a new old sign, sipping beverage divine, and pledging with contented smack the mermaid in the zodiac. Souls of poets dead and gone, are the winds a sweeter home? Richer is uncellared cavern than the merry Mermaid Tavern. I will call on you at 4 tomorrow, and we will trudge together, for it is not the thing to be a stranger in the land of harpsichords. I hope also to bring you my second book, in the hope that these scribblings will be some amusement for you this evening. I remain, copying on the hill, your sincere friend and co-scribbler, John Keats. End of letter 34. Letter 35 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor. Fleet Street, Thursday morn, February 5th, 1818. My dear Taylor, I have finished copying my second book, but I wanted for one day to overlook it. And moreover, this day I have a very particular employ in the affair of Cripps. So I trespass on your indulgence, and take advantage of your good nature. You shall hear from me soon, or see me soon. I will tell Reynolds of your engagement tomorrow. Yours unfeignedly, John Keats. End of letter 35.
Letter 36 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To George and Thomas Keats, Hampstead, Saturday night, February 14, 1818. My dear brothers, when once a man delays a letter beyond the proper time, he delays it longer, for one or two reasons. First, because he must begin in a very commonplace style, that is to say, with an excuse. And secondly, things and circumstances become so jumbled in his mind that he knows not what, or what not, he has said in his last. I shall visit you as soon as I have copied my poem all out. I am now much beforehand with the printer. They have done none yet, and I am half afraid they will let half the season by before the printing. I am determined they shall not trouble me when I have copied it all. Horace Smith has lent me his manuscript, called Nehemiah Muggs, an exposure of the Methodist. Perhaps I may send you a few extracts. Hazlitt's last lecture was on Thomas, Cowper, and Crabbe. He praised Thomson and Cowper, but he gave Crabbe an unmerciful licking. I think Hunt's article of Fazio. No, it was not, but I saw Fazio the first night. It hung rather heavily on me. I am in the high way of being introduced to a squad of people. Peter Pindar, Mrs. Opie, Mrs. Scott. Mr. Robinson, a great friend of Coleridge's, called on me. Richards tells me that my poems are known in the West Country, and that he saw a very clever copy of verses, headed with a motto from my sonnet to George. Honours rush so thickly upon me that I shall not be able to bear up against them. What think you? Am I to be crowned in the capital? Am I to be made a mandarin? No, I am to be invited, Mrs. Hunt tells me, to a party at Ollier's, to keep Shakespeare's birthday. Shakespeare would stare to see me there. The Wednesday before last, Shelley, Hunt, and I wrote each a sonnet on the river Nile. Some day you shall read them all. I saw a sheet of Endymion, and have all reason to suppose they will soon get it done. There shall be nothing wanting on my part. I have been writing at intervals many songs and sonnets, and I long to be at Teignmouth, to read them over to you. However, I think I had better wait till this book is off my mind. It will not be long first. Reynolds has been writing 2 very capital articles in the Yellow Dwarf on popular preachers. All the talk here is about Dr. Croft, the Duke of Devon, etc. Your most affectionate brother, John. End of letter 36. Letter 37 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Hampstead, February 19, 1818. My dear Reynolds, I had an idea that a man might pass a very pleasant life in this manner. Let him on a certain day read a certain page full of poesy or distilled prose, and let him wander with it, and muse upon it, and reflect from it, and bring home to it, and prophesy upon it, and dream upon it, until it becomes stale. But when will it do so? Never. When man has arrived at a certain ripeness in intellect, any one grand and spiritual passage serves him as a starting post towards all the 32 palaces. How happy is such a voyage of conception! What delicious diligent indolence! A doze upon a sofa does not hinder it, and a nap upon clover engenders ethereal finger-pointings. The prattle of a child gives it wings, and the converse of middle age a strength to beat them. A strain of music conducts to an odd angle of the aisle, and when the leaves whisper, it puts a girdle round the earth. Nor will this sparing touch of noble books be any irreverence to their writers, for perhaps the honours paid by man to man are trifles in comparison to the benefit done by great works to the spirit and pulse of good, by their mere passive existence. Memory should not be called knowledge. Many have original minds who do not think it. They are led away by custom. Now it appears to me that almost any man may like the spider spin from his own inwards his own airy citadel. The points of leaves and twigs on which the spider begins her work are few, and she fills the air with a beautiful circuiting. Man should be content with as few points to tip with the fine web of his soul, and weave a tapestry empyrean, full of symbols for his spiritual eye, of softness for his spiritual touch, of space for his wandering, of distinctness for his luxury. But the minds of mortals are so different and bent on such diverse journeys that it may at first appear impossible for any common taste and fellowship to exist between 2 or 3 under these suppositions. It is, however, quite the contrary. Minds would leave each other in contrary directions, traverse each other in numberless points, and at last greet each other at the journey's end. An old man and a child would talk together, and the old man be led on his path, and the child left thinking. Man should not dispute or assert, but whisper results to his neighbour, and thus by every germ of spirit sucking the sap from mould ethereal, every human might become great, and humanity, instead of being a wide heath of firs and briars, with here and there a remote oak or pine, would become a grand democracy of forest trees. It has been an old comparison for our urging on, the beehive. However, it seems to me that we should rather be the flower than the bee, for it is a false notion that more is gained by receiving than giving. No, the receiver and the giver are equal in their benefits. The flower, I doubt not, receives a fair guerdon from the bee. Its leaves blush deeper in the next spring, and who shall say between man and woman which is the most delighted? Now it is more noble to sit like Jove than to fly like Mercury. Let us not therefore go hurrying about and collecting honey, bee-like, buzzing here and there impatiently from a knowledge of what is to be arrived at. But let us open our leaves like a flower, and be passive and receptive, budding patiently under the eye of Apollo, and taking hints from every noble insect that favours us with a visit. Sap will be given us for meat, and dew for drink. I was led into these thoughts, my dear Reynolds, by the beauty of the morning operating on a sense of idleness. I've not read any books. The morning said I was right. I had no idea but of the morning, and the thrush said I was right, seeming to say, O thou whose face hath felt the winter's wind, whose eye has seen the snow clouds hung in mist, and the black elm tops 'mong the freezing stars, to thee the spring will be a harvest time. O thou whose only book has been the light of supreme darkness, which thou feddest on night after night when Phoebus was away, to thee the spring shall be a triple morn. O fret not after knowledge, I have none, and yet my song comes native with the warmth. O fret not after knowledge, I have none, and yet the evening listens. He who saddens at thought of idleness cannot be idle, and he's awake who thinks himself asleep. Now I am sensible all this is a mere sophistication. However, it may neighbour to any truths, to excuse my own indolence. So I will not deceive myself that man should be equal with Jove, but think himself very well off as a sort of scullion Mercury, or even a humble bee. It is no matter whether I am right or wrong, either one way or another, if there is sufficient to lift a little time from your shoulders. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of Letter 37. Letter 38 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To George and Thomas Keats, Hampstead, Saturday, February 21, 1818. My dear brothers, I am extremely sorry to have given you so much uneasiness by not writing. However, you know good news is no news, or vice versa. I do not like to write a short letter to you, or you would have had one long before. The weather, although boisterous today, has been very much milder, and I think Devonshire is not the last place to receive a temperate change. I have been abominably idle since you left, but have just turned over a new leaf, and used as a marker a letter of excuse to an invitation from Horace Smith. The occasion of my writing today is the enclosed letter, by postmark, from Miss W. Does she expect you in town, George? I received a letter the other day from Haydon, in which he says his essays on the Elgin marbles are being translated into Italian, the which he superintends. I did not mention that I had seen the British Gallery. There are some nice things by Stark, and Bathsheba by Wilkie, which is condemned. I could not bear Alston's Uriel. Reynolds has been very ill for some time, confined to the house, and had leeches applied to his chest. When I saw him on Wednesday, he was much the same, and he is in the worst place for amendment among the strife of women's tongues in a hot and parched room. I wish he would move to Butler's for a short time. The thrushes and blackbirds have been singing me into an idea that it was spring, and almost that leaves were on the trees, so that black clouds and boisterous winds seem to have mustered and collected in full divan for the purpose of convincing me to the contrary. Taylor says my poem shall be out in a month. I think he will be out before it. The thrushes are singing now, as if they would speak to the winds, because their big brother Jack, the spring, was not far off. I am reading Voltaire and Gibbon, although I wrote to Reynolds the other day to prove reading of no use. I have not seen Hunt since. I am a good deal with Dilke and Brown. We are very thick. They are very kind to me. They are well. I don't think I could stop in Hampstead but for their neighbourhood. I hear Hazlitt's lectures regularly. His last was on Gray, Collins, Young, etc., and he gave a very fine piece of discriminating criticism on Swift, Voltaire, and Rabelais. I was very disappointed at his treatment of Chartrand. I generally meet with many I know there. Lord Byron's fourth canto is expected out, and I heard somewhere that Walter Scott has a new poem in readiness. I'm sorry that Wordsworth has left a bad impression wherever he visited in town by his egotism, vanity, and bigotry. Yet he is a great poet if not a philosopher. I have not yet read Shelley's poem. I do not suppose you have it yet at the Teignmouth libraries. These double letters must come rather heavy. I hope you have a moderate portion of cash, but don't fret at all if you have not. Lord, I intend to play at cut and run as well as Falstaff, that is to say, before he got so lusty. I remain praying for your health, my dear brothers. Your affectionate brother, John. End of Letter 38.
Letter 39 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor. Hampstead, February 27th, 1818. My dear Taylor, your alteration strikes me as being a great improvement, and now I will attend to the punctuations you speak of. The comma should be at soberly, and in the other passage the comma should follow quiet. I am extremely indebted to you for this alteration, and also for your after admonitions. It is a sorry thing for me that anyone should have to overcome prejudices in reading my verses. That affects me more than any hypercriticism on any particular passage. In Endymion, I have most likely but moved into the go-cart from the leading strings. In poetry, I have a few axioms, and you will see how far I am from their center. First, I think poetry should surprise by a fine excess, and not by singularity. It should strike the reader as a wording of his own highest thoughts, and appear almost a remembrance. Second, its touches of beauty should never be halfway, thereby making the reader breathless instead of content. The rise, the progress, the setting of imagery should, like the sun, come natural to him, shine over him, and set soberly, although in magnificence, leaving him in the luxury of twilight. But it is easier to think what poetry should be than to write it, and this leads me to another axiom, that if poetry comes not as naturally as the leaves to a tree, it had better not come at all. However it may be with me, I cannot help looking into new countries with, oh, for a muse of fire to ascend. If Endymion serves me as a pioneer, perhaps I ought to be content. I have great reason to be content, for, thank God, I can read, and perhaps understand Shakespeare to his depths, and I have, I am sure, many friends who, if I fail, will attribute any change in my life and temper to humbleness rather than pride, to a cowering under the wings of great poets, rather than to a bitterness that I am not appreciated. I am anxious to get Endymion printed that I may forget it and proceed. I have copied the third book and begun the fourth. On running my eye over the proofs, I saw one mistake. I will notice it presently, and also any others, if there be any. There should be no comma in the raft branch down sweeping from a tall ash top. I have besides made one or two alterations, and also altered the 13th line, page 32, to make sense of it, as you will see. I will take care the printer shall not trip up my heels. There should be no dash after Dryope, in the line, Dryope's lone lulling of her child. Remember me to Percy Street. Your sincere and obliged friend, John Keats. P.S. You shall have a short preface in good time. End of Letter 39.
Letter 40 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Messrs. Taylor and Hessey, Hampstead, March, 1818. My dear Sirs, I am this morning making a general clearance of all lent books. All. I am afraid I do not return all. I must fog your memories about them. However, with many thanks, here are the remainder, which I am afraid are not worth so much now as they were 6 months ago. I mean, the fashions may have changed. Yours truly, John Keats. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey, Teignmouth, Friday, March 13th, 1818. My dear Bailey, when a poor devil is drowning, it is said he comes thrice to the surface ere he makes his final sink. If, however, even at the third rise, he can manage to catch hold of a piece of weed or rock, he stands a fair chance, as I hope I do now, of being saved. I have sunk twice in our correspondence, have risen twice, and have been too idle, or something worse, to extricate myself. I have sunk the third time, and just now risen again at this 2:00 p.m., and saved myself from utter perdition by beginning this, all drenched as I am, and fresh from the water. And I would rather endure the present inconvenience of a wet jacket than you should keep a laced one in store for me. Why did I not stop at Oxford on my way? How can you ask such a question? Why did I not promise to do so? Did I not, in a letter to you, make a promise to do so? Then how can you be so unreasonable as to ask me why I did not? This is the thing. For I have been rubbing up my invention, trying several sleights. I first polished a cold, felt it in my fingers, tried it on the table, but could not pocket it. I tried chilblains, rheumatism, gout, tight boots. Nothing of that sort would do. So this is, as I was going to say, the thing. I had a letter from Tom, saying how much better he had got, and thinking he had better stop, I went down to prevent his coming up. Will this not do? Turn it which way you like. It is salvaged all round. I have used it these 3 last days to keep out the abominable Devonshire weather. By the by, you may say what you will of Devonshire. The truth is, it is a splashy, rainy, misty, snowy, foggy, haily, floody, muddy, slipshod county. The hills are very beautiful when you get a sight of them. The primroses are out, but then you are in. The cliffs are of a fine, deep color, but then the clouds are continually vying with them. The women like your London people, in a sort of negative way, because the native men are the poorest creatures in England, because government never have thought it worth while to send a recruiting party among them. When I think of Wordsworth's sonnet, "Vanguard of liberty, ye men of Kent," the degenerated race about me are pulvis epicax simplex, a strong dose. Were I a corsair, I'd make a descent on the south coast of Devon, if I did not run the chance of having cowardice imputed to me. As for the men, they'd run away into the Methodist meeting-houses, and the women would be glad of it. Had England been a large Devonshire, we should not have won the Battle of Waterloo. There are knotted oaks, there are lusty rivulets, there are meadows such as are not. There are valleys of feminine climate, but there are no thews and sinews. Moore's Almanac is here a curiosity. Arms, neck, and shoulders may at least be seen there, and the ladies read it as some out-of-the-way romance. Such a quelling power have these thoughts over me, that I fancy the very air of a deteriorating quality. I fancy the flowers, all precocious, have an acrasion spell about them. I feel able to beat off the Devonshire waves like soap froth. I think it well for the honour of Britain that Julius Caesar did not first land in this county. A Devonshirer standing on his native hills is not a distinct object. He does not show against the light. A wolf or two would dispossess him. I love England. I like its living men. Give me a long brown plain for my morning, so I may meet with some of Edmund Ironside's descendants. Give me a barren mould, so I may meet with some shadowing of Alfred in the shape of a gypsy, a huntsman, or a shepherd. Scenery is fine, but human nature is finer. The sward is richer for the tread of a real nervous English foot. The eagle's nest is finer, for the mountaineer has looked into it. Are these facts or prejudices? Whatever they be, for them I shall never be able to relish entirely any Devonshire scenery. Homer is fine, Achilles is fine, Diomed is fine, Shakespeare is fine, Hamlet is fine, Lear is fine, but dwindled Englishmen are not fine. Where, too, the women are so passable and have such English names, such as Ophelia, Cordelia, and so on, that they should have such paramours, or rather imparamours. As for them, I cannot in thought help wishing, as did the cruel emperor, that they had but one head, and I might cut it off to deliver them from any horrible courtesy they may do their undeserving countrymen. I wonder I meet with no born monsters. O Devonshire, last night I thought the moon had dwindled in heaven. I have never had your sermon from Wordsworth, but Mr. Dilke lent it to me. You know my ideas about religion. I do not think myself more in the right than other people, and that nothing in this world is provable. I wish I could enter into all your feelings on the subject, merely for one short 10 minutes, and give you a page or two to your liking. I am sometimes so very sceptical as to think poetry itself a mere jack-o'-lantern to amuse whoever may chance to be struck with its brilliance. As tradesmen say, everything is worth what it will fetch, so probably every mental pursuit takes its reality and worth from the ardour of the pursuer, being in itself a nothing. Ethereal things may at least be thus real, divided under 3 heads: things real, things semi-real, and nothings. Things real, such as existences of sun, moon, and stars, and passages of Shakespeare. Things semi-real, such as love, the clouds, and so on, which require a greeting of the spirit to make them wholly exist. And nothings, which are made great and dignified by an ardent pursuit, which, by the by, stamp the Burgundy mark on the bottles of our minds, insomuch as they are able to consecrate whate'er they look upon. I have written a sonnet here of somewhat collateral nature, so don't imagine it apropos de botte. 4 seasons fill the measure of the year. There are 4 seasons in the mind of man. He hath his lusty spring, when fancy clear takes in all beauty within an easy span. He has his summer, when luxuriously he chews the honeyed cud of fair spring thoughts, till in his soul dissolved they come to be part of himself. He hath his autumn ports, and havens of repose, when his tired wings are folded up, and he content to look on mists in idleness, to let fair things pass by unheeded as a threshold brook. He has his winter too of pale mist feature, or else he would forego his mortal nature. Ay, this may be carried, but what am I talking of? It is an old maxim of mine, and of course must be well known, that every point of thought is the centre of an intellectual world. The 2 uppermost thoughts in a man's mind are the 2 poles of his world. He revolves on them, and everything is southward or northward to him through their means. We take but 3 steps from feathers to iron. Now, my dear fellow, I must once for all tell you I have not one idea of the truth of any of my speculations. I shall never be a reasoner, because I care not to be in the right, when retired from bickering and in a proper philosophical temper. So you must not stare, if in any future letter I endeavour to prove that Apollo, as he had catgut strings to his lyre, used a cat's paw as a pecten, and further from said pectins reiterated and continual teasing came the term henpecked. My brother Tom desires to be remembered to you. He has just this moment had a spitting of blood, poor fellow. Remember me to Gleig and Whitehead. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 41.
Letter 42 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Teignmouth, Saturday, March 14, 1818. Dear Reynolds, I escaped being blown over and blown under, and trees and house being toppled on me. I have since, hearing of Brown's accident, had an aversion to a dose of parapet, and being also a lover of antiquities, I would sooner have a harmless piece of Herculaneum sent me as quietly a present than ever so modern a chimney-pot tumbled onto my head. Being agog to see some Devonshire, I would have taken a walk the first day, but the rain would not let me, and the second, but the rain would not let me, and the third, but the rain forbade it. Ditto fourth, ditto fifth, ditto. So I made up my mind to stop indoors, and catch a sight flying between the showers, and behold, I saw a pretty valley, pretty cliffs, pretty brooks, pretty meadows, pretty trees, both standing as they were created, and blown down as they are uncreated. The green is beautiful, as they say, and pity it is that it is amphibious. May. But alas, the flowers here wait as naturally for the rain twice a day as the mussels do for the tide. So we look upon a brook in these parts as you look upon a splash in your country. There must be something to support this. Aye. Fog, hail, snow, rain, mist, blanketing up 3 parts of the year. This Devonshire is like Lydia Languish, very entertaining when it smiles, but cursedly subject to sympathetic moisture. You have the sensation of walking under one great lamplighter, and you can't go on the other side of the ladder to keep your frock clean and cosset your superstition. Buy a girdle, put a pebble in your mouth, loosen your braces, for I am going among scenery whence I intend to tip you the Damoiselle Radcliffe. I'll cavern you, and grotto you, and waterfall you, and wood you, and water you, and immense rock you, and tremendous sound you, and solitude you. I'll make a lodgment of your glacis by a row of pines, and storm your covered way with bramble bushes. I'll have at you with hip and haw, small shot, and cannonade you with shingles. I'll be witty upon saltfish, and impede your cavalry with clotted cream. But, ah, coward, to talk at this rate to a sick man, or, I hope, to one that was sick, for I hope by this you stand on your right foot. If you are not, that's all. I intend to cut all sick people if they do not make up their minds to cut sickness. A fellow to whom I have a complete aversion, and who, strange to say, is harboured and countenanced in several houses where I visit. He is sitting now quite impudent between me and Tom. He insults me at poor Jem Rice's, and you have seated him before now between us at the theatre, when I thought he looked with a longing eye at poor Kean. I shall say, once for all, to my friends generally and severally, cut that fellow, or I cut you. I went to the theatre here the other night, which I forgot to tell George, and got insulted, which I ought to remember to forget to tell anybody, for I did not fight, and as yet had no redress. Lie thou there, sweetheart. I wrote to Bailey yesterday, obliged to speak in a high way, and a dame who's afraid. For I had owed him so long. However, he shall see I will be better in future. Is he in town yet? I have directed to Oxford as the better chance. I've copied my 4th book, and shall write the preface soon. I wish it was all done, for I want to forget it and make my mind free for something new. Atkins the coachman, Bartlett the surgeon, Simmons the barber, and the girls over at the bonnet shop say we shall now have a month of seasonable weather, warm, witty, and full of invention. Write to me and tell me that you are well or thereabouts, or by the Holy Bocure, which I suppose is the Virgin Mary, or the repented Magdalene. Beautiful name, that Magdalene. I'll take to my wings and fly away to anywhere but Old or Nova Scotia. I wish I had a little innocent bit of metaphysic in my head to criss-cross the letter. But you know a favorite tune is hardest to be remembered when one wants it most, and you, I know, have long ere this taken it for granted that I never have any speculations without associating you in them, where they are of a pleasant nature, and you know enough of me to tell the places where I haunt most, so that if you think for 5 minutes after having read this, you will find it a long letter and see written in the air above you, your most affectionate friend, John Keats. Remember me to all. Tom's remembrances to you. End of letter 42.
Letter 43 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Robert Haydon, Teignmouth, Saturday morn, March 21st, 1818. My dear Haydon, in sooth, I hope you are not too sanguine about that seal. In sooth, I hope it is not Brummagem. In double sooth, I hope it is his. And in triple sooth, I hope I shall have an impression. Footnote, replying to an ecstatic note of Haydon's about a seal with a true lover's knot and the initials W.S., lately found in a field at Stratford-on-Avon. End footnote. Such a piece of intelligence came doubly welcome to me while in your own county and in your own hand. Not but I have blown up the said county for its urinal qualifications. The 6 first days I was here it did nothing but rain, and at that time, having to write to a friend, I gave Devonshire a good blowing up. It has been fine for almost 3 days, and I was coming round a bit, but today it rains again. With me the county is yet upon its good behaviour. I have enjoyed the most delightful walks these 3 fine days, beautiful enough to make me content. Here all the summer could I stay, for there's Bishopston and Kingston and Coombe at the Clearton Head, where close by the stream you may have your cream all spread upon barley bread. There's Archbrook and there's Larchbrook, both turning many a mill, and cooling the drouth of the salmon's mouth and fattening his silver gill. There's Wildwood, a mildhood to the sheep on the lee o' the down, where the golden furze with its green thin spurs doth catch at the maiden's gown. There's Newton Marsh with its spear-grass harsh, a pleasant summer level, where the maidens sweet of the market street do meet in the dusk to revel. There's the Barton Rich with dyke and ditch and hedge for the thrush to live in, and the hollow tree for the buzzing bee, and a bank for the wasp to hive in. And oh, the daisies blow, and the primroses are wakened, and the violets white in silver plight, and the green buds as long as the spike end. Then who would go into dark Soho and chatter with dacked-haired critics, when he can stay for the new-mown hay and startle the dappled prickets? I know not if this rhyming fit has done anything. It will be safe with you if worthy to put among my lyrics. Here's some doggerel for you. Perhaps you would like a bit of Bitcherel. Where be ye going, you Devon maid? And what have you there in the basket? Ye tight little fairy, just fresh from the dairy, will you give me some cream if I ask it? I love your meads, and I love your flowers, and I love your junkets mainly. But behind the door I love kissing more. Oh, look not so disdainly. I love your hills, and I love your dales, and I love your flocks a-beating. But oh, on the heather to lie together, with both our hearts a-beating. I'll put your basket all safe in a nook, your shawl I hang on the willow, and we will sigh in the daisy's eye, and kiss on a grass-green pillow. How does the work go on? I should like to bring out my Dentatus at the same time your epic makes its appearance. Footnote. Dentatus was the subject of Haydon's new picture. End footnote. I expect to have my mind soon clear for something new. Tom has been much worse, but is now getting better. His remembrances to you. I think of seeing the Dart in Plymouth, but I don't know. It has as yet been a mystery to me how and where Wordsworth went. I can't help thinking he has returned to his shell with his beautiful wife and his enchanting sister. It is a great pity that people should, by associating themselves with the finest things, spoil them. Hunt has damned Hampstead and masks and sonnets and Italian tales. Wordsworth has damned the lakes. Milman has damned the old drama. West has damned wholesale. Peacock has damned satire. Ollier has damned music. Hazlitt has damned the bigoted and the blue-stockinged. How durst the man? He is your only good damner. And if ever I am damned, damn me if I shouldn't like him to damn me. It will not be long ere I see you, but I thought I would just give you a line out of Devon. Yours affectionately, John Keats. Remember me to all we know. End of letter 43.
Letter 44 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Messrs. Taylor and Hessey, Teignmouth, Saturday morn, March 21, 1818. My dear Sirs, I had no idea of your getting on so fast. I thought of bringing my 4th book to town, all in good time for you, especially after the late unfortunate chance. I did not, however, for my own sake, delay finishing the copy, which was done a few days after my arrival here. I send it off today, and will tell you in a postscript at what time to send for it from the Bull and Mouth or other inn. You will find the preface and dedication and the title page as I should wish it to stand, for a romance is a fine thing notwithstanding the circulating libraries. My respects to Mrs. Hessey and to Percy Street. Yours very sincerely, John Keats. P.S. I have been advised to send it to you. You may expect it on Monday, for I sent it by the postman to Exeter at the same time with this letter. Adieu. End of letter 44. Letter 45 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To James Rice, Teignmouth, Tuesday, March 24, 1818. My dear Rice, being in the midst of your favorite Devon, I should not, by rights, pen one word but it should contain a vast portion of wit, wisdom, and learning. For I have heard that Milton, ere he wrote his answer to Salmasius, came into these parts, and for 1 whole month rolled himself for 3 whole hours per day in a certain meadow hard by us, where the mark of his nose at equidistances is still shown. The exhibitor of the said meadow further saith that after these rollings not a nettle sprang up in all the 7 acres for 7 years, and that from the said time a new sort of plant was made from the whitethorn of a thornless nature, very much used by the bucks of the present day to wrap their boots withal. This account made me very naturally suppose that the nettles and thorns etherealized by the scholar's rotary motion, and garnered in his head, thence flew after a process of fermentation against the luckless Salmasius, and occasioned his well-known and unhappy end. What a happy thing it would be if we could settle our thoughts and make our minds up on any matter in 5 minutes, and remain content, that is, build a sort of mental cottage of feelings, quiet and pleasant, to have a sort of philosophical back garden, and cheerful holiday-keeping front one. But alas, this never can be, for as the material cottager knows, there are such places as France and Italy, and the Andes, and burning mountains. So the spiritual cottager has knowledge of the terra semi-incognita of things unearthly, and cannot for his life keep in the check-rein, or I should stop here, quiet and comfortable in my theory of nettles. You will see, however, I'm obliged to run wild, being attracted by the lodestone concatenation. No sooner had I settled the knotty point of Salmasius, than the devil put this whim into my head in the likeliness of one of Pythagoras's questionings. Did Milton do more good or harm in the world? He wrote, let me inform you, for I have it from a friend who had it of. He wrote Lycidius, Comus, Paradise Lost, and other poems, with much delectable prose. He was, moreover, an active friend to man all his life, and has been since his death. Very good, but, my dear fellow, I must let you know that, as there is ever the same quantity of matter constituting this habitable globe, as the ocean notwithstanding the enormous changes and revolutions taking place in some or other of its domain, notwithstanding waterspouts, whirlpools, and mighty rivers emptying themselves into it, still is made up of the same bulk, nor ever varies the number of its atoms. And as a certain bulk of water was instituted at the creation, so very likely a certain portion of intellect was spun forth into the thin air, for the brains of man to prey upon it. You will see my drift without any unnecessary parenthesis. That which is contained in the Pacific could not lie in the hollow of the Caspian. That which was in Milton's head could not find room in Charles II's. He, like a moon, attracted intellect to its flow. It has not ebbed yet, but has left the shore pebbles all bare. I mean all bucks, authors of Hengist and Castlereagh's of the present day, who, without Milton's gormandizing, might have been all wise men. Now, forasmuch as I was very predisposed to a country I had heard you speak so highly of, I took particular notice of everything during my journey, and have brought some folio asses' skins for memorandum. I have seen everything but the wind, and that, they say, becomes visible by taking a dose of acorns, or sleeping one night in a hog trough, with your tail to the sou-sou-west. Some of the little barmaids looked at me as if I knew Jem Rice. Well, I can't tell. I hope you are showing poor Reynolds the way to get well. Send me a good account of him, and if I can, I'll send you one of Tom. Oh, for a day and all well. I went yesterday to Dawlish Fair. Over the hill and over the dale, and over the bourne to Dawlish, where gingerbread wives have a scanty sale, and gingerbread nuts are smallish, etc., etc. Tom's remembrances and mine to you all. Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of letter 45.
Letter 46 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Teignmouth, March 25th, 1818. My dear Reynolds, in hopes of cheering you through a minute or two, I was determined willy-nilly to send you some lines, so you will excuse the unconnected subject and careless verse. You know, I am sure, Claude's enchanted castle. Footnote: the famous picture now belonging to Lady Wantage and exhibited at Burlington House in 1888. Whether Keats ever saw the original is doubtful. It was not shown at the British Institution in his time, but he must have been familiar with the subject as engraved by Vivardes and Woollett, and its suggestive power worked in his mind until it yielded at last the distilled poetic essence of the magic casement passage in Ode to a Nightingale. It is interesting to note the theme of the Grecian urn ode coming in also amidst the unconnected subject and careless verse of this rhymed epistle. End footnote. And I wish you may be pleased with my remembrance of it. The rain is come on again. I think with me Devonshire stands a very poor chance. I shall dam it up hill and down dale if it keeps up to the average of 6 fine days and 3 weeks. Let me have better news of you. Tom's remembrances to you. Remember us to all. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. Dear Reynolds, as last night I lay in bed, there came before my eyes that wonted thread of shapes and shadows and remembrances that every other minute vex and please. Things all disjointed come from north and south, 2 witches' eyes above a cherub's mouth, Voltaire with casque and shield and habergeon, and Alexander with his nightcap on, old Socrates a-tying his cravat, and Hazlitt playing with Miss Edgeworth's cat, and Junius Brutus pretty well so-so, making the best of's way towards Soho. Few are there who escape these visitings, perhaps 1 or 2 whose lives have patent wings, and through whose curtains peep no hellish nose, no wild boar tushes, and no mermaid's toes, but flowers bursting out with lusty pride, and young Aeolian harps personified. Some Titian colours touched into real life. The sacrifice goes on, the pontiff knife gleams in the sun, the milk-white heifer lows, the pipes go shrilly, the libation flows. A white sail shows above the greenhead cliff, moves round the point, and throws her anchor stiff. The mariners join him with those on land. You know the enchanted castle. It doth stand upon a rock on the border of a lake, nested in trees, which all do seem to shake from some old magic-like Urgandus sword. O Phoebus, that I had thy sacred word to show this castle, in fair dreaming wise, unto my friend, while sick and ill he lies. You know it well enough, where it doth seem a mossy place, a Merlin's hall, a dream. You know the clear lake and the little isles, the mountains blue and cold near neighbour rills, all which elsewhere are but half animate, there do they look alive to love and hate. To smiles and frowns they seem a lifted mound above some giant pulsing underground. Part of the building was a chosen sea, built by a banished Santon of Chaldee. The other part, 2000 years from him, was built by Cuthbert de St. Aldebrim. Then there's a little wing far from the sun, built by a Lapland witch turned maudlin nun, and many other juts of aged stone, founded with many a mason devil's groan. The doors all look as if they oped themselves, the windows as if latched by fays and elves, and from them comes a silver flash of light, as from the westward of a summer's night, or like a beauteous woman's large blue eyes gone mad through olden songs and poesies. See what is coming from the distance dim, a golden galley all in silken trim. 3 rows of oars are lightening, moment whiles, into the verdurous bosoms of those isles. Toward the shade, under the castle wall, it comes in silence, now 'tis hidden all. The clarion sounds, and from the postern gate an echo of sweet music doth create of fear in the poor herdsman, who doth bring his beasts to trouble the enchanted spring. He tells of the sweet music and the spot to all his friends, and they believe him not. Oh, that our dreamings all of sleep or wake would all their colours from the sunset take, from something of material sublime, rather than shadow our own soul's daytime in the dark void of night. For in the world we jostle, but my flag is not unfurled on the admiral's staff, and so philosophize I dare not yet. Oh, never will the prize, high reason, and the love of good and ill be my award. Things cannot to the will be settled, but they tease us out of thought. Or is it that imagination brought beyond its proper bound, yet still confined, lost in a sort of purgatory blind, cannot refer to any standard law of either earth or heaven? It is a flaw in happiness to see beyond our bourne. It forces us in summer skies to mourn. It spoils the singing of the nightingale. Dear Reynolds, I have a mysterious tale, and cannot speak it. The first page I read upon a lampet rock of green seaweed among the breakers. 'Twas a quiet eve. The rocks were silent. The wide sea did weave an untumultuous fringe of silver foam along the flat brown sand. I was at home, and should have been most happy. But I saw too far into the sea, where every maw the greater on the less feeds evermore. But I saw too distinct into the core of an eternal fierce destruction. And so from happiness I far was gone. Still am I sick of it, and though today I've gathered young spring leaves and flowers gay of periwinkle and wild strawberry, still do I that most fierce destruction see, the shark at savage prey, the hawk at pounce, the gentle robin like a pard or ounce ravening a worm. Away, ye horrid moods, moods of one's mind. You know I hate them well. You know I'd sooner be a clapping bell to some Kamtschatkan missionary church than with these horrid moods be left in the lurch. End of letter 46.
Letter 47 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Benjamin Robert Haydon. Wednesday, Teignmouth, April 8, 1818. My dear Haydon, I am glad you were pleased with my nonsense, and if it so happen that the humour takes me when I have set down to prose, to you I will not gainsay it. I should be, God forgive me, ready to swear because I cannot make use of your assistance in going through Devon, if I was not in my own mind determined to visit it thoroughly at some more favourable time of the year. But now Tom, who is getting greatly better, is anxious to be in town. Therefore I put off my threading the county. I purpose within a month to put my knapsack at my back and make a pedestrian tour through the north of England and part of Scotland, to make a sort of prologue to the life I intend to pursue. That is to write, to study, and to see all Europe at the lowest expense. I will clamber through the clouds and exist. I will get such an accumulation of stupendous recollections that as I walk through the suburbs of London I may not see them. I will stand upon Mont Blanc and remember this coming summer, when I intend to straddle Ben Lomond with my soul. Galligaskins are out of the question. I am nearer myself to hear your Christ is being tinted into immortality. Believe me, Haydon, your picture is part of myself. I have ever been too sensible of the labyrinthian path to eminence in art, judging from poetry, ever to think I understood the emphasis of painting, the innumerable compositions and decompositions which take place between the intellect and its thousand materials before it arrives at that trembling, delicate, and snail-horn perception of beauty. I know not your many havens of intenseness, nor ever can know them, but for this I hope not you achieve is lost upon me, for when a schoolboy the abstract idea I had of a heroic painting was what I cannot describe. I saw it somewhat sideways, large, prominent, round, and coloured with magnificence, somewhat like the feel I have of Antony and Cleopatra, or of Alcibiades leaning on his crimson couch in his galley, his broad shoulders imperceptibly heaving with the sea. That passage in Shakespeare is finer than this. See how the surly Warwick mans the wall. I like your consignment of Corneille. That's the humour of it. They shall be called your posthumous works. I don't understand your bit of Italian. I hope she will wake from her dream and flourish fair. My respects to her. The hedges by this time are beginning to leaf. Cats are becoming more vociferous. Young ladies who wear watches are always looking at them. Women about 45 think the season very backward. Ladies' mares have but half an allowance of food. It rains here again, has been doing so for 3 days. However, as I told you, I'll take a trial in June, July, or August next year. I am afraid Wordsworth went rather huffed out of town. I am sorry for it. He cannot expect his fireside divan to be infallible. He cannot expect but that every man of worth is as proud as himself. Oh, that he had not fit with a Warner, that is, dined at Kingston's. I shall be in town in about a fortnight, and then we will have a day or so now and then before I set out on my northern expedition. We will have no more abominable rows, for they leave one in a fearful silence. Having settled the Methodists, let us be rational. Not upon compulsion, no, if it will outlet it, but I will not play the bassoon any more deliberately. Remember me to Hazlitt and Bewick. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 47. Letter 48 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds. Thursday morning, Teignmouth, April 9, 1818. My dear Reynolds, since you all agree that the thing is bad, it must be so, though I am not aware there is anything like Hunt in it. And if there is, it is my natural way, and I have something in common with Hunt. Look it over again, and examine into it the motives, the seeds, from which any one sentence sprung. I have not the slightest feel of humility towards the public, or to anything in existence, but the eternal being, the principle of beauty, and the memory of great men. When I am writing for myself, for the mere sake of the moment's enjoyment, perhaps nature has its course with me, but a preface is written to the public, a thing I cannot help looking upon as an enemy, and which I cannot address without feelings of hostility. If I write a preface in a supple or subdued style, it will not be in character with me as a public speaker. I would be subdued before my friends, and thank them for subduing me. But among multitudes of men I have no feel of stooping. I hate the idea of humility to them. I never wrote one single line of poetry with the least shadow of public thought. Forgive me for vexing you and making a Trojan horse of such a trifle, both with respect to the matter in question and myself, but it eases me to tell you. I could not live without the love of my friends. I would jump down Etna for any great public good, but I hate a mawkish popularity. I cannot be subdued before them. My glory would be to daunt and dazzle the thousand jabberers about pictures and books. I see swarms of porcupines with their quills erect like lime twigs set to catch my winged book, and I would fright them away with a torch. You will say my preface is not much of a torch. It would have been too insulting to begin from Jove, and I could not set a golden head upon a thing of clay. If there is any fault in the preface, it is not affectation, but an undersong of disrespect to the public. If I write another preface, it must be done without a thought of those people. I will think about it. If it should not reach you in 4 or 5 days, tell Taylor to publish it without a preface, and let the dedication simply stand, inscribed to the memory of Thomas Chatterton. I had resolved last night to write to you this morning. I wish it had been about something else, something to greet you towards the close of your long illness. I have had 1 or 2 intimations of your going to Hampstead for a space, and I regret to see your confounded rheumatism keeps you in Little Britain, where, I am sure, the air is too confined. Devonshire continues rainy. As the drops beat against the window, they give me the same sensation as a quart of cold water offered to revive a half-drowned devil. No feel of the clouds dropping fatness, but as if the roots of the earth were rotten, cold, and drenched. I have not been able to go to Kent's Cave at Babbacombe. However, on one very beautiful day, I had a fine clamber over the rocks all along as far as that place. I shall be in town in about 10 days. We go by way of Bath on purpose to call on Bailey. I hope soon to be writing to you about the things of the north, proposing to wayfare all over those parts. I have settled my accoutrements in my own mind, and will go to gorge wonders. However, we'll have some days together before I set out. I have many reasons for going wonder ways: to make my winter chair free from spleen, to enlarge my vision, to escape disquisitions on poetry and Kingston criticism, to promote digestion and economize shoe leather. I'll have leather buttons and belt, and, if Brown holds his mind, over the hills we go. If my books will help me to it, then I will take all Europe in turn, and see the kingdoms of the earth and the glory of them. Tom is getting better. He hopes you may meet him at the top of the hill. My love to your nurses. I am ever your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of Letter 48. Letter 49 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Teignmouth, Friday, April 10, 1818. My dear Reynolds, I am anxious you should find this preface tolerable. If there is an affectation in it, 'tis natural to me. Do let the printer's devil cook it, and let me be as the casing air. You are too good in this matter. Were I in your state, I am certain I should have no thought but of discontent and illness. I might, though, be taught patience. I had an idea of giving no preface. However, don't you think this had better go? Oh, Let it. One should not be too timid of committing faults. The climate here weighs us down completely. Tom is quite low-spirited. It is impossible to live in a country which is continually under hatches. Who would live in a region of mist, game laws, indemnity bills, etc., when there is such a place as Italy? It is said this England from its clime produces a spleen, able to engender the finest sentiments and cover the whole face of the isle with green. So it ought, I'm sure. I should still like the dedication simply, as I said in my last. I wanted to send you a few songs written in your favorite Devon. It cannot be rain, rain, rain. I'm going this morning to take a facsimile of a letter of Nelson's, very much to his honor. You will be greatly pleased when you see it, in about a week. What a spite it is one cannot get out. The little way I went yesterday, I found a lane banked on each side with a store of primroses, while the earlier bushes are beginning to leaf. I shall hear a good account of you soon. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. My love to all, and remember me to Taylor. End of letter 49.
Letter 50 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor. Teignmouth, Friday, April 24th, 1818. My dear Taylor, I think I did wrong to leave to you all the trouble of Endymion, but I could not help it then. Another time I shall be more bent to all sorts of troubles and disagreeables. Young men for some time have an idea that such a thing as happiness is to be had, and therefore are extremely impatient under any unpleasant restraining. In time, however, of such stuff as the world about them, they know better, and instead of striving from uneasiness, greet it as an habitual sensation, a panier which is to weigh upon them throughout life. And in proportion to my disgust at the task is my sense of your kindness and anxiety. The book pleased me much. It is very free from faults, and although there are one or two words I should wish replaced, I see in many places an improvement greatly to the purpose. I think those speeches which are related, those parts where the speaker repeats a speech, such as Glaucus's repetition of Circe's words, should have inverted commas to every line. In this there is a little confusion. If we divide the speeches into identical and related, and to the former put merely one inverted comma at the beginning and another at the end, and to the latter inverted commas before every line, the book will be better understood at the first glance. Look at pages 126, 127. You will find in the third line the beginning of a related speech marked thus, "Ah, art awake," while at the same time, in the next page, the continuation of the identical speech is marked in the same manner, "Young men of Latmus." You will find on the other side all the parts which should have inverted commas to every line. I was proposing to travel over the north this summer. There is but one thing to prevent me. I know nothing, I have read nothing, and I mean to follow Solomon's directions. Get learning, get understanding. I find earlier days are gone by. I find that I can have no enjoyment in the world, but continual drinking of knowledge. I find there is no worthy pursuit but the idea of doing some good for the world. Some do it with their society, some with their wit, some with their benevolence, some with a sort of power of conferring pleasure and good humour on all they meet. And in 1,000 ways, all dutiful to the command of great nature, there is but one way for me. The road lies through application, study, and thought. I will pursue it, and for that end purpose retiring for some years. I have been hovering for some time between an exquisite sense of the luxurious and a love for philosophy. Were I calculated for the former, I should be glad, but as I am not, I shall turn all my soul to the latter. My brother Tom is getting better, and I hope I shall see both him and Reynolds better before I retire from the world. I shall see you soon, and have some talk about what books I shall take with me. Your very sincere friend, John Keats. Pray remember me to Hessey Woodhouse and Percy Street. End of Letter 50. Letter 51 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Teignmouth, April 27th, 1818. My dear Reynolds, it is an awful while since you have heard from me. I hope I may not be punished when I see you well, and so anxious as you always are for me, with the remembrance of my so seldom writing when you were so horribly confined. The most unhappy hours in our lives are those in which we recollect times past to our own blushing. If we are immortal, that must be the hell. If I must be immortal, I hope it will be after having taken a little of that watery labyrinth in order to forget some of my schoolboy days and others since those. I have heard from George at different times how slowly you were recovering. It is a tedious thing, but all medical men will tell you how far a very gradual amendment is preferable. You will be strong after this, never fear. We are here still enveloped in clouds. I lay awake last night listening to the rain, with a sense of being drowned and rotted like a grain of wheat. There is a continual courtesy between the heavens and the earth. The heavens rain down their unwelcomeness, and the earth sends it up again to be returned tomorrow. Tom has taken a fancy to a physician here, Dr. Turton, and I think is getting better. Therefore, I shall perhaps remain here some months. I have written to George for some books, shall learn Greek and very likely Italian, and in other ways prepare myself to ask Hazlitt in about a year's time the best metaphysical road I can take. For although I take poetry to be chief, yet there is something else wanting to one who passes his life among books and thoughts on books. I long to feast upon old Homer as we have upon Shakespeare, and as I have lately upon Milton. If you understood Greek, and would read me passages now and then explaining their meaning, 'twould be, from its mistiness, perhaps, a greater luxury than reading the thing oneself. I shall be happy when I can do the same for you. I have written for my folio Shakespeare, in which there are the first few stanzas of my pot of basil. I have the rest here finished, and will copy the whole out fair shortly, and George will bring it to you. The compliment is paid by us to Boccaccio, whether we publish or no. So there is content in this world. Mine is short. You must be deliberate about yours. You must not think of it till many months after you are quite well. Then put your passion to it, and I shall be bound up with you in the shadows of mind, as we are in our matters of human life. Perhaps a stanza or two will not be too foreign to your sickness. Were they unhappy then? It cannot be. Too many tears for lovers have been shed. Too many sighs give we to them in fee, too much of pity after they are dead. Too many doleful stories do we see, whose matter in bright gold were best be read, except in such a page where Theseus' spouse over the pathless waves towards him bows. But for the general award of love, the little sweet doth kill much bitterness, though Dido silent is an undergrove, and Isabella's was a great distress. Though young Lorenzo in warm Indian clove was not embalmed, this truth is not the less. Even bees, the little almsmen of spring bowers, know there is richest juice in poison flowers. She wept alone for pleasures not to be. Sorely she wept until the night came on, and then, instead of love, oh misery, She brooded o'er the luxury alone. What might have been too plainly did she see, and to the silence made a gentle moan, spreading her perfect arms upon the air, and on her couch low murmuring, "Where, oh where?" I heard from Rice this morning, very witty, and have just written to Bailey. Don't you think I am brushing up in the letter way? And being in for it, you shall hear again from me very shortly. If you will promise not to put hand to paper for me until you can do it with a tolerable ease of health, except it be a line or two. Give my love to your mother and sisters. Remember me to the Butlers, not forgetting Sarah. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 51.
Letter 52 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To John Hamilton Reynolds, Teignmouth, May 3rd, 1818. My dear Reynolds, what I complain of is that I have been in so uneasy a state of mind as not to be fit to write to an invalid. I cannot write to any length under a disguised feeling. I should have loaded you with an edition of Gloom, which I am sure you do not want. I am now, thank God, in a humour to give you a good groatsworth, for Tom, after a night without a wink of sleep, and overburdened with fever, has got up after a refreshing day's sleep, and is better than he has been for a long time, and you, I trust, have been again round the common without any effect but refreshment. As to the matter, I hope I can say with Sir Andrew, I have matter enough in my head in your favour. And now, in the second place, for I reckon that I have finished my imprimus, I am glad you blow up the weather. All through your letter there is a leaning towards a climate curse, and you know what a delicate satisfaction there is in having a vexation anathematized. One would think there has been growing up for these last 4,000 years a grandchild scion of the old forbidden tree, and that some modern Eve had just violated it, and that there was come with double charge. Notus and Afer, black with thunderous clouds, from Sierra Leone. I shall breathe worsted stockings sooner than I thought for. Tom wants to be in town. We will have some such days upon the heath like that of last summer. And why not with the same book? Or what you say to a black letter Chaucer, printed in 1596? Aye, I've got one, huzza! I shall have it bound en Gothique, a nice sombre binding. It will go a little way to unmodernize. And also, I see no reason, because I have been away this last month, why I should not have a peep at your Spenserian. Notwithstanding, you speak of your office, in my thought, a little too early, for I do not see why a mind like yours is not capable of harbouring and digesting the whole mystery of law as easily as Parson Hugh does pippins, which did not hinder him from his poetic canary. Were I to study physics, or rather medicine again, I feel it would not make the least difference in my poetry. When the mind is in its infancy, a bias is in reality a bias, but when we have acquired more strength, a bias becomes no bias. Every department of knowledge we see excellent and calculated towards a great whole. I am so convinced of this that I am glad at not having given away my medical books, which I shall again look over to keep alive the little I know thitherwards, and moreover intend through you and Rice to become a sort of Pip Civilian. An extensive knowledge is needful to thinking people. It takes away the heart and fever, and helps, by widening speculation, to ease the burden of the mystery, a thing which I begin to understand a little, and which weighed upon you in the most gloomy and true sentence in your letter. The difference of high sensations with and without knowledge appears to me this: in the latter case, we are falling continually 10,000 fathoms deep and being blown up again, without wings, and with all horror of a bare-shouldered creature. In the former case, our shoulders are fledged, and we go through the same air and space without fear. This is running one's rigs on the score of abstracted benefit. When we come to human life and the affections, it is impossible to know how a parallel of breast and head can be drawn. You will forgive me for thus privately treading out of my depth, and take it for treading as schoolboys tread the water. It is impossible to know how far knowledge will console us for the death of a friend, and the ill that flesh is heir to. With respect to the affections and poetry, you must know by sympathy my thoughts that way, and I dare say these few lines will be but a ratification. I wrote them on May Day, and intend to finish the ode all in good time. Mother of Hermes and still youthful Maia, may I sing to thee as thou wast hymned on the shores of Baia? Or may I woo thee in earlier Sicilian, or thy smiles seek as they once were sought in Grecian isles, by bards who died content on pleasant sward, leaving great verse unto a little clan? Oh, give me their old vigour and unheard, save of the quiet primrose and the span of heaven and few ears. Rounded by thee, my song should die away, content as theirs, rich in the simple worship of a day. You may perhaps be anxious to know for fact to what sentence in your letter I allude. You say, I fear there is little chance of anything else in this life. You seem by that to have been going through with a more painful and acute zest the same labyrinth that I have. I have come to the same conclusion thus far. My branchings out therefrom have been numerous. One of them is the consideration of Wordsworth's genius, and as a help, in the manner of gold being the meridian line of worldly wealth, how he differs from Milton. And here I have nothing but surmises, from an uncertainty whether Milton's apparently less anxiety for humanity proceeds from his seeing further or not than Wordsworth, and whether Wordsworth has in truth epic passion, and martyrs himself to the human heart. The main region of his song, in regards to his genius alone, we find what he says true as far as we have experienced, and we can judge no further but by larger experience. For axioms in philosophy are not axioms until they are proved upon our pulses. We read fine things, but never feel them to the full until we have gone the same steps as the author. I know this is not plain. You will know exactly my meaning when I say that now I shall relish Hamlet more than I ever have done. Or better, you are sensible no man can set down venery as a bestial or joyless thing until he is sick of it, and therefore all philosophizing on it would be mere wording. Until we are sick, we understand not. In fine, as Byron says, knowledge is sorrow. And I go on to say that sorrow is wisdom. And further, for aught we can know for certainty, wisdom is folly. So you see how I have run away from Wordsworth and Milton, and shall still run away from what was in my head, to observe that some kind of letters are good squares, others handsome ovals, and others some orbicular, others spheroid. And why should there not be another species with two rough edges like a rat trap? I hope you will find all my long letters of that species, and all will be well. For by merely touching the spring delicately and ethereally, the roughed edge will fly immediately into a proper compactness, and thus you make a good wholesome loaf, with your own leaven in it, of my fragments. If you cannot find this said rat-trap sufficiently tractable, alas for me, it being an impossibility in grain for my ink to stain otherwise. If I scribble long letters, I must play my vagaries. I must be too heavy or too light for whole pages. I must be quaint and free of tropes and figures. I must play my draughts as I please, and for my advantage and your erudition, crown a white with a black, or a black with a white, and move into black or white, far and near as I please. I must go from Hazlitt to Patmore, and make Wordsworth and Coleman play at leap-frog, or keep one of them down a whole half-holiday at Fly the Garter, from grade to gay, from Little to Shakespeare. Also, as a long cause requires 2 or more sittings of the court, so a long letter will require 2 or more sittings of the breech, wherefore I shall resume after dinner. Have you not seen a gull, an orc, a sea-mew, or anything to bring this line to a proper length, and also fill up this clear part, that, like the gull, I may dip, I hope not out of sight, and also, like a gull, I hope to be lucky in a good-sized fish. This crossing a letter is not without its association, for checker work leads us naturally to a milkmaid to Hogarth, Hogarth to Shakespeare, Shakespeare to Hazlitt, Hazlitt to Shakespeare, and thus, by merely pulling an apron string, we set a pretty peal of chimes at work. Let them chime on while, with your patience. I will return to Wordsworth. Whether or no he has an extended vision or a circumscribed grandeur, whether he is an eagle in his nest or on the wing, and to be more explicit, and to show you how tall I stand by the giant, I will put down a simile of human life as far as I now perceive it, that is, to the point to which I say we both have arrived at. Well, I compare human life to a large mansion of many apartments, 2 of which I can only describe, the doors of the rest being as yet shut upon me. The first we step into we call the infant or thoughtless chamber, in which we remain as long as we do not think. We remain there a long while, and notwithstanding the doors of the second chamber remain wide open, showing a bright appearance, we care not to hasten to it, but are at length imperceptibly impelled by the awakening of the thinking principle within us. We no sooner get into the second chamber, which I shall call the chamber of maiden thought, than we become intoxicated with the light and the atmosphere. We see nothing but pleasant wonders, and think of delaying there for ever in delight. However, among the effects this breathing is father of is that tremendous one of sharpening one's vision into the heart and nature of man, of convincing one's nerves that the world is full of misery and heartbreak, pain, sickness, and oppression, whereby this chamber of maiden thought becomes gradually darkened, and at the same time, on all sides of it, many doors are set open, but all dark, all leading to dark passages. We see not the balance of good and evil. We are in a mist. We are now in that state. We feel the burden of the mystery. To this point was Wordsworth come, as far as I can conceive, when he wrote Tintern Abbey, and it seems to me that his genius is explorative of those dark passages. Now if we live and go on thinking, we too shall explore them. He is a genius and superior to us, in so far as he can, more than we, make discoveries and shed a light in them. Here I must think Wordsworth is deeper than Milton, though I think it has depended more upon the general and gregarious advance of intellect than individual greatness of mind. From the Paradise Lost and the other works of Milton, I hope it is not too presuming, even between ourselves, to say that his philosophy, human and divine, may be tolerably understood by one not much advanced in years. In his time, Englishmen were just emancipated from a great superstition, and men had got hold of certain points and resting places in reasoning, which were too newly born to be doubted, and too much opposed by the mass of Europe not to be thought ethereal and authentically divine. Who could gainsay his ideas on virtue, vice, and chastity and comus, just at the time of the dismissal of 100 disgraces? Who would not rest satisfied with his hintings at good and evil in the Paradise Lost, when just free from the Inquisition and burning in Smithfield? The Reformation produced such immediate and great benefits that Protestantism was considered under the immediate eye of heaven, and its own remaining dogmas and superstitions then, as it were, regenerated, constituted those resting places and seeming sure points of reasoning. From that I have mentioned, Milton, whatever he may have thought in the sequel, appears to have been content with these by his writings. He did not think into the human heart as Wordsworth has done. Yet Milton as a philosopher had sure as great powers as Wordsworth. What is then to be inferred? Oh, many things. It proves there is really a grand march of intellect. It proves that a mighty providence subdues the mightiest minds to the service of the time being, whether it be in human knowledge or religion. I have often pitied a tutor who has to hear Nom Musa so often dinned into his ears. I hope you may not have the same pain in this scribbling. I may have read these things before, but I never had even a thus dim perception of them, and moreover, I like to say my lesson to one who will endure my tediousness for my own sake. After all, there is certainly something real in the world. Moore's present to Hazlitt is real. I like that more, and am glad I saw him at the theatre just before I left town. Tom has spit a leetle blood this afternoon, and that is rather a damper. But I know, the truth is, there is something real in the world. Your third chamber of life shall be a lucky and a gentle one, stored with the wine of love and the bread of friendship. When you see George, if he should not have received a letter from me, tell him he will find one at home most likely. Tell Bailey I hope soon to see him. Remember me to all. The leaves have been out here for many a day. I have written to George for the first stanzas of my Isabel. I shall have them soon, and will copy the whole out for you. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 52.
Letter 53 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey. Hampstead, Thursday, May 28th, 1818. My dear Bailey, I should have answered your letter on the moment if I could have said yes to your invitation. What hinders me is insuperable. I will tell it at a little length. You know my brother George has been out of employ for some time. It has weighed very much upon him, and driven him to scheme and turn over things in his mind. The result has been his resolution to emigrate to the back settlements of America, become farmer, and work with his own hands, after purchasing 1,400 acres of the American government. This, for many reasons, has met with my entire consent, and the chief one is this. He is of too independent and liberal a mind to get on in trade in this country, in which a generous man with a scanty resource must be ruined. I would sooner he should till the ground than bow to a customer. There is no choice with him. He could not bring himself to the latter. I would not consent to his going alone, no, but that objection is done away with. He will marry, before he sets sail, a young lady he has known for several years, of a nature liberal and high-spirited enough to follow him to the banks of the Mississippi. He will set off in a month or 6 weeks, and you will see how I should wish to pass that time with him. And then I must set out on a journey of my own. Brown and I are going a pedestrian tour through the north of England and Scotland, as far as John o' Groats. I have this morning such a lethargy that I cannot write. The reason of my delaying is oftentimes from this feeling. I wait for a proper temper. Now you ask for an immediate answer. I do not like to wait even till tomorrow. However, I am now so depressed that I have not an idea to put to paper. My hand feels like lead, and yet it is an unpleasant numbness. It doesn't take away the pain of existence. I don't know what to write. Monday, June 1st. You see how I have delayed, and even now I have but a confused idea of what I should be about. My intellect must be in a degenerating state. It must be, for when I should be writing about God knows what, I am troubling you with moods of my own mind, or rather body, for mind there is none. I am in that temper that if I were under water I should scarcely kick to come up to the top. I know very well 'tis all nonsense. In a short time I hope I shall be in a temper to feel sensibly your mention of my book. In vain have I waited till Monday to have any interest in that or anything else. I feel no spur at my brother's going to America, and am almost stony-hearted about his wedding. All this will blow over. All I am sorry for is having to write you in such a time, but I cannot force my letters in a hotbed. I could not feel comfortable in making sentences for you. I am your debtor. I must ever remain so. Nor do I wish to be clear of any rational debt. There is a comfort in throwing oneself on the charity of one's friends. 'Tis like the albatross sleeping on its wings. I will be to you wine in the cellar, and the more modestly, or rather indolently, I retire into the backward bin, the more Falerne will I be at the drinking. There is one thing I must mention. My brother talks of sailing in a fortnight. If so, I will most probably be with you a week before I set out for Scotland. The middle of your first page should be sufficient to rouse me. What I said is true, and I have dreamt of your mention of it, and my not answering it has weighed on me since. If I come, I will bring your letter, and hear more fully your sentiments on one or two points. I will call about the lectures at Taylor's and at Little Britain tomorrow. Yesterday I dined with Hazlitt, Barnes, and Wilkie at Haydon's. The topic was the Duke of Wellington, very amusingly pro and con. Reynolds has been getting much better, and Rice may begin to crow, for he got a little so-so at a party of his, and was none the worse for it the next morning. I hope I shall soon see you, for we must have many new thoughts and feelings to analyze, and to discover whether a little more knowledge has not made us more ignorant. Yours affectionately, John Keats. End of letter 53. Letter 54 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey, London, June 10th, 1818. My dear Bailey, I have been very much gratified and very much hurt by your letters in the Oxford paper, because independent of that unlawful and mortal feeling of pleasure at praise, there is a glory in enthusiasm, and because the world is malignant enough to chuckle at the most honourable simplicity. Yes, on my soul, my dear Bailey, you are too simple for the world, and that idea makes me sick of it. How is it that by extreme opposites we have, as it were, got discontented nerves? You have all your life, I think so, believed everybody. I have suspected everybody. And although you have been so deceived, you make a simple appeal. The world has something else to do, and I am glad of it. Were it in my choice, I would reject a patriarchal coronation on account of my dying day, and because women have cancers. I should not by right speak in this tone to you, for it is an incendiary spirit that would do so. Yet I am not old enough or magnanimous enough to annihilate self, and it would perhaps be paying you an ill compliment. I was in hopes some little time back to be able to relieve your dullness by my spirits, to point out things in the world worth your enjoyment. And now I am never alone without rejoicing that there is such a thing as death, without placing my ultimate in the glory of dying for a great human purpose. Perhaps if my affairs were in a different state, I should not have written the above. You shall judge. I have 2 brothers. One is driven by the burden of society to America. The other, with an exquisite love of life, is in a lingering state. My love for my brothers, from the early loss of our parents, and even from earlier misfortunes, footnote, referring probably to the unfortunate second marriage made by their mother, end footnote, has grown into an affection passing the love of women. I have been ill-tempered with them, I have vexed them, but the thought of them has always stifled the impression that any woman might otherwise have made upon me. I have a sister too, and may not follow them either to America or to the grave. Life must be undergone, and I certainly derive some consolation from the thought of writing 1 or 2 more poems before it ceases. I have heard some hints of your retiring to Scotland. I should like to know your feeling on it. It seems rather remote. Perhaps Gleig will have a duty near you. I am not certain whether I shall be able to go any journey on account of my brother Tom and a little indisposition of my own. If I do not, you shall see me soon. If no, on my return, or I'll quarter myself on you next winter. I had known my sister-in-law some time before she was my sister, and was very fond of her. I like her better and better. She is the most disinterested woman I ever knew. That is to say, she goes beyond degree in it. To see an entirely disinterested girl quite happy is the most pleasant and extraordinary thing in the world. It depends upon 1,000 circumstances. On my word, it is extraordinary. Women must want imagination, and they may thank God for it, and so may we, that a delicate being can feel happy without any sense of crime. It puzzles me, and I have no sort of logic to comfort me. I shall think it over. I am not at home, and your letter being there, I cannot look it over to answer any particular. Only I must say I feel that passage of Dante. If I take any book with me, it shall be those minute volumes of Carey, for they will go into the aptest corner. Reynolds is getting, I may say, robust. His illness has been of service to him. Like everyone just recovered, he is high-spirited. I hear also good accounts of Rice. With respect to domestic literature, the Edinburgh Magazine, in another blow-up against Hunt, calls me the amiable Mr. Keats. And I have more than a laurel from the quarterly reviewers, for they have smothered me in foliage. I want you to read my Pot of Basil. If you go to Scotland, I should much like to read it there to you, among the snows of next winter. My brother's remembrances to you. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 54. Letter 55 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Taylor, Hampstead, Sunday evening, June 21st, 1818. My dear Taylor, I am sorry I have not had time to call and wish you health till my return. Really, I have been hard run these last 3 days. However, au revoir. God keep us all well. I start tomorrow morning. My brother Tom will, I am afraid, be lonely. I can scarce ask a loan of books for him, since I still keep those you lent me a year ago. If I am overweening, you will, I know, be indulgent. Therefore, when you shall write, do send him some you think will be the most amusing. He will be careful in returning them. Let him have one of my books bound. I am ashamed to catalogue these messages. There is but one more, which ought to go for nothing, as there is a lady concerned. I promised Mrs. Reynolds one of my books bound. As I cannot write in it, let the opposite be pasted in, prithee. Remember me to Percy Street. Tell Hilton that one gratification on my return will be to find him engaged on a history piece to his own content, and tell De Wint I shall become a disputant on the landscape. Bow for me very genteelly to Mrs. D., or she will not admit your diploma. Remember me to Hessey, saying I hope he'll carry his point. I would not forget Woodhouse. Adieu. Your sincere friend, John O'Gratz. End of letter 55.
Letter 56 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Thomas Keats, Keswick, June 29th, 1818. My dear Tom, I cannot make my journal as distinct and actual as I could wish, from having been engaged in writing to George, and therefore I must tell you without circumstance that we proceeded from Ambleside to Rydal, saw the waterfalls there, and called on Wordsworth, who was not at home, nor was any one of his family. I wrote a note and left it on the mantelpiece. Thence on we came to the foot of Helvellyn, where we slept, but could not ascend it for the mist. I must mention that from Rydal we passed Thurleswater and a fine pass in the mountains. From Helvellyn we came to Keswick on Derwent Water. The approach to Derwent Water surpassed Windermere. It is richly wooded and shut in with rich-toned mountains. From Helvellyn to Keswick was 8 miles to breakfast, after which we took a complete circuit of the lake, going about 10 miles, and seeing on our way the fall of Loudor. I had an easy climb among the streams, about the fragments of rocks, and should have got, I think, to the summit. But unfortunately I was damped by slipping one leg into a squashy hole. There is no great body of water, but the accompaniment is delightful, for it oozes out from a cleft in perpendicular rocks, all fledged with ash and other beautiful trees. It is a strange thing how they got there. At the south end of the lake, the mountains of Borrowdale are perhaps as fine as anything we have seen. On our return from this circuit, we ordered dinner, and set forth about 1.5 miles on the Penrith road to see the Druid Temple. We had a fag uphill, rather too near dinner time, which was rendered void by the gratification of seeing those aged stones on a gentle rise in the midst of the mountains, which at that time darkened all around, except at the fresh opening of the Vale of St. John. We went to bed rather fatigued, but not so much so as to hinder us getting up this morning to Mount Skiddaw. It promised all along to be fair, and we fagged and tugged nearly to the top, when at 6:30 there came a mist upon us and shut out the view. We did not, however, lose anything by it. We were high enough, without mist, to see the coast of Scotland, the Irish Sea, the hills beyond Lancaster, and nearly all the large ones of Cumberland and Westmoreland, particularly Helvellyn and Scawfell. It grew colder and colder as we ascended, and we were glad, at about 3 parts of the way, to taste a little rum which the guide brought with him, mixed, mind ye, with mountain water. I took 2 glasses going and 1 returning. It is about 6 miles from where I am writing to the top. So we have walked 10 miles before breakfast to-day. We went up with 2 others, very good sort of fellows. All felt, on arising into the cold air, that same elevation which a cold bath gives one. I felt as if I were going to a tournament. Wordsworth's house is situated just on the rise at the foot of Mount Rydal. His parlour window looks directly down Windermere. I do not think I told you how fine the Vale of Grasmere is, and how I discovered the ancient woman seated on Helm Crag. We shall proceed immediately to Carlisle, intending to enter Scotland on the 1st of July, via Carlisle, July 1st. We are this morning at Carlisle. After Skiddaw, we walked to Treby, the oldest market town in Cumberland, where we were greatly amused by a country dancing school holding at the Tun. It was indeed no new cotillion fresh from France. No, they kick it and jump it with mettle extraordinary, and whisk it and frisk it and toed it, and goat it and twirled it and whirled it, and stamped it and sweated it, tattooing the floor like mad. The difference between our country dances and these Scottish figures is about the same as leisurely stirring a cup of tea and beating up a batter pudding. I was extremely gratified to think that, if I had pleasures they knew nothing of, they had also some into which I could not possibly enter. I hope I shall not return without having got the Highland fling. There was as fine a row of boys and girls as you ever saw, some beautiful faces, and one exquisite mouth. I never felt so near the glory of patriotism, the glory of making by any means a country happier. This is what I like better than scenery. I fear our continued moving from place to place will prevent our becoming learned in village affairs. We are mere creatures of rivers, lakes, and mountains. Our yesterday's journey was from Treby to Wigton, and from Wigton to Carlisle. The cathedral does not appear very fine. The castle is very ancient, and a brick. The city is very various. Old whitewashed narrow streets, broad red brick ones more modern. I will tell you anon whether the inside of the cathedral is worth looking at. It is built of sandy red stone or brick. We have now walked 114 miles, and are merely a little tired in the thighs, and a little blistered. We shall ride 38 miles to Dumfries, when we shall linger a while about Nithsdale and Galloway. I have written 2 letters to Liverpool. I found a letter from Sister George, very delightful indeed. I shall preserve it in the bottom of my knapsack for you. Dumfries, evening of same day, July 1. On visiting the tomb of Burns. The town, the churchyard, and the setting sun, the clouds, the trees, the rounded hills all seem, though beautiful, cold, strange, as in a dream. I dreamed long ago, now new begun. The short-lived paly summer is but one, from winter's ague for 1 hour's gleam. Though sapphire warm, their stars do never beam. All is cold beauty, pain is never done, for he who is mine to relish, mine us wise, the real of beauty, free from the dead hue, sickly imagination and sick pride, cast wan upon it, Burns, with honour due. I oft have honoured thee. Great shadow, hide thy face, I sin against thy native skies. You will see by this sonnet that I am at Dumfries. We have dined in Scotland. Burns's tomb is in the churchyard corner, not very much to my taste, though on a scale large enough to show they wanted to honour him. Mrs. Burns lives in this place. Most likely we shall see her tomorrow. The sonnet I have written in a strange mood, half asleep. I know not how it is. The clouds, the sky, the houses, all seem anti-Grecian and anti-Charlemagnish. I will endeavour to get rid of my prejudices and tell you fairly about the Scotch. Dumfries, July 2nd. In Devonshire they say, well, where be ye going? Here it is. How is it wi' yourself? A man on the coach said the horses took a hellish heap o' driving. The same fellow pointed out Burns's tomb with a deal of life. There, d'ye see it, amang the trees, white, wi' a round top? The first well-dressed Scotchman we had any conversation with, to our surprise, confessed himself a deist. The careful manner of delivering his opinions, not before he had received several encouraging hints from us, was very amusing. Yesterday was an immense horse fair at Dumfries, so that we met numbers of men and women on the road, the women nearly all barefoot, with their shoes and clean stockings in hand, ready to put on and look smart in the towns. There are plenty of wretched cottages whose smoke has no outlet but by the door. We have now begun upon whisky, called here whusky, Very smart stuff it is. Mixed like our liquors, with sugar and water. 'Tis called toddy. Very pretty drink, and much praised by Burns. End of letter 56. Letter 57 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Fanny Keats, Dumfries, July 2nd, 1818. My dear Fanny, I intended to have written to you from Kirkcudbright, the town I shall be in tomorrow, but I will write now, because my knapsack has worn my coat in the seams. My coat has gone to the tailor's, and I have but one coat to my back in these parts. I must tell you how I went to Liverpool with George and our new sister and the gentleman my fellow traveller through the summer and autumn. We had a tolerable journey to Liverpool, which I left the next morning before George was up for Lancaster. Then we set off from Lancaster on foot with our knapsacks on, and have walked a little zigzag through the mountains and lakes of Cumberland and Westmoreland. We came from Carlisle yesterday to this place. We are employed in going up mountains, looking at strange towns, prying into old ruins, and eating very hearty breakfasts. Here we are full in the midst of broad Scotch. How easy are we yourself? The girls are walking about barefooted, and in the worst cottages the smoke finds its way out of the door. I shall come home full of news for you, and for fear I should choke you by too great a dose at once, I must make you used to it by a letter or two. We have been taken for travelling jewellers, razor sellers, and spectacle vendors, because friend Brown wears a pair. The first place we stopped at with our knapsacks contained one Richard Bradshaw, a notorious tippler. He stood in the shape of an apothecary symbol for an ounce, and balanced himself as well as he could, saying with his nose right in Mr. Brown's face, "Do you sell spectacles?" Mr. Abbey says we are Don Quixotes. Tell him we are more generally taken for peddlers. All I hope is that we may not be taken for excisemen in this whiskey country. We are generally up about 5, walking before breakfast, and we complete our 20 miles before dinner. Yesterday we visited Burns' tomb, and this morning the fine ruins of Llyn Clwydyn. Auchencairn, same day, July 2nd. I had done thus far when my coat came back fortified at all points. So, as we lose no time, we set forth again through Galloway. All very pleasant and pretty, with no fatigue when one is used to it. We are in the midst of Meg Merrilies' country, of whom I suppose you have heard. Old Meg she was a gipsy, and lived upon the moors. Her bed it was the brown heath turf, and her house was out of doors. Her apples were swart blackberries, her currants pods of broom. Her wine was dew of the wild white rose, her book a churchyard tomb. Her brothers were the craggy hills, her sisters larken trees. Alone with her great family, she lived as she did please. No breakfast had she many a morn, no dinner many a noon. Instead of supper she would stare, full hard against the moon. But every morn of woodbine fresh she made her garlanding, and every night the dark glen yew she wove and she would sing. And with her fingers old and brown she plaited mats o' rushes, and gave them to the cottagers she met among the bushes. Old Meg was brave as Margaret Queen, and tall as Amazon. An old red blanket cloak she wore, a chip hat had she on. God rest her aged bones somewhere, she died full long agone. If you like these sort of ballads, I will now and then scribble one for you. If I send any to Tom, I'll tell him to send them to you. Kirkcudbright, evening the same day, July 2nd. I have so many interruptions that I cannot manage to fill a letter in one day. Since I scribbled the song, we have walked through a beautiful country to Kirkcudbright, at which place I will write you a song about myself. There was a naughty boy was he. He would not stop at home, he could not quiet be. He took in his knapsack a book full of vowels, and a shirt with some towels, a slight cap for nightcap, a hairbrush, comb ditto, new stockings for old ones, would split this knapsack tight at's back, he riveted close, and followed his nose to the north, and followed his nose to the north. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he, for nothing would he do but scribble poetry. He took an inkstand in his hand, and a pen, big as 10, in the other, and away in a pother he ran to the mountains and fountains, and ghostes and postes, and witches and ditches, and wrote in his coat when the weather was cool, fear of gout, and without when the weather was warm. Ach, the charm when we choose to follow one's nose to the north, to follow one's nose to the north. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he. He kept little fishes in washing tubs 3, in spite of the might of the maid, nor afraid of his granny good. He often would hurly-burly get up early, and go by hook or crook to the brook, and bring home miller's thumb, tittle-bat, not over-fat, minnows small as the stall of a glove, not above the size of a nice little baby's little fingers. Oh, he made, 'twas his trade, of fish a pretty kettle, a kettle, a kettle, of fish a pretty kettle, a kettle. There was a naughty boy, and a naughty boy was he. He ran away to Scotland, the people for to see. Then he found that the ground was as hard, that a yard was as long, that a song was as merry, that a cherry was as red, that lead was as weighty, that 80 was as 80, that a door was as wooden as in England. So he stood in his shoes, and he wondered, he stood in his shoes, and he wondered. Newton Stewart, July 4th. My dear Fanny, I am ashamed of writing you such stuff, nor would I if it were not for being tired after my day's walking, and ready to tumble into bed so fatigued that when I am asleep you might sew my nose to my great toe and trundle me round the town like a hoop without waking me. Then I get so hungry a ham goes but a very little way, and fowls are like larks to me. A batch of bread I make no more ado with than a sheet of Parliament, and I can eat a bull's head as easily as I used to do bull's eyes. I take a whole string of pork sausages down as easily as a penn'orth of ladies' fingers. Ah, dear, I must soon be contented with an acre or 2 of oaten cake, a hogshead of milk, and a clothes basket of eggs, morning, noon, and night, when I get among the Highlanders. Before we see them, we shall pass into Ireland, and have a chat with the Paddies, and look at the Giant's Causeway, which you must have heard of. I have not time to tell you particularly, for I have to send a journal to Tom, of whom you shall hear all particulars, or from me when I return. Since I began this, we have walked 60 miles to Newton Stewart, at which place I put in this letter. Tonight we sleep at Glenluce, tomorrow at Portpatrick, and the next day we shall cross in the passage boat to Ireland. I hope Miss Abby has quite recovered. Present my respects to her, and to Mr. and Mrs. Abby. God bless you. Your affectionate brother, John. Do write me a letter, directed to Inverness, Scotland. End of Letter 57. Letter 58 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Thomas Keats, Ochtercairn for Auchercairn, 3rd for 2nd, July 1818. My dear Tom, we are now in Meg Merrilies' country, and have this morning passed through some parts exactly suited to her. Kirkcudbright County is very beautiful, very wild, with craggy hills, somewhat in the Westmoreland fashion. We have come down from Dumfries to the sea-coast part of it. The following song you will have from Dilke, but perhaps you would like it here. Newton Stewart, July 5th, 4/4. Yesterday was passed in Kirkcudbright. The country is very rich, very fine, and with a little of Devon. I am now writing at Newton Stewart, 6 miles into Wigtown. Our landlady of yesterday said very few Southerners passed hereaways. The children jabber away, as if in a foreign language. The barefooted girls look very much in keeping, I mean with the scenery about them. Brown praises their cleanliness and appearance of comfort, the neatness of their cottages, etc. It may be. They are very squat among trees and fern and heath and broom, on level slopes and heights, but I wish they were as snug as those up the Devonshire valleys. We are lodged and entertained in great varieties. We dined yesterday on dirty bacon, dirtier eggs, and dirtiest potatoes, with a slice of salmon. We breakfast this morning in a nice carpeted room, with sofa, hair-bottomed chairs, and green baized mahogany. A spring by the roadside is always welcome. We drink water for dinner, diluted with a gill of whiskey. Dongagady, July 6. Yesterday morning we set out from Glenluce, going some distance round to see some rivers. They were scarcely worth the while. We went on to Stranraer in a burning sun, and had gone about 6 miles when the mail overtook us. We got up, were at Port Patrick in a jiffy, and I am writing now in Little Ireland. The dialects on the neighbouring shores of Scotland and Ireland are much the same, yet I can perceive a great difference in the nations, from the chambermaid at the Snate Toon kept by Mr. Kelly. She is fair, kind, and ready to laugh, because she is out of the horrible dominion of the Scotch kirk. A Scotch girl stands in terrible awe of the elders, poor little Susannas. They will scarcely laugh, and their kirk is greatly to be damned. These kirkmen have done Scotland good. Query? They have made men, women, old men, young men, old women, young women, boys, girls, and all infants careful, so that they are formed into regular phalanges of savers and gainers. Such a thrifty army cannot fail to enrich their country, and give it a greater appearance of comfort, than that of their poor rash neighbourhood. These kirkmen have done Scotland harm. They have banished puns, and laughing, and kissing, etc., except in cases where the very danger and crime must make it very gustful. I shall make a full stop at kissing, for after that there should be a better parenthesis, and go on to remind you of the fate of Burns. Poor unfortunate fellow! His disposition was southern. How sad it is when a luxurious imagination is obliged, in self-defence, to deaden its delicacy and vulgarity, and rot in things attainable, that it may not have leisure to go mad after things which are not. No man, in such matters, will be content with the experience of others. It is true that out of suffering there is no dignity, no greatness, that in the most abstracted pleasure there is no lasting happiness. Yet who would not like to discover over again that Cleopatra was a gypsy, Helen a rogue, and Ruth a deep one? I have not sufficient reasoning faculty to settle the doctrine of thrift, as it is consistent with the dignity of human society, with the happiness of cottagers. All I can do is by plump contrast. Were the fingers made to squeeze a guinea or a white hand? Were the lips made to hold a pen or a kiss? And yet in cities man is shut out from his fellows if he is poor. The cottager must be very dirty and very wretched, if she be not thrifty. The present state of society demands this, and this convinces me that the world is very young and in a very ignorant state. We live in a barbarous age. I would sooner be a wild deer than a girl under the dominion of the Kirk. And I would sooner be a wild hog than be the occasion of a poor creature's penance before those execrable elders. It is not so far to the Giant's Causeway as we supposed. We thought it 70, and here it is only 48 miles. So we shall leave one of our knapsacks here at Donaghadee, take our immediate wants, and be back in a week, when we shall proceed to the county of Ayr. In the packet yesterday we heard some ballads from two old men. One was a romance, which seemed very poor. Then there was the Battle of the Boyne, then Robin Hood, as they call him. Before the king you shall go, 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 before the king you shall go. Stranraer, July 9th. We stopped very little in Ireland, and that you may not have leisure to marvel at our speedy return to Port Patrick, I will tell you that it is as dear living in Ireland as at the Hummums, thrice the expense of Scotland. It would have cost us £15 before our return. Moreover, we found those 48 miles to be Irish ones, which reached to 70 English. So having walked to Belfast one day, and back to Donaghadee the next, we left Ireland with a fair breeze. We slept last night at Port Patrick, when I was gratified by a letter from you. On our walk in Ireland, we had too much opportunity to see the worse than nakedness, the rags, the dirt, and misery of the poor common Irish. A Scotch cottage, though in that sometimes the smoke has no exit but at the door, is a palace to an Irish one. We could observe that impetuosity in man and women. We had the pleasure of finding our way through a peat bog, 3 miles long at least, dreary, flat, dank, black, and spongy. Here and there were poor dirty creatures and a few strong men cutting or carting peat. We heard on passing into Belfast, through a most wretched suburb, that most disgusting of all noises, worse than the bagpipes, the laugh of a monkey, the chatter of women, the scream of a macaw. I mean the sound of the shuttle. What a tremendous difficulty is the improvement of such people! I cannot conceive how a mind with child of philanthropy could grasp at its possibility. With me, it is absolute despair. At a miserable house of entertainment, halfway between Donaghadee and Belfast, were two men sitting at whiskey. One a labourer, and the other I took to be a drunken weaver. The labourer took me to be a Frenchman, and the other hinted at bounty money, saying he was ready to take it. On calling for the letters at Port Patrick, the man snapped out, "What regiment?" On our return from Belfast we met a sedan, the Duchess of Dunghill. It is no laughing matter, though. Imagine the worst dog kennel you ever saw, placed upon 2 poles from a mouldy fencing. In such a wretched thing sat a squalid old woman, squat like an ape half-starved, from a scarcity of biscuit in its passage from Madagascar to the Cape, with a pipe in her mouth and looking out with a round-eyed, skinny-lidded inanity, with a sort of horizontal, idiotic movement of her head. Squat and lean she sat, and puffed out the smoke, while 2 ragged, tattered girls carried her along. What a thing would be a history of her life and sensations! I shall endeavour, when I have thought a little more, to give you my idea of the difference between the Scotch and Irish. The 2 Irishmen I mentioned were speaking of their treatment in England, when the weaver said, "Ah, you were a civil man, but I was a drinker. till further notice you must direct to Inverness. Your most affectionate brother, John. End of Letter 58.
Letter 59 of Letters of John Keats to his family and friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Thomas Keats, Ballantrae for Ballantrae, July 10th. Ah, ken ye what I met the day out o'er the mountains, a coming down by craggies grey and mossy fountains? A good-haired Mary Eve, I pray, and minutes guessing, for that I met upon the way is past expressing. As I stood where a rocky brig a torrent crosses, I spied upon a misty rig a troop of horses, and as they trotted down the glen I sped to meet them, to see if I might know the men to stop and greet them. First Wylie on a sleek mare came at canting gallop, his long hair rustled like a flame on board a shallop. Then came his brother Rob, and then young Peggy's mither, and Peggy too, down the glen they went together. I saw her rabbit in her hood, free wind and raining. Her cheek was flushed with timid blood, 'twixt growth and waning. She turned her dazed head full oft, for there her brothers came riding with a bridegroom soft in mony others. Young Tam came up and eyed me quick with reddened cheek. Broad Tam was daffed like a chick, he couldna speak. Ah, Mary, they are all gane home through blustering weather, and every heart is full on flame and light as feather. Ah, Mary, they are all gone home free happy wadding. Whilst I, is it not a shame, sad tears am shedding. My dear Tom, the reason for my writing these lines was that Brown wanted to impose a Galloway song upon Dilke, but it won't do. The subject I got from meeting a wedding just as we came down into this place, where I am afraid we shall be imprisoned a while by the weather. Yesterday we came 27 miles from Stranraer, entered Ayrshire a little beyond Cairn, and had our path through a delightful country. I shall endeavour that you may follow our steps in this walk. It would be uninteresting in a book of travels. It cannot be interesting, but by my having gone through it. When we left Cairn, our road lay halfway up the sides of a green mountainous shore, full of clefts of verdure and eternally varying, sometimes up, sometimes down, and over little bridges going across green chasms of moss, rock, and trees, winding about everywhere. After 2 or 3 miles of this, we turned suddenly into a magnificent glen, finely wooded in parts, 7 miles long, with a mountain stream winding down the midst, full of cottages in the most happy situations, the sides of the hills covered with sheep. The effect of cattle lowing I never had so finely. At the end we had a gradual ascent, and got among the tops of the mountains, whence in a little time I descried in the sea Ailsa Rock 940 feet high. It was 15 miles distant, and seemed close upon us. The effect of Ailsa, with the peculiar perspective of the sea in connection with the ground we stood on, and the misty rain then falling, gave me a complete idea of a deluge. Ailsa struck me very suddenly. Really, I was a little alarmed. Girvan, same day, July 10th. Thus far had I written before we set out this morning. Now we are at Girvan, 13 miles north of Ballantrae. Our walk has been along a more grand shore today than yesterday. Ailsa beside us all the way. From the heights we could see quite at home Kintyre and the large mountains of Arran, one of the Hebrides. We are in comfortable quarters. The rain we feared held up bravely, and it has been fou fine this day. Tomorrow we shall be at Ayr. Kirkoswald, July 11th. 'Tis now the 11th of July, and we have come 8 miles to breakfast to Kirkoswald. I hope the next Kirk will be Kirk Alloway. I have nothing of consequence to say now concerning our journey, so I will speak as far as I can judge on the Irish and Scotch. I know nothing of the higher classes, yet I have a persuasion that there the Irish are victorious. As to the profanum vulgus, I must incline to the Scotch. They never laugh, but they are always comparatively neat and clean. Their constitutions are not so remote and puzzling as the Irish. The Scotchman will never give a decision on any point. He will never commit himself in a sentence which may be referred to as a meridian in his notion of things, so that you do not know him. And yet you may come in nigher neighbourhood to him than to the Irishman who commits himself in so many places that it dazes your head. A Scotchman's motive is more easily discovered than an Irishman's. A Scotchman will go wisely about to deceive you, an Irishman cunningly. An Irishman would bluster out of any discovery to his disadvantage. A Scotchman would retire, perhaps, without much desire for revenge. An Irishman likes to be thought a gallous fellow. A Scotchman is contented with himself. It seems to me they are both sensible of the character they hold in England, and act accordingly to Englishmen. Thus the Scotchman will become over-grave and over-decent, and the Irishman over-impetuous. I like a Scotchman best because he is less of a bore. I like the Irishman best because he ought to be more comfortable. The Scotchman has made up his mind within himself in a sort of snail-shell wisdom. The Irishman is full of strong-headed instinct. The Scotchman is farther in humanity than the Irishman. There he will stick, perhaps, when the Irishman will be refined beyond him. For the former thinks he cannot be improved. The latter would grasp at it forever, place but the good plain before him. Mabel, same day, July 11th. Since breakfast we have come only 4 miles to dinner. Not merely, for we have examined in the way 2 ruins, one of them very fine, called Crossraguel Abbey. There is a winding staircase to the top of a little watch-tower. Kingswells, July 13th. I have been writing to Reynolds. Therefore any particulars since Kirk Oswald have escaped me. From said Kirk we went to Mabel for dinner. Then we set forward to Burness's town, Ayr. The approach to it is extremely fine, quite outwent my expectations. Richly meadowed, wooded, heathed, and rivuleted, with a grand sea view terminated by the black mountains of the Isle of Arran. As soon as I saw them so nearly, I said to myself, how is it they did not beckon Burns to some grand attempt at epic? The Bonnie Doon is the sweetest river I ever saw, overhung with fine trees as far as we could see. We stood some time on the brig across it, over which Tam O'Shanter fled. We took a pinch of snuff on the keystone. Then we proceeded to the Auld Kirk Alloway. As we were looking at it, a farmer pointed the spots where Mungo's mither hanged herself, and "Drunken Charlie breaks next Spain." Then we proceeded to the cottage he was born in. There was a board to that effect by the door-side. It had the same effect as the same sort of memorial at Stratford-on-Avon. We drank some toddies to Burns' memory with an old man who knew Burns. Damn him and damn his anecdotes. He was a great bore. It was impossible for a Southron to understand above 5 words in 100. There was something good in his description of Burns's melancholy the last time he saw him. I was determined to write a sonnet in the cottage. I did, but it was so bad I cannot venture it here. Next we walked into Ayr town, and before we went to tea saw the new brig and the old brig and the Wallace Tower. Yesterday we dined with a traveller. We were talking about Kean. He said he had seen him at Glasgow in Othello in the Jew, the Jew in Shylock. He got bothered completely in vague ideas of the Jew in Othello, Shylock in the Jew, Shylock in Othello, Othello in Shylock, the Jew in Othello, and so on and so on and so on. He left himself in a mess at last. Still satisfied with himself, he went to the window and gave an abortive whistle of some tune or other. It might have been Handel. There's no end to these mistakes. He'll go and tell people how he has seen Malvolio in The Countess, Twelfth Night in Midsummer Night's Dream, Bottom in Much Ado About Nothing, Viola and Barrymore, Antony and Cleopatra, Falstaff in The Mousetrap. Glasgow, July 14th. We entered Glasgow last evening under a most oppressive stare a body could feel. When we had crossed the bridge, Brown looked back and said its whole population had turned out to wonder at us. We came on till a drunken man came up to me. I put him off with my arm. He returned all up in arms, saying aloud that he had seen all foreigners, but he never saw the like of me. I was obliged to mention the word officer and police before he would desist. The city of Glasgow I take to be a very fine one. I was astonished to hear it was twice the size of Edinburgh. It is built of stone and has a much more solid appearance than London. We shall see the cathedral this morning. They have devilled it into High Kirk. I want very much to know the name of the ship George is gone in, also what port he will land in. I know nothing about it. I hope you are leading a quiet life and gradually improving. Make a long lounge of the whole summer. By the time the leaves fall, I shall be near you with plenty of confab. There are 1,000 things I cannot write. Take care of yourself. I mean in not being vexed or bothered at anything. God bless you. John. End of letter 59. Letter 60 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To John Hamilton Reynolds. Mabel, July 11th, 1818. My dear Reynolds, I'll not run over the ground we have passed. That would be merely as bad as telling a dream, unless perhaps I do it in the manner of the Laputan printing press. That is, I put down mountains, rivers, lakes, dells, glens, rocks, and clouds, with beautiful, enchanting, Gothic, picturesque, fine, delightful, enchanting, grand, sublime, a few blisters, and so on. And now you have our journey thus far, where I begin a letter to you because I am approaching Burns Cottage very fast. We have made continual inquiries from the time we saw his tomb at Dumfries. His name, of course, is known all about. His great reputation among the plodding people is that he wrote a good mony sensible things. One of the pleasantest means of annulling self is approaching such a shrine as the cottage of Burns. We need not think of his misery. That is all gone, bad luck to it. I shall look upon it hereafter with unmixed pleasure, as I do upon my Stratford-on-Avon day with Bailey. I shall fill this sheet for you in the Bardies country, going no further than this till I get to the town of Ayr, which will be a 9 miles' walk to tea. Kingswells, July 13th. We were talking on different and indifferent things, when on a sudden we turned a corner upon the immediate country of Ayr. The sight was as rich as possible. I had no conception that the native place of Burns was so beautiful. The idea I had was more desolate. His rigs of barley seemed always to me but a few strips of green on a cold hill. Oh, prejudice! It was as rich as Devon. I endeavoured to drink in the prospect that I might spin it out to you as a silkworm makes silk from mulberry leaves. I cannot recollect it. Besides all the beauty, there were the mountains of Arran Isle, black and huge over the sea. We came down upon everything suddenly. There were in our way the Bonnie Doon, with the brig that Tam O'Shanter crossed, Kirk Alloway, Burns Cottage, and then the brig of Ayr. First we stood upon a bridge across the Doon, surrounded by every fantasy of green in tree, meadow, and hill. The stream of the Doon, as a farmer told us, is covered with trees from head to foot. You know those beautiful heaths, so fresh against the weather of a summer evening. There was one stretching along behind the trees. I wish I knew always the humour my friends would be in at opening a letter of mine, to suit it to them as nearly as possible. I could always find an egg-shell for melancholy. And as for merriment, a witty humour will turn anything to account. My head is sometimes in such a whirl in considering the million likings and antipathies of our moments, that I can get into no subtle strain in my letters. My wig! Burns and sentimentality coming across you and Frank Fladgate in the office. O scenery that thou shouldst be crushed between two puns! As for them, I venture the rascalliest in the Scotch region. I hope Brown does not put them punctually in his journal. If he does, I must sit on the cutty stool all next winter. We went to Kirk Alloway. A prophet is no prophet in his own country. We went to the cottage and took some whiskey. I wrote a sonnet for the mere sake of writing some lines under the roof. They are so bad I cannot transcribe them. The man at the cottage was a great bore with his anecdotes. I hate the rascal. His life consisted in fuzziest. He drinks glasses 5 for the quarter and 12 for the hour. He is a mahogany-faced old jackass who knew Burns. He ought to have been kicked for having spoken to him. He calls himself a curious old bitch, but he is a flat old dog. I should like to employ Caliph Vathek to kick him. Oh, the flummery of a birthplace. Can't. It is enough to give a spirit the guts ache. Many a true word, they say, is spoken in jest. This may be because his gab hindered my sublimity. The flat dog made me write a flat sonnet. My dear Reynolds, I cannot write about scenery and visitings. Fancy is indeed less than a present palpable reality, but it is greater than remembrance. You would lift your eyes from Homer only to see close before you the real Isle of Tenedos. You would rather read Homer afterwards than remember yourself. One song of Burns's is of more worth to you than all I could think of for a whole year in his native country. His misery is a dead weight upon the nimbleness of one's quill. I tried to forget it, to drink toddy without any care, to write a merry sonnet. It won't do. He talked with bitches. He drank with blackguards. He was miserable. We can see horribly clear in the works of such a man his whole life, as if we were God's spies. What were his addresses to Jean in the latter part of his life? I should not speak so to you. Yet, why not? You are not in the same case. You are in the right path, and you shall not be deceived. I have spoken to you against marriage, but it was general. The prospect in those matters has been to me so blank that I have not been unwilling to die. I would not now, for I have inducements to life. I must see my little nephews in America, and I must see you marry your lovely wife. My sensations are sometimes deadened for weeks together. But believe me, I have more than once yearned for the time of your happiness to come, as much as I could for myself after the lips of Juliet. From the tenor of my occasional rhodomontade and chit-chat, you might have been deceived concerning me in these points. Upon my soul, I have been getting more and more close to you every day, ever since I knew you. And now one of the first pleasures I look to is your happy marriage. The more since I have felt the pleasure of loving a sister-in-law. I did not think it possible to become so much attached in so short a time. Things like these, and they are real, have made me resolve to have a care of my health. You must be as careful. The rain has stopped us today at the end of 12 miles. Yet we hope to see Loch Lomond the day after tomorrow. I will piddle out my information, as Rice says, next winter, at any time when a substitute is wanted for Vantan. We bear the fatigue very well, 20 miles a day in general. A cloud came over us in getting up Skiddaw. I hope to be more lucky in Ben Lomond, and more lucky still in Ben Nevis. What I think you would enjoy is poking about ruins, sometimes abbey, sometimes castle. The short stay we made in Ireland has left few remembrances, but an old woman in a dog kennel sedan with a pipe in her mouth is what I can never forget. I wish I may be able to give you an idea of her. Remember me to your mother and sisters, and tell your mother how I hope she will pardon me for having a scrap of paper pasted in the book sent to her. I was driven on all sides and had not time to call on Taylor. So Bailey is coming to Cumberland. Well, if you'll let me know where at Inverness, I will call on my return and pass a little time with him. I am glad 'tis not Scotland. Tell my friends I do all I can for them, that is, drink their healths in toddy. Perhaps I may have some lines by and by to send you fresh on your own letter. Tom has a few to show you. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. End of letter 60.
Letter 61 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Thomas Keats, Cairn something, for Cairndow, July 17, 1818. My dear Tom, here's Brown going on so that I cannot bring to mind how the last 2 days have vanished. For example, he says the Lady of the Lake went to rock herself to sleep on Arthur's Seat, and the Lord of the Isles coming to press a peace. I told you last how we were stared at in Glasgow. We are not out of the crowd yet. Steamboats on Loch Lomond and barouches on its sides take a little from the pleasure of such romantic chaps as Brown and I. The banks of the Clyde are extremely beautiful, the north end of Loch Lomond grand in excess. The entrance at the lower end to the narrow part from a little distance is precious good. The evening was beautiful, nothing could surpass our fortune in the weather. Yet was I worldly enough to wish for a fleet of chivalry barges with trumpets and banners, just to die away before me into that blue place among the mountains. I must give you an outline as well as I can. Not B. The water was a fine blue, silvered, and the mountains a dark purple, the sun setting aslant behind them. Meantime, the head of Ben Lomond was covered with a rich pink cloud. We did not ascend Ben Lomond, the price being very high and a half day of rest being quite acceptable. We were up at 4 this morning, and have walked to breakfast 15 miles through 2 tremendous glens. At the end of the first there is a place called Rest and Be Thankful, which we took for an inn. It was nothing but a stone, and so we were cheated into 5 more miles to breakfast. I have just been bathing in Loch Fyne, a salt-water lake opposite the windows. Quite pat and fresh, but for the cursed gadflies. Damn 'em, they have been at me ever since I left the Swan in 2 necks. All gentle folks who owe a grudge to any living thing, open your ears and stay your trudge, whilst I in dudgeon sing. The gadfly he hath stung me sore, oh may he ne'er sting you, but we have many a horrid boar, he may sting black and blue. Has any here an old grey mare, with 3 legs all her store? Oh, put it to her buttocks bare, and straight she'll run on 4. Has any here a lawyer's suit of 1743? Take lawyer's nose and put it to it, and you the end will see. Is there a man in Parliament, dumbfoundered in his speech, or let his neighbour make a rent, and put one in his breech? O Lowther, how much better thou hast figured the other day, when to the folks thou mad'st a bow, and hadst no more to say. If lucky gadfly had but taken his seat upon thine eye, and put thee to a little pain to save thee from a worse. Better than Southey it had been, better than Mr. D, better than Wordsworth too, I ween, better than Mr. V. Forgive me, pray good people all, for deviating so. In spirit sure I had a call, and now I on will go. Has any here a daughter fair, too fond of reading novels, too apt to fall in love with care, and charming Mr. Lovels? Oh, put a gadfly to that thing, she keeps so white and pert, I mean the finger for the ring, and it will breed a wort. Has any here a pious spouse, who 7 times a day scolds as King David prayed to chouse and have her holy way? Oh, let a gadfly's little sting persuade her sacred tongue, that noises are a common thing, but that her bell has rung. And as this is the summum bonum of all conquering, I leave withouten words mo the gadfly's little sting. Inverie, July 18. Last evening we came round the end of Loch Fyne to Inverie. The Duke of Argyll's castle is very modern, magnificent, and more so from the place it is in. The woods seem old enough to remember 2 or 3 changes in the craigs about them. The lake was beautiful, and there was a band at a distance by the castle. I must say I enjoyed 2 or 3 common tunes, but nothing could stifle the horrors of a solo on the bagpipe. I thought the beast would never have done, yet was I doomed to hear another. On entering Inverary, we saw a playbill. Brown was knocked up from new shoes, so I went to the barn alone, where I saw the stranger accompanied by a bagpipe. There they went on about interesting creators and human natur till the curtain fell, and then came the bagpipe. When Mrs. Haller fainted, down went the curtain, and out came the bagpipe. At the heart-rending, shoe-mending reconciliation, the piper blew amain. I never read or saw this play before. Not the bagpipe nor the wretched players themselves were little in comparison with it. Thank heaven, it has been scoffed at lately, almost to a fashion. Of late 2 dainties were before me placed, sweet, holy, pure, sacred, and innocent, from the 9th sphere to me benignly sent, the gods might know my own particular taste. First, the soft bagpipe mourned with zealous haste. The stranger next, with a head on bosom bent, sighed, rueful again the piteous bagpipe went. Again, the stranger sighings fresh did waste. O bagpipe, thou didst steal my heart away. O stranger, thou my nerves from pipe didst charm. O bagpipe, thou didst reassert thy sway. Again, thou stranger, gav'st me fresh alarm. Alas, I could not choose. Ah, my poor heart, mum chance art thou, with both obliged to part. I think we are the luckiest fellows in Christendom. Brown could not proceed this morning on account of his feet, and lo, there is thunder and rain. Kilmelfort, July 20th. For these 2 days past we have been so badly accommodated, more particularly in coarse food, that I have not been at all in cue to write. Last night, poor Brown, with his feet blistered and scarcely able to walk, after a trudge of 20 miles down the side of Loch Awe, had no supper but eggs and oat cake. We have lost the sight of white bread entirely. Now we had eaten nothing but eggs all day, about 10 apiece, and they had become sickening. To-day we have fared rather better, but no oat cake wanting. We had a small chicken and even a good bottle of port, but altogether the fare is too coarse. I feel it a little. Another week will break us in. I forgot to tell you that when we came through Glenside it was early in the morning, and we were pleased with the noise of shepherds. Sheep and dogs in the misty heights close above us. We saw none of them for some time, till 2 came in sight creeping among the crags like emmets, yet their voices came quite plainly to us. The approach to Loch Awe was very solemn towards nightfall. The first glance was a streak of water deep in the bases of large black mountains. We had come along a complete mountain road, where if one listened there was not a sound but that of mountain streams. We walked 20 miles by the side of Loch Awe, every 10 steps creating a new and beautiful picture, sometimes through little wood. There are 2 islands on the lake, each with a beautiful ruin, one of them rich in ivy. We are detained this morning by the rain. I will tell you exactly where we are. We are between Loch Cranish and the sea just opposite Long Island. Yesterday our walk was of this description. The nearer hills were not very lofty, but many of them steep, beautifully wooded. The distant mountains in the Hebrides very grand. The salt-water lakes coming up between crags and islands, full tide and scarcely ruffled, sometimes appearing as one large lake, sometimes as 3 distinct ones in different directions. At one point we saw afar off a rocky opening into the main sea. We have also seen an eagle or 2. They move about without the least motion of wings when in indolent fit. I am for the first time in a country where a foreign language is spoken. They gabble away Gaelic at a vast rate. Numbers of them speak English. There are not many kilts in Argyllshire. At Fort William they say a man is not admitted into society without one. The ladies there have a horror at the indecency of breeches. I cannot give you a better idea of Highland life than by describing the place we are in. The inn, or public, is by far the best house in the immediate neighbourhood. It has a white front with tolerable windows. The table I am writing on surprises me as being a nice flapped mahogany one. You may, if you peep, see through the floor chinks into the ground rooms. The old grandmother of the house seems intelligent, though not over clean. N.B. No snuff being to be had in the village, she made us some. The good man is a rough-looking, hearty, stout man, who I think does not speak so much English as the good wife, who is very obliging and sensible, and moreover, though stockingless as a pair of old shoes. Last night some whisky men sat up clattering Gaelic till I am sure 1 o'clock, to our great annoyance. There is a Gaelic Testament on the drawers in the next room. White and blue chinaware has crept all around here. Yesterday there passed a donkey laden with tin pots. Opposite the window there are hills in a mist, a few ash trees, and a mountain stream at a little distance. They possess a few head of cattle. If you had gone round to the back of the house just now, you would have seen more hills in a mist. Some dozen wretched black cottages scented of peat smoke, which finds its way by the door or a hole in the roof. A girl here and there barefoot. There was one little thing driving cows down a slope like a mad thing. There was another standing at the cow-house door, rather pretty-faced, all up to the ankles in dirt. Oban, July 21. We have walked 15 miles in a soaking rain to Oban, opposite the Isle of Mull, which is so near Staffa. We had thought to pass to it, but the expense is 7 guineas, and those rather extorted. Staffa, you see, is a fashionable place, and therefore every one connected with it, either in this town or the island, are what you call up. 'Tis like paying 6d. for an apple at the playhouse. This irritated me, and Brown was not best pleased. We have therefore resolved to set northward for Fort William tomorrow morning. I fed upon a bit of white bread today like a sparrow. It was very fine. I cannot manage the cursed oatcake. Remember me to all, and let me hear a good account of you at Inverness. I am sorry Georgie had not those lines. Good-bye. Your affectionate brother, John. End of letter 61.
Letter 62 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Benjamin Bailey. Inverary, July 18th, 1818. My dear Bailey, the only day I have had a chance of seeing you when you were last in London, I took every advantage of. Some devil led you out of the way. Now I have written to Reynolds to tell me where you will be in Cumberland, so that I cannot miss you. And when I see you, the first thing I shall do will be to read that about Milton and Ceres and Proserpine, for though I am not going after you to John O'Groats, it will be but poetical to say so. And here, Bailey, I will say a few words, written in a sane and sober mind, a very scarce thing with me, for they may hereafter save you a great deal of trouble about me, which you do not deserve, and for which I ought to be bastinadoed. I carry all matters to an extreme, so that when I have any little vexation, it grows in 5 minutes into a theme for Sophocles. Then, and in that temper, if I write to any friend, I have so little self-possession that I give him matter for grieving at the very time, perhaps when I am laughing at a pun. Your last letter made me blush for the pain I had given you. I know my own disposition so well that I am certain of writing many times hereafter in the same strain to you. Now you know how far to believe in them. You must allow for imagination. I know I shall not be able to help it. I am sorry you were grieved at my not continuing my visits to Little Britain. Yet I think I have as far as a man can do who has books to read and subjects to think upon. For that reason I have been nowhere else, except to Wentworth Place so nigh at hand. Moreover, I have been too often in a state of health that made it prudent not to hazard the night air. Yet further, I will confess to you that I cannot enjoy society, small or numerous. I am certain that our fair friends are glad if I should come for the mere sake of my coming, but I am certain I bring with me a vexation they are better without. If I can possibly at any time feel my temper coming upon me, I refrain from even a promised visit. I am certain I have not a right feeling towards women. At this moment I am striving to be just to them, but I cannot. Is it because they fall so far beneath my boyish imagination? When I was a schoolboy, I thought a fair woman a pure goddess. My mind was a soft nest in which some one of them slept, though she knew it not. I have no right to expect more than their reality. I thought them ethereal, above men. I find them, perhaps, equal. Great by comparison is very small. Insult may be inflicted in more ways than by word or action. One who is tender of being insulted does not like to think an insult against another. I do not like to think insults in a lady's company. I commit a crime with her which absence would not have known. Is it not extraordinary? When among men I have no evil thoughts, no malice, no spleen. I feel free to speak or to be silent. I can listen, and from everyone I can learn. My hands are in my pockets. I am free from all suspicion and comfortable. When I am among women, I have evil thoughts, malice, spleen. I cannot speak or be silent. I am full of suspicions and therefore listen to nothing. I am in a hurry to be gone. You must be charitable and put all this perversity to my being disappointed since my boyhood. Yet with such feelings I am happier alone among crowds of men, by myself, or with a friend or two. With all this, trust me, I have not the least idea that men of different feelings and inclinations are more short-sighted than myself. I never rejoiced more than at my brother's marriage, and shall do so at that of any of my friends. I must absolutely get over this. But how? The only way is to find the root of the evil and so cure it with backward mutters of dissevering power. That is a difficult thing, for an obstinate prejudice can seldom be produced but from a Gordian complication of feelings, which must take time to unravel, and care to keep unravelled. I could say a good deal about this, but I will leave it, in hopes of better and more worthy dispositions, and also content that I am wronging no one, for after all I do think better of womankind than to suppose they care whether Mr. John Keats, 5 feet high, likes them or not. You appeared to wish to know my moods on this subject. Don't think it a bore, my dear fellow. It shall be my amen. I should not have consented to myself these 4 months tramping in the Highlands, but that I thought it would give me more experience, rub off more prejudice, use to more hardship, identify finer scenes, load me with grander mountains, and strengthen more my reach in poetry, than would stopping at home among books, even though I should reach Homer. By this time I am comparatively a mountaineer. I have been among wilds and mountains too much to break out much about their grandeur. I have fed upon oat-cake, not long enough to be very much attached to it. The first mountains I saw, though not so large as some I have since seen, weighed very solemnly upon me. The effect is wearing away, yet I like them mainly. Island of Mull, July 22nd. We have come this evening with a guide, for without was impossible, into the middle of the Isle of Mull, pursuing our cheap journey to Iona, and perhaps Staffa. We would not follow the common and fashionable mode from the great imposition of expense. We have come over heath and rock and river and bog to what in England would be called a horrid place. Yet it belongs to a shepherd pretty well off, perhaps. The family speak not a word but Gaelic, and we have not yet seen their faces for the smoke, which, after visiting every cranny, not excepting my eyes, very much incommoded for writing, finds its way out at the door. I am more comfortable than I could have imagined in such a place, and so is Brown. The people are all very kind. We lost our way a little yesterday, and inquiring at a cottage, a young woman without a word threw on her cloak and walked a mile in a mizzling rain and splashy way to put us right again. I could not have had a greater pleasure in these parts than your mention of my sister. She is very much prisoned from me. I am afraid it will be some time before I can take her to many places I wish. I trust we shall see you ere long in Cumberland. At least I hope I shall, before my visit to America, more than once. I intend to pass a whole year there, if I live to the completion of the 3 next. My sister's welfare, and the hopes of such a stay in America, will make me observe your advice. I shall be prudent and more careful of my health than I have been. I hope you will be about paying your first visit to town, after settling when we come into Cumberland. Cumberland, however, will be no distance to me after my present journey. I shall spin to you in a minute. I begin to get rather a contempt of distances. I hope you will have a nice convenient room for a library. Now you are so well in health, do keep it up by never missing your dinner, by not reading hard, and by taking proper exercise. You'll have a horse, I suppose, so you must make a point of sweating him. You say I must study Dante. Well, the only books I have with me are those 3 little volumes. I read that fine passage you mentioned a few days ago. Your letter followed me from Hampstead to Portpatrick, and thence to Glasgow. You must think me by this time a very pretty fellow. One of the pleasantest bouts we have had was our walk to Burns Cottage, over the dune, and past Kirk Alloway. I had determined to write a sonnet in the cottage. I did, but lawk, it was so wretched I destroyed it. However, in a few days afterwards, I wrote some lines cousin German to the circumstance, which I will transcribe, or rather cross-scribe in the front of this. Reynolds' illness has made him a new man. He will be stronger than ever. Before I left London, he was really getting a fat face. Brown keeps on writing volumes of adventures to Dilke. When we get in of an evening, and I have perhaps taken my rest on a couple of chairs, he affronts my indolence and luxury by pulling out of his knapsack, first his paper, secondly his pens, and last his ink. Now, I would not care if he would change a little. I say, why not, Bailey? Take out his pens first sometimes. But I might as well tell a hen to hold up her head before she drinks instead of afterwards. Your affectionate friend, John Keats. Lines written in the Highlands after a visit to Burns country. There is a charm in footing slow across a silent plain, where patriot battle has been fought, where glory had the gain. There is a pleasure on the heath where druids old have been, where mantles grey have rustled by and swept the nettles green. There is a joy in every spot made known by times of old, new to the feet, although each tale 100 times be told. There is a deeper joy than all, more solemn in the heart, more parching to the tongue than all, of more divine a smart. When weary steps forget themselves upon a pleasant turf, upon hot sand or flinty road or seashore iron scurf, toward the castle or the cot where long ago was born one who was great through mortal days and died of fame unshorn. Light tether bells may tremble then, but they are far away. Woodlark may sing from sandy fern, the sun may hear his lay. Runnels may kiss the grass on shelves and shallows clear, but their low voices are not heard, though come on travels drear. Blood-red the sun may set behind black mountain peaks. Blue tide may sluice and drench their time in caves and weedy creeks. Eagles may seem to sleep wing wide upon the air. Ring-doves may fly convulsed across to some high-cedared lair. But the forgotten eye is still fast lidded to the ground, as Palmer's, that with weariness mid-desert shrine hath found. At such a time the soul's a child, in childhood is the brain. Forgotten is the worldly heart, alone it beats in vain. Ay, if a madman could have leave to pass a healthful day, to tell his forehead swoon and faint when first began decay, he might make tremble many a one whose spirit had gone forth, to find a bard's low cradle place about the silent north. Scanty the hour and few the steps beyond the bourne of care, beyond the sweet and bitter world, beyond it unaware. Scanty the hour and few the steps, because a longer stay would bar return and make a man forget his mortal way. Oh, horrible to lose the sight of well-remembered face, of brother's eyes, of sister's brow, constant to every place, filling the air, as on we move with portraiture intense, more warm than those heroic tints that pain a painter's sense. When shapes of old come striding by, and visages of old, locks shining black, hair scanty grey, and passions manifold. No, no, that horror cannot be, for at the cable's length man feels the gentle anchor pull and gladdens in its strength. 1 hour, half idiot, he stands by mossy waterfall, but in the very next he reads his soul's memorial. He reads it on the mountain's height, where chance he may sit down upon rough marble diadem, that hill's eternal crown. Yet be his anchor e'er so fast, room is there for a prayer, that man may never lose his mind on mountains black and bare, that he may stray league after league some great birthplace to find, and keep his vision clear from speck, his inward sight unblind. End of letter 62.
Letter 63 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends. Edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Thomas Keats. Dun an Cullen, Island of Mull, July 23, 1818. My dear Tom, just after my last had gone to the post, in came one of the men with whom we endeavored to agree about going to Staffa. He said what a pity it was we should turn aside and not see the curiosities. So we had a little talk, and finally agreed that he should be our guide across the Isle of Mull. We set out across 2 ferries, one to the Isle of Carrara, of little distance, the other from Carrara to Mull, 9 miles across. We did it in 40 minutes with a fine breeze. The road through the island, or rather the track, is the most dreary you can think of, between dreary mountains, over bog and rock and river, with our breeches tucked up and our stockings in hand. About 8 o'clock we arrived at a shepherd's hut, into which we could scarcely get for the smoke through a door lower than my shoulders. We found our way into a little compartment with the rafters and turf thatch blackened with smoke, the earth floor full of hills and dales. We had some white bread with us, made a good supper, and slept in our clothes and some blankets. Our guide snored on another little bed about an arm's length off. This morning we came about 6 miles to breakfast, by rather a better path, and we are now in, by comparison, a mansion. Our guide is, I think, a very obliging fellow. In the way this morning he sang us 2 Gaelic songs, one made by Mrs. Brown on her husband's being drowned, the other a Jacobin one on Charles Stuart. For some days Brown has been inquiring out his genealogy here. He thinks his grandfather came from Long Island. He got a parcel of people about him at a cottage door last evening, chatted with ane who had been a Miss Brown, and who, I think, from a likeness, must have been a relation. He jawed with the old woman, flattered a young one, kissed a child who was afraid of his spectacles, and finally drank a pint of milk. They handle his spectacles as we do a sensitive leaf. Oban, July 26th. Well, we had a most wretched walk of 37 miles across the island of Mull, and then we crossed to Iona, or Icolmkill. From Icolmkill we took a boat at a bargain to take us to Staffa, and land us at the head of Loch Nachaw, whence we should only have to walk half the distance to Oban again, and on a better road. All this is well past and done, with a singular piece of luck, that there was an interruption in the bad weather just as we saw Staffa, at which it is impossible to land but in a tolerable calm sea. But I will first mention Icolmkill. I know not whether you have heard much about this island. I never did before I came nigh it. It is rich in the most interesting antiquities. Who would expect to find the ruins of a fine cathedral church, of cloisters, colleges, monasteries, and nunneries in so remote an island? The beginning of these things was in the 6th century, under the superstition of would-be Bishop Saint, who landed from Ireland, and chose the spot from its beauty. For at that time the now treeless place was covered with magnificent woods. Columba in the Gaelic is colm, signifying dove, kill signifies church, and I is as good as island, so Icolmkill means the island of St. Columba's church. Now the St. Columba became the Dominic of the barbarian Christians of the north, and was famed also far south, but more especially was reverenced by the Scots, the Picts, the Norwegians, the Irish. In a course of years, perhaps, the island was considered the most holy ground of the north, and the old kings of the aforementioned nations chose it for their burial place. We were shown a spot in the churchyard where they say 61 kings are buried, 48 Scotch from Fergus II to Macbeth, 8 Irish, 4 Norwegians, and 1 French. They lie in rows compact. Then we were shown other matters of later date, but still very ancient, many tombs of Highland chieftains, their effigies in complete armour, face upwards, black and moss-covered, abbots and bishops of the island, always of one of the chief clans. There were plenty Macleans and Macdonalds, among these latter the famous Macdonald Lord of the Isles. There have been 300 crosses in the island, but the Presbyterians destroyed all but 2, one of which is a very fine one and completely covered with a shaggy coarse moss. The old schoolmaster, an ignorant little man, but reckoned very clever, showed us these things. He is a Maclean, and as much above 4 foot as he is under 4 foot 3 inches. He stops at 1 glass of whiskey unless you press another, and at the second unless you press a third. I am puzzled how to give you an idea of Staffa. It can only be represented by a first-rate drawing. One may compare the surface of the island to a roof. This roof is supported by grand pillars of basalt, standing together as thick as honeycombs. The finest thing is Fingal's Cave. It is entirely a hollowing out of basalt pillars. Suppose now the giants who rebelled against Jove had taken a whole mass of black columns and bound them together like bunches of matches, and then, with immense axes, had made a cavern in the body of these columns. Of course the roof and floor must be composed of the broken ends of the columns, such is Fingal's cave, except that the sea has done the work of excavations and is continually dashing there, so that we walk along the sides of the cave on the pillars which are left as if for convenient stairs. The roof is arched somewhat Gothic-wise, and the length of some of the entire side pillars is 50 feet. About the island you might seat an army of men on each pillar. The length of the cave is 120 feet, and from its extremity the view into the sea, through the large arch at the entrance, the color of the columns is a sort of black with a lurking gloom of purple therein. For solemnity and grandeur it far surpasses the finest cathedral. At the extremity of the cave there is a small perforation into another cave, at which the waters meeting and buffeting each other there is sometimes produced a report as of a cannon heard as far as Iona, which must be 12 miles. As we approached in the boat, there was such a fine swell of the sea that the pillars appeared rising immediately out of the crystal. But it is impossible to describe it. Not Aladdin Magian ever such a work began, not the Wizard of the Dee ever such a dream could see, not St. John in Patmos Isle, in the passion of his toil, when he saw the churches 7, golden isled built up in heaven, gazed at such a rugged wonder. As I stood its roofing under, lo, I saw one sleeping there, on the marble cold and bare, while the surges washed his feet, and his garments white did beat, drenched about the sombre rocks, on his neck his well-grown locks, lifted dry above the main, were upon the curl again. "What is this, and what art thou?" whispered I, and touched his brow. "What art thou, and what is this?" whispered I, and strove to kiss the spirit's hand, to wake his eyes. Up he started in a trice. "I am Lycidas," said he, "famed in funeral minstrelsy. This was architected thus by the great Oceanus. Here his mighty waters play hollow organs all the day. Here, by turns, his dolphins all, finny palmers great and small, come to pay devotion due, each a mouth of pearls must strew. Many a mortal of these days dares to pass our sacred ways, dares to touch audaciously this cathedral of the sea. I have been the pontiff priest, where the waters never rest, where a fledgy seabird choir soars for ever, holy fire, I have hid from mortal man. Proteus is my sacristan, but the stupid eye of mortal hath passed beyond the rocky portal. So for ever will I leave such a taint and soon unweave all the magic of the place. 'Tis now free to stupid face, to cutters and to fashion boats, to cravats and to petticoats. The great sea shall war it down, for its fame shall not be blown. At every farthing quadrille dance. So saying, with a spirit's glance, he dived. I am sorry I am so indolent as to write such stuff as this. It can't be helped. The western coast of Scotland is a most strange place. It is composed of rocks, mountains, mountainous and rocky, islands intersected by lochs. You can go but a short distance anywhere from salt water in the Highlands. I have a slight sore throat, and think it best to stay a day or two at Oban. Then we shall proceed to Fort William in Inverness, where I am anxious to be on account of a letter from you. Brown, in his letters, puts down every little circumstance. I should like to do the same, but I confess myself too indolent, and besides, next winter everything will come up in prime order as we verge on such and such things. Have you heard in any way of George? I should think by this time he must have landed. I in my carelessness never thought of knowing where a letter would find him on the other side. I think Baltimore, but I am afraid of directing it to the wrong place. I shall begin some checker work for him directly, and it will be ripe for the post by the time I hear from you next after this. I assure you, I often long for a seat and a cup o' tea at Well Walk, especially now that mountains, castles, and lakes are becoming common to me. Yet I would rather summer it out, for on the whole I am happier than when I have time to be glum. Perhaps it may cure me. Immediately on my return, I shall begin studying hard, with a peep at the theatre now and then, and depend upon it, I shall be very luxurious. With respect to women, I think I shall be able to conquer my passions hereafter better than I have yet done. You will help me talk of George next winter, and we will go now and then to see Fanny. Let me hear a good account of your health and comfort, telling me truly how you do alone. Remember me to all, including Mr. and Mrs. Bentley. Your most affectionate brother, John. End of Letter 63. Letter 64 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Thomas Keats. Letter Findlay, August 3, 1818. Ah, mio ben. My dear Tom, we have made but poor progress lately, chiefly from bad weather, for my throat is in a fair way of getting quite well, so I have had nothing of consequence to tell you till yesterday, when we went up Ben Nevis, the highest mountain in Great Britain. On that account I will never ascend another in this empire. Skiddaw is nothing to it, either in height or in difficulty. It is above 4,300 feet from the sea level, and Fort William stands at the head of a salt-water lake. Consequently, we took it completely from that level. I am heartily glad it is done. It is almost like a fly crawling up a wainscot. Imagine the task of mounting 10 St. Paul's without the convenience of staircases. We set out about 5 in the morning with a guide and the tartan and cap, and soon arrived at the foot of the first ascent, which we immediately began upon. After much fag and tug, and a rest, and a glass of whiskey apiece, we gained the top of the first rise, and saw then a tremendous chap above us, which the guide said was still far from the top. After the first rise, our way lay along a heath valley in which there was a loch. After about a mile in this valley, we began upon the next ascent, more formidable by far than the last, and kept mounting with short intervals of rest, until we got above all vegetation among nothing but loose stones, which lasted us to the very top. The guide said we had 3 miles of a stony ascent. We gained the first tolerable level after the valley to the height of what in the valley we had thought the top, and saw still above us another huge crag, which still the guide said was not the top. To that we made with an obstinate fag, and having gained it there came on a mist, so that from that part to the very top we walked in a mist. The whole immense head of the mountain is composed of large loose stones, thousands of acres. Before we had got halfway up, we passed large patches of snow, and near the top there is a chasm some 100 feet deep, completely glutted with it. Talking of chasms, they are the finest wonder of the whole. They appear great rents in the very heart of the mountain, though they are not, being at the side of it. But other huge crags, arising round it, give the appearance to Nevis of a shattered heart or core in itself. These chasms are 1,500 feet in depth, and are the most tremendous places I have ever seen. They turn one giddy if you choose to give way to it. We tumbled in large stones and set the echoes at work in fine style. Sometimes these chasms are tolerably clear. Sometimes there is a misty cloud which seems to steam up, and sometimes they are entirely smothered with clouds. After a little time the mist cleared away, but still there were large clouds about, attracted by old Ben to a certain distance, so as to form, as it appeared, large domed curtains which kept sailing about, opening and shutting at intervals here and there and everywhere, so that although we did not see one vast wide extent of prospect all around, we saw something perhaps finer. These cloud veils opening with a dissolving motion and showing us the mountainous region beneath, as through a loophole. These cloudy loopholes ever varying and discovering fresh prospect east, west, north, and south. Then it was misty again, and again it was fair. Then puff came a cold breeze of wind, and bared a craggy chap we had not yet seen, though in close neighbourhood. Every now and then we had overhead blue sky clear, and the sun pretty warm. I do not know whether I can give you an idea of the prospect from a large mountain top. You are on a stony plain, which of course makes you forget you are on any but low ground. The horizon, or rather edges of this plain, being above 4,000 feet above the sea, hide all the country immediately beneath you, so that the next object you see all round, next to the edges of the flat top, are the summits of mountains of some distance off. As you move about on all sides, you see more or less of the near neighbor country, according as the mountain you stand upon is in different parts steep or rounded. But the most new thing of all is the sudden leap of the eye from the extremity of what appears a plain into so vast a distance. On one part of the top there is a handsome pile of stones, done pointedly by some soldiers of artillery. I climbed onto them, and so got a little higher than old Ben himself. It was not so cold as I expected, yet cold enough for a glass of whisky now and then. There is not a more fickle thing than the top of a mountain. What would a lady give to change her headdress as often, and with as little trouble? There are a good many red deer upon Ben Nevis. We did not see one. The dog we had with us kept a very sharp lookout, and really languished for a bit of a worry. I have said nothing yet of our getting on among the loose stones, large and small, sometimes on 2, sometimes on 3, sometimes 4 legs, sometimes 2 and stick, sometimes 3 and stick, then 4 again, then 2, then a jump, so that we kept on ringing changes on foot, hand, stick, jump, boggle, stumble, foot, hand, foot, very gingerly, stick again, and then again a game at all fours. After all, there was one Mrs. Cameron, of 50 years of age, and the fattest woman in all Inverness shire, who got up this mountain some few years ago. True, she had her servants, but then she had herself. She ought to have hired Sisyphus. Up the high hill he heaves a huge round, Mrs. Cameron. 'Tis said, a little conversation took place between the mountain and the lady. After taking a glass of whisky, as she was tolerably seated, at ease, she thus begun. Mrs. C.
Upon my life, Sir Nevis, I am piqued that I have so far panted, tugged, and reeked to do an honour to your old bald pate, and now am sitting on you just a bait without your paying me one compliment. Alas, 'tis so with all, when our intent is plain, and in the eye of all mankind we fair one show a preference too blind. You gentlemen immediately turn tail. Oh, let me then my hapless fate bewail. Ungrateful bald pate, have I not disdained the pleasant valleys, Have I not mad brain deserted all my pickles and preserves, my china closet too, with wretched nerves to boot? Say, wretched ingrate, have I not left my soft cushioned chair and caudle pot? 'Tis true I had no corns, no, thank the fates, my shoemaker was always Mr. Bates. And if not Mr. Bates, why, I'm not old. Still dumb, ungrateful Nevis, still so cold.
Here the lady took some more whiskey, and was putting even more to her lips, when she dashed it to the ground, for the mountain began to grumble, which continued for a few minutes before he thus began. Ben Nevis. What whining bit of tongue in mouth thus dares disturb my slumber of 1,000 years? Even so long my sleep has been secure, and to be so awaked I'll not endure. O pain! For since the eagle's earliest scream, I've had a damned confounded ugly dream, a nightmare sure. What, madam, was it you? It cannot be, my old eyes are not true. Red crag, my spectacles, now let me see. Good heavens, lady, how the Gemini did you get here? Oh, I shall split my sides. I shall earthquake.
Sweet Nevis, do not quake, for though I love your honest countenance all things above, truly I should not like to be conveyed so far unto your bosom. Gentle maid loves not too rough a treatment, gentle sir. Pray thee be calm, and do not quake, nor stir, no, not a stone, or I shall go in fits.
I must, I shall. I meet not such tit-bits. I meet not such sweet creatures every day. By my old nightcap, night and day, I must have one sweet buss, I must and shall. Red crag, what, madam, can you then repent of all the toil and vigour you have spent to see Ben Nevis and to touch his nose? Red crag, I say, oh, I must have them close. Red crag, there lies beneath my furthest toe a vein of sulphur, go, dear red crag, go, and rub your flinty back against it. Budge. Dear madam, I must kiss you, faith, I must embrace you with my dearest gust. Blockhead, do ye hear? Blockhead, I'll make her feel there lies beneath my east leg's northern heel a cave of young earth's dragons. Well, my boy, go thither quick, and so complete my joy. Take you a bundle of the largest pines, and when the sun on fiercest phosphor shines, fire them and ram them in the dragon's nest. Then will the dragons fry and fizz their best, until 10,000 now no bigger than poor alligators, poor things of one span, will each one swell to twice 10 times the size of northern whale. Then for the tender prize, the moment then, for then will red crag rub his flinty back, and I shall kiss and snub and press my dainty morsel to my breast. Blockhead, make haste. O muses, weep the rest. The lady fainted, and he thought her dead, so pulled the clouds again about his head, and went to sleep again. Soon she was roused by her affrighted servants, next day housed. Safe on the lowly ground she blessed her fate, that fainting fit was not delayed too late. But what surprises me above all is how this lady got down again. I felt it horribly. 'Twas the most vile descent, shook me all to pieces. Over leaf you will find a sonnet I wrote on the top of Ben Nevis. We have just entered Inverness. I have 3 letters from you and 1 from Fanny, and 1 from Dilke. I would set about crossing this all over for you, but I will first write to Fanny and Mrs. Wylie. Then I will begin another to you, and not before, because I think it better you should have this as soon as possible. My sore throat is not quite well, and I intend stopping here a few days. Read me a lesson, muse, and speak it loud. Upon the top of Nevis, blind in mist, I look into the chasms, and a shroud vaporous doth hide them, just so much I wist. Mankind do know of hell, I look o'erhead, and there is sullen mist, even So much mankind can tell of heaven mist is spread before the earth beneath me, even such, even so vague is man's sight of himself. Here are the craggy stones beneath my feet, thus much I know that, a poor witless elf. I tread on them, that all my eye doth meet is mist and crag, not only on this height, but in the world of thought and mental might. Goodbye till tomorrow. Your most affectionate brother, John. End of letter 64. Letter 65 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Mrs. Wylie, Inverness, August 6, 1818. My dear Madam, it was a great regret to me that I should leave all my friends just at the moment when I might have helped to soften away the time for them. I wanted not to leave my brother Tom, but more especially, believe me, I should like to have remained near you, were it but for an atom of consolation after parting with so dear a daughter. My brother George has ever been more than a brother to me. He has been my greatest friend, and I can never forget the sacrifice you have made for his happiness. As I walk along the mountains here, I am full of these things, and lay in wait, as it were, for the pleasure of seeing you immediately on my return to town. I wish above all things to say a word of comfort to you, but I know not how. It is impossible to prove that black is white. It is impossible to make out that sorrow is joy, or joy is sorrow. Tom tells me that you called on Mr. Haslam with a newspaper giving an account of a gentleman in a fur cap falling over the precipice in Kirkcudbrightshire. If it was me, I did it in a dream, or in some magic interval between the first and second cup of tea, which is nothing extraordinary when we hear that Mahomet, in getting out of bed, upset a jug of water, and, whilst it was falling, took a fortnight's trip, as it seemed, to heaven, yet was back in time to save one drop of water being spilt. As for fur caps, I do not remember one beside my own, except at Carlisle. This was a very good fur cap I met in High Street, and I dare say was the unfortunate one. I dare say that the Fates, seeing but 2 fur caps in the north, thought it too extraordinary, and so threw the dice which of them should be drowned. The lot fell upon Jones. I dare say his name was Jones. All I hope is that the gaunt ladies said not a word about hanging. If they did, I shall repent that I was not half drowned in Kirkcudbright. Stop. Let me see. Being half drowned by falling from a precipice is a very romantic affair. Why should I not take it to myself? How glorious to be introduced in a drawing-room to a lady who reads novels with Mr. So-and-so, Miss So-and-so, Miss So-and-so. This is Mr. So-and-so, who fell off a precipice and was half drowned. Now I refer to you whether I should lose so fine an opportunity of making my fortune. No romance lady could resist me, none. Being run under a wagon, side-lamed in a playhouse, apoplectic through brandy, and 1,000 other tolerably decent things for badness, would be nothing but being tumbled over a precipice into the sea. Oh, it would make my fortune, especially if you could contrive to hint, from this bulletin's authority, that I was not upset on my own account, but that I dashed into the waves after Jessie of Dumblane, and pulled her out by the hair, but that, alas, she was dead, or she would have made me happy with her hand. However, in this you may use your own discretion. But I must leave joking, and seriously aver that I have been very romantic indeed among these mountains and lakes. I have got wet through, day after day, eaten oatcake and drank whiskey, walked up to my knees in bog, got a sore throat, gone to see Icolmkill and Staffa, met with wholesome food just here and there as it happened, went up Ben Nevis, and N.B., came down again. Sometimes, when I am rather tired, I lean rather languishingly on a rock, and long for some famous beauty to get down from her palfrey and passing, approach me with her saddlebags and give me a dozen or two capital roast beef sandwiches. When I come into a large town, you know there is no putting one's knapsack into one's fob, so the people stare. We have been taken for spectacle vendors, razor sellers, jewelers, travelling linen drapers, spies, excisemen, and many things I have no idea of. When I asked for letters at Port Patrick, the man asked what regiment. I have had a peep also at Little Ireland. Tell Henry I have not camped quite on the bare earth yet, but nearly as bad, and walking through Mull, for the shepherds' huts you can scarcely breathe in, for the smoke which they seem to endeavour to preserve for smoking on a large scale. Besides riding about 400, we have walked above 600 miles, and may therefore reckon ourselves as set out. I assure you, my dear madam, that one of the greatest pleasures I shall have on my return will be seeing you, and that I shall ever be yours, with the greatest respect and sincerity, John Keats. End of Letter 65. Letter 66 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Fanny Keats, Hampstead, August 18, 1818. My dear Fanny, I am afraid you will think me very negligent in not having answered your letter. I see it is dated June 12th. I did not arrive at Inverness till the 8th of this month, so I am very much concerned at your being disappointed so long a time. I did not intend to have returned to London so soon, but have a bad sore throat from a cold I caught in the island of Mull. Therefore I thought it best to get home as soon as possible, and went on board the smack from Cromarty. We had a 9 days' passage, and were landed at London Bridge yesterday. I shall have a good deal to tell you about Scotland. I would begin here, but I have a confounded toothache. Tom has not been getting better since I left London, and for the last fortnight has been worse than ever. He has been getting a little better for these 2 or 3 days. I shall ask Mr. Abbey to let me bring you to Hampstead. If Mr. A. should see this letter, tell him that he still must, if he pleases, forward the post-bill to Perth, as I have empowered my fellow traveller to receive it. I have a few Scottish pebbles for you from the island of Icolmkill. I am afraid they are rather shabby. I did not go near the mountain of Cairngorm. I do not know the name of George's ship. The name of the port he has gone to is Philadelphia, whence he will travel to the settlement across the country. I will tell you all about this when I see you. The title of my last book is Endymion. You shall have one soon. I would not advise you to play on the flageolet. However, I will get you one if you please. I will speak to Mr. Abbey on what you say concerning school. I'm sorry for your poor canary. You shall have another volume of my first book. My toothache keeps on so that I cannot write with any pleasure. All I can say now is that your letter is a very nice one without fault, and that you will hear from or see in a few days if his throat will let him. Your affectionate brother, John. End of letter 66. Letter 67 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Fanny Keats, Hampstead, Tuesday, August 25, 1818. My dear Fanny, I have just written to Mr. Abbey to ask him to let you come and see poor Tom, who has lately been much worse. He is better at present, sends his love to you, and wishes much to see you. I hope he will shortly. I have not been able to come to Walthamstow on his account, as well as a little indisposition of my own. I have asked Mr. A. to write me. If he does not mention anything of it to you, I will tell you what reasons he has, though I do not think he will make any objection. Write me what you want with a flageolet, and I will get one ready for you by the time you come. Your affectionate brother, John. End of letter 67.
Letter 68 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Jane Reynolds, Well Walk, September 1st, 1818. My dear Jane, certainly your kind note would rather refresh than trouble me, and so much the more would your coming, as if you say, it could be done without agitating my brother too much. Receive on your hearth our deepest thanks for your solicitude concerning us. I am glad John is not hurt, but gone safe into Devonshire. I shall be in great expectation of his letter. But the promise of it in so anxious and friendly a way I prize more than 100. I shall be in town to-day on some business with my guardian, as was, with scarce a hope of being able to call on you. For these last 2 days Tom has been more cheerful. You shall hear again soon how he will be. Remember us particularly to your mother. Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of letter 68.
Letter 69 of Letters of John Keats to his Family and Friends, edited by Sidney Colvin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Nemo. To Charles Wentworth Dilke, Hampstead, September 21, 1818. My dear Dilke, according to the Wentworth Place Bulletin, you have left Brighton much improved. Therefore, now a few lines will be more of a pleasure than a bore. I have things to say to you, and would fain begin upon them in this 4th line. But I have a mind, too, well regulated to proceed upon anything, without due preliminary remarks. You may perhaps have observed that in the simple process of eating radishes, I never begin at the root, but constantly dip the little green head in the salt. That in the game of whist, if I have an ace, I constantly play it first. So how can I with any face begin without a dissertation on letter writing? Yet, when I consider that a sheet of paper contains room only for 3 pages and a half, how can I do justice to such a pregnant subject? However, as you have seen the history of the world stamped, as it were, by a diminishing glass in the form of a chronological map, so will I, with retractile claws, draw this into the form of a table, whereby It will occupy merely the remainder of this first page. Folio. Parsons, lawyers, statesmen, physicians out of place, Ut, Eustace, Thornton, out of practice or on their travels. Fool's Cap. 1. Superfine, rich, or noble poets, Ut Byron. 2. Common, Ut Egomet. Quarto. Projectors, patentees, presidents, potato growers. Bath. Boarding schools and suburbans in general. Gilt Edge. Dandies in general, male, female, and literary. Octavo or tiers. All who make use of a lascivious seal. Duodec. May be found for the most part on milliners' and dressmakers' parlor tables. Strip. At the playhouse doors or anywhere. Slip. Being but a variation. Snip. So called from its size being disguised by a twist. I suppose you will have heard that Hazlitt has on foot a prosecution against Blackwood. I dined with him a few days since at Hessey's. There was not a word said about it, though I understand he is excessively vexed. Reynolds, by what I hear, is almost over happy, and Rice is in town. I have not seen him, nor shall I for some time, as my throat has become worse after getting well, and I am determined to stop at home till I am quite well. I was going to town tomorrow with Mrs. D., but I thought it best to ask her excuse this morning. I wish I could say Tom was any better. His identity presses upon me so all day that I am obliged to go out. And although I intended to have given some time to study alone, I am obliged to write and plunge into abstract images to ease myself of his countenance, his voice, and feebleness, so that I live now in a continual fever. It must be poisonous to life, although I feel well. Imagine the hateful siege of contraries. If I think of fame, of poetry, it seems a crime to me, and yet I must do so or suffer. I am sorry to give you pain. I am almost resolved to burn this, but I really have not self-possession and magnanimity enough to manage the thing otherwise. After all, it may be a nervousness proceeding from the mercury. Bailey, I hear, is gaining his spirits, and he will yet be what I once thought impossible, a cheerful man. I think he is not quite so much spoken of in Little Britain. I forgot to ask Mrs. Dilke if she had anything she wanted to say immediately to you. This morning looked so unpromising that I did not think she would have gone, but I find she has, on sending for some volumes of Gibbon. I was in a little funk yesterday, for I sent in an unsealed note of sham abuse until I recollected, from what I heard Charles say, that the servant could neither read nor write, not even to her mother, as Charles observed. I have just had a letter from Reynolds. He is going on gloriously. The following is a translation of a line of Ronsard. Love poured her beauty into my warm veins. You have passed your romance, and I never gave into it, or else I think this line a feast for one of your lovers. How goes it with Brown? Your sincere friend, John Keats. End of Letter 69.